You just start clapping.
All right, guys,
man.
clap your hands. It is time for re-examination alongside Eli Nix, Steelborn, and Mo Rebuttal. And tonight, we are. Oh my gosh! And tonight it's gonna be one of those nights where I forget to mute my tab, so it's up in my ear. But the point is, Eli Nix had an epic debate with Monkey Boy on the Mega Bloodbath channel, and tonight we're going to review it. We're going to analyze it. We're going to show you how to have similar success when talking to the smartest, or at least the most sly and slippery of atheists. How you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Awesome. All right, we're going to jump right into it.
We've got to quiet it down now.
Oh my gosh, this is not exactly what I was looking for. We're going to skip to this one instead of being super meta. So, do you have a timestamp ready, or should we just jump right into the intro
Well,
music?
that's the thing. Usually what happens in these reviews is we don't even get the chance to get to the good parts. I've got some stamps of some of the relative points, and then we can just kind of drop into anywhere once the context is established. So,
Sure. Yeah,
let
if
me.
you want to drop in the Discord chat, then we could do that. By the
Okay,
way, welcome to
cool.
everybody who's in the public chat. Missing Mod is here. Raise them up for the Missing Mod.
What's up,
Un-
Missing Mod?
Unapologetic Preacher is here. Good to see
The
you
one and only
guys.
programming reverend.
By the way, I'm just gonna throw this in your face just right now, but I did let some atheists know that we were having the stream, so you might see them in the chat, and maybe at some point we'll throw in the link and have a free for all. Who knows? But that's
Hell
until
yeah.
not until we're satisfied with our review, because there is a lot to cover. Missing
I'm
Miles
happy
going
with it.
woo.
Oh,
Hey, speaking of which, it's the atheist version of me, Phantom X11. I've been told that we are the same person. It's just he's atheist and I'm Christian.
So it's okay. Ever since I hopped onto your stream that one day, Chapin grows. I made him a mod over on my side, and he argues with me in my chat all the time.
Yeah, no, I get that a lot too from him. It's fun.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
So this timestamp, literally right at the end, but I think it's best to start there and then review the context getting up. But that's basically where the game was given away by Monkey Boy, where he admits that all logic is completely relative, that it's all made up, solidifying that this is the real question to ask people like Monkey Boy who lean heavily on logic while still taking these nominalist, ultimately relative positions. So,
Do you want
that's
to
the
start
first one
timestamp,
dropped.
or should I just jump in where you guys have
Yeah,
your
it's
faces?
1:57:21, and it's just a few seconds. We can start there,
Sure.
and then we can just kind of drop in anywhere. Honestly, my opening's pretty decent, so that might be worth another listen.
All right, we're starting a few seconds before. Here we go.
Systems that define validity. So in classical logic, there's a string of rules.
So validity is
that
just
go
whatever
into
we
it.
say it is, as long as we make up a system that says it's valid.
I mean, that's pretty crude, but it's not in a very almost inappropriate nutshell. I guess you can think of it like that, sure.
Okay, cool. So I make up my own system that says my argument is valid and sound. I win the debate.
Yeah,
I'll
but
see the time for that.
validity isn't supposed to assume propositions because logics are not metaphysics.
You said validity and
Wait.
soundness is based off a system.
And
All
that
right,
you
all right,
just
y'all.
make up.
And that is
Oh, sorry, I mistook
That-
that for somebody else's voice.
No,
but
it's
that's
just
tacos.
that is time. So we're good there. There's another contextual contradiction. So you see, I spent more time than any person should listening to Monkey Boy's videos, listening to him debate, and I had to admit it was pretty entertaining. There are people who maybe aren't as good at the tag argument, presuppositional apologetics, and he takes advantage of that. And he uses this very pedantic tactic of quizzing you about formal logic, and when you don't know, he just does a victory dance and pretends like that's winning the debate. What this whole thing showed was, when it comes to actually engaging with the content, somebody who's not going to ultimately let him do this game, even though I bit a couple bullets, played the game in a few spots in this debate I shouldn't have, it totally showcases that outside of just that move, he has nothing, zilch, zero. And one of those moves he likes to do is say that the laws of logic are not truth apt. He says they're not propositions. If they're not propositions, then they're not truth apt. They just are. An example that he gives is the word shoe. The word shoe is a noun. It's not truth apt. There's nothing to accept or reject there. But what I find interesting is that the laws of logic can be accepted or rejected. And one of the words that he says in many of his videos is the laws of logic are theorems. So I did my due diligence and I looked into what theorems are. And theorems are essentially a schema that has been proven, that has a logical proof to it. Well, if you're going to use words like proof, then you've got something that's been accepted, that's been truth apt. So if we go, let me find the other timestamp here where he says this. It'd be 152:30, I believe.
All right. We're staying at the 16 because it's a
So that doesn't proven mean truth apt?
Do you understand how proof's used with respect to logics?
I'm just asking, does something having a proof mean it's truth apt?
Yeah.
Okay, and the laws of logic are theorems.
Mm-hmm.
So the laws of logic are truth apt.
Okay.
Because you usually say the laws of logic are not truth
Yeah,
apt. So they are
again,
truth apt. What makes them true?
It's extremely prudent for, and this is what the clip, there's going to be some clips coming out where Mo's helped me with this. Shout out Mo Rebuttal, the guy above me, where we're pulling
Don't
from
shout
the
him out.
Oh hell, he deserves it, man. And we're pulling from these other videos where he sits there and scoffs at his opponent and goes, I don't even know what it means for the laws of logic to be true. They're not propositions. They can't be truth apt. I don't even know what it means to say that the laws of logic are true. And then here we go in a formal debate when he's pressed on them being theorems. All of a sudden, yes, they are indeed truth apt, because you can accept or reject them. You can't accept or reject the word shoe. It is a technicality that often they come in placeholders, variables, A, P, Q. And, the truth of what you're saying is going to depend on what you plug in there. But ultimately, the validity of a form of that to that degree is something that can be accepted or rejected, does have some type of normativity to it, such that it can be true or false. And we've determined them to be true, and that's why we use them axiomatically. And then I guess that's kind of part of the prerequisite that goes into the last thing, but we'll probably get to it in the debate. But he makes this contradiction when here's his whole style. So he asks you for an argument, and he expects a type of syllogism. And I think that that's fair if the prompt's going to be about validity and soundness. I never said that wasn't fair. So we can go start from the beginning now with my opening, where I really did a lot of work to make sure that I laid this out properly. And I used a modus ponens syllogism. Then what he asks for on his TikTok all the time is the stage 2 argument. So that means he wants an argument for each of the premises of the syllogism. And that's fair. You have to explain why that premises is the case. But here's where Monkey Boy uses his little monkey tricks. Is he wants you to formalize your stage 2 argument. And in doing so, what I didn't realize in the debate is he was actually asking for more syllogisms. That's where our standard for validity in an argument comes from. Steelborn knows off his head better. What's the formula for modus ponens? Modus ponens?
If P, then Q, P, therefore Q.
Right. Okay. So we don't know what is in place for those variables, but we know that if you assume the variables are true, which is something he says in there, that your conclusion will be true if those. So the form, without knowing what the content of what we're talking about, is valid, because a true conclusion will come if those integers are true. Mm-hmm. But the sneaky thing that he does is when he's asking me for the stage 2 argument and he's asking me for premises, and then I shouldn't have even played this game, because I give arguments for the first syllogism that I gave using natural language. I had a paragraph for each. He was asking me to structure premises on the fly, and then when I did so for him reluctantly, he wanted to know how that on the fly argument was valid. But he was asking me for the validity of my argument if he was good faith and charitable and was really actually wanting something so he could thus understand it and sincerely evaluate the content of what I'm arguing, he would have asked what syllogism I used. But he knows that if he directly
No, he would have asked
asked
what
me-
inference rule you're using.
inference rule, but that's the thing. The inference rule comes like a modus. If someone asks you what the inference rule of my original argument is, and I said modus ponens, that would be an acceptable answer. So
Real quick. What is an inference rule for those of us?
In what
catching
way?
up?
In what style or in what way does the conclusion actually follow?
Correct.
Okay.
So if what Steelborn said about the modus ponens, that would be the inference rule. If P, then Q, and then
P,
whatever.
P therefore Q. So like,
Right,
and then
so-
there's actual formal fallacies associated with modus ponens and modus tollens. So the modus ponens is, like I said, if P then Q, P therefore Q, and then you've got the fallacy form of it, which is I want to say it's affirming the consequent.
Mhm.
If P then Q, Q therefore P. So to make it much more simple, for a valid modus ponens, if it rains, the ground will be wet. It rained, therefore the ground will be wet. That's a valid modus ponens, and it's a sound argument.
Right.
Yeah.
But what the fallacy form of it would be saying, if it rains, the ground will be wet. The ground is wet, therefore it rained. Well, that doesn't follow.
Right. It could
There
be the
sprinklers.
hose. It could be a
Right.
bleak. Yeah.
But when he's asking me for the validity of this stage 2 6 premises argument I just regurgitated on the spot because he wouldn't accept anything else, he was looking for a type. Whenever you surpass 2 premises and you start getting into multi-premise arguments, you're going to utilize multiple syllogisms. I'm starting to hear an
sorry,
echo.
Hold on, we got an echo.
Oh, we do? That's from me.
Yes, sir.
All right, 1 second.
Mute your dumbass again.
Echo.
Yeah, because of like Streamlabs, I've had to like move some stuff around. So
Now batting
right.
Mike Piazza. Okay.
All
Anyway,
right.
right.
So do we still hear it?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
still
it's still-
it's the last.
Oh yeah, Mo's mic is back on. That's why. How about now? No, we're
I
good
think
now.
we're good. Okay, cool. So what he's asking for after I made 6 premises and a conclusion that followed from it. And before he would even address the content of these 6 premises in this stage 2 on the fly argument, he wanted to know why it's valid. And I'm just sitting there going, well, I just came up with this on the spot. I think in order to evaluate the validity, we need to talk about the premises. But he was looking for the inference rule of this on-the-fly argument. If
He's
was
trying to push
more
Eli
terrible,
into an infinite regress of stage 2 arguments.
Yeah,
And
it sounds like he's just
syllogisms.
endlessly zooming in on fractals of arguments.
Right,
It's just endless. Just
Yeah, he's literally just trying to
microscopic after
Mandelbrot Eli's
microscopic
argument.
thing.
exactly.
Where it's
But
like,
the
as long as you propose a thing, I can find a subset of the thing proposed, and therefore, by degrees,
Yes.
escape the actual debate we're having.
But I could have answered it if I had the ability to take what I'm saying with natural language, form it into a modus ponens, modus tollens, conjunctive, disjunctive, and you might even utilize more than one of those once you surpass more than 2 premises. But I wasn't realizing that he was asking for more syllogisms. But here's the sneaky thing. If he was honest and charitable and said, okay, are you using any kind of syllogism in this? I would have said, no, in this debate, I don't have any obligation to give you endless syllogisms. I'm making my argument. If you want to turn it into a syllogism so that you can evaluate it, go for it if you're such a skilled logician. But I have no obligation to do that. But the way he frames it is, what is the inference rule for this argument? And I can't reject my burden to give an argument, but it's
that's
the
the
type of
prompt.
argument he's looking right. But I did that in the first argument, the initial argument. My second stage arguments, I have no obligation to rigidly formalize for him. And that's the whole contention that we're missing here. And if I had realized he was asking for more syllogisms, I could have more effectively rejected that request. So I played the game a little bit. Tacos
Well, that,
comes
you went
on
into
and-
that super good faith, Eli, because like the prompt specifically was, can Eli make a sound argument for God? Eli could have just argued whether or not it's even possible to make a sound argument.
Yeah,
And if you can demonstrate it's possible to make a sound argument, well, if you can make a sound argument for God and people can do that, and Eli's a person, therefore Eli can make a sound argument for God. It doesn't say that he had to do it in this debate. That's one. But no, Eli was super
Sure.
good faith, and he actually gave an argument for God, right?
Right.
But here's the thing that really pissed me off, because I watched bits and pieces of this debate, and everything that I watched just made me want to like throw fucking. I wanted to throw bananas at him. I'm not gonna lie. Like I just wanted to throw something at him. Okay. I want to throw tomatoes. I want to throw tomatoes at fucking Monkey Boy because he wouldn't actually engage in what Eli was saying. Right?
Not once.
So here's the thing.
Not once.
Eli gives an argument for God's existence, and this guy goes, "Okay, demonstrate that argument's valid." And it's like, okay, if I propose to you an argument, my assumption is the argument's valid and sound.
Right.
If you're the one who's going to claim that it's not, that's not your burden to demonstrate. But he wouldn't even engage with any of the fucking. In order to test if an argument's valid, you first have to demonstrate would the conclusion follow from the premise, because an argument can be valid but not sound.
Right.
Birds aren't even real is asking, did he give a sound argument?
I believe I did.
I believe.
But
did,
again,
yeah.
that's what's in debate. But here's what I brought, and this is where I demonstrated to Shiva in the after panel. What more am I supposed to do? Because I brought a valid form, modus ponens, totally valid form. He admits right off the bat, and I brought arguments, 2 paragraphs worth in my opening, which we should go to next, supporting each premise. Like you said, Reexam, he's wanting to fractal this and saying, well, I need 2 syllogisms for each premises of your initial syllogism. And as I point out in the debate, what's stopping you from thus asking for syllogisms for the premises for my syllogisms ad infinitum? And that's where we got into the question of justification, which ironically, this guy spends every day of his life, literally on TikTok, telling pre-suppers why it's stupid to debate about the justification of a system. And in one line of questioning, I got him to admit that ultimately this comes down to what? Justification. So, and that's where we end up
you gotta
here.
totally
at the
bite
end,
the bullet of if I came up with a system that's totally coherent and sound, and I've now thus made a sound argument for God. And he's like, yeah.
And the last exactly, and the last point I want to bring up. So he does this contradiction where he says, you know, I said, can we talk about whether or not you accept the first premises of this stage 2 argument that I've given you in 6 premises? He goes, no, I need to know it's valid first. So I say, well, don't we figure that out by talking about the premises? He goes, well, the validity has nothing to do with the truth of the premises. Okay, that's true because that's about soundness. But then I press him later, and he says, no.
Well, then we need to at least examine we need to at least examine the premise to determine if the conclusion follows. So we would need to still examine the premise.
Well,
so the premise doesn't. If he wants to argue about validity, the premises don't have to be true. The premises can be totally false, but as long as the conclusion follows from the premise logically, then the argument's valid. So there's an easy example to demonstrate this. Premise 1: all dogs are fish. Premise 2: Buddy the dog, or Buddy is a dog. Conclusion: Buddy is a fish.
Buddy's a fish.
Totally valid argument. That's not sound.
He gives an example like this with a dog and pigs flying, but the thing is, he says that validity it comes from when the conclusion, the truth of the conclusion, is preserved by the truth of the premises. Those are the words that come out of his mouth. So I go, well, wait a minute. You just said over here, validity has nothing to do with the truth of the premises. And over here, you're saying validity is when the conclusion is preserved by the truth of the premises. That's a contradiction unless he admits that what he's looking for is, you know, in the modus ponens, if P, then Q. That has to be true, even if we don't know what P and Q stand for. So it's the truth of Q following from P. But that's why he's asking me for a syllogism without actually saying in the debate that he's asking for a syllogism. And that's why we're so confused here. That's where because that's where he's saying in one hand, validity does have to do with the truth of the premises. It has to do with the truth of the validity of the variables in a syllogism supporting a conclusion. Now, what goes in place of those variables and whether or not that actually follows is where you get soundness. So that was a huge contradiction that he's in unless he admits that he was asking for something more specific that he didn't want to give away because he knows I could reject it. I could say, I don't have to do that for you, Monkey Boy. I've already made an argument. I have no burden to put it into a syllogism for you to evaluate it.
All right, sorry about that. I'm back.
Oh, you're good.
You're good now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, there was a bigger problem with this whole thing, Eli. You lost the debate from the out front by wearing a California hat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
To summarize for the chat who's been listening to all this, this is the pattern in layman's terms, right? receive an argument, identify a term, question the term, never return to the substance.
Yeah, so this is a very
Repeat.
common tactic of atheists and leftists is like not so erudite does this all the time. It's called pop quiz debate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're like I'll give you
Version of
we'll
pop
give you an
quiz.
argument, and it's like we're not going to actually evaluate if the argument's true, right? Like so like I'll be like, okay, so I'll give this very like a basic idea where I'll be like, okay, so a formal fallacy is when there's a problem with the actual structure of the argument, and then there's an
Right.
informal fallacy, which is when there's a problem with your reasoning.
And the
And they'll be like,
content.
but did you know about Agrippa's trilemma? And it's like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything we're talking about?
Yeah. What was your
Exactly.
answer to Agrippa's trilemma? What would you
You
say?
hit our daily double.
And-
Where were you on 9/11?
And what also
Was
sucks
it capital
is,
North Dakota?
you know,
Why can't I breathe underwater?
and if Tacos listens to this, look, I want to say thank you for getting me these guys who I like to debate. Thanks for hosting. But the problem with him as a moderator, I just have to say, I learned this from the T-Jump debate, is that if I get heated, which sometimes is necessary to corner your opponent, Tacos won't let me do it. I called T-Jump a failed lab rat experiment as a hypothetical, and Tacos stepped in. Meanwhile, T-Jump could call me an idiot the whole debate. Silence from Tacos. So I know if I get too heated, he's going to step in and interrupt the flow of the debate. Number two, there's a point where,
How dare you not be a
Monkey-
robot while you argue, you fucking menace to society?
Right. Well, Monkey's trying to get me to do this premise thing, and I'm trying to question him on why I have any obligation to do this. And Tacos brings up a Word document on the screen and goes, "Oh, don't worry. I'll just start writing your premises for you as you talk. I'm going to be like a stenographer, and you just go ahead and make your argument, and I'll start forming it into premises." Now, what's bad about this optically for the audience is I'm not really having a debate with Monkey Boy anymore. I'm cornered between a host who is typing everything that comes out of my mouth and trying to formulate it into some type of formal argument, and Monkey Boy doing his logic quiz thing. But all you need to know is literally not once in the entire debate, not once, did Monkey Boy actually engage with the content of anything I said.
I
And,
also noticed a lot of times he would say at different points, "Oh, that seems like question begging to me," but he never
Right.
explained why it was question begging. He
Exactly.
just made the statement and then just moved on.
Exactly.
That was like sprinkled in throughout the debate. I noticed that.
And his catchphrase is, "I don't know what that means." And like,
Yeah.
Mo pointed out in the commentary when we were in Discord after, it's like, I told him, if you ever walked into a house and understood that there were ideas from another human inside this house, I mean, just at least tell me you understand what I mean by that. And he's like, "I have no clue what that means." It's just, it's his nervous
What are these
tick.
words you're saying right now? House?
But
person?
But I'm so blown away how somebody can literally be, because he doesn't actually know how to debate. What he does on TikTok every day, even though he calls them debates, are not debates. It's 20-year-old Professor Monkey Boy checking your homework in a logic class that you didn't sign up for. That's what he's doing. It's not an actual debate. But we can start from the opening statements because I'm really proud of that one. I put a lot of time into it, and I want to know what you guys think. And that just wanted to lay out all that context so when it gets brought up during the review, there's a little bit of backstory.
There was a point where your seat was empty. I think that probably before your. There we go. Oh.
We could skip through that. Yeah.
What
Wait.
the fuck?
Okay, so when you're full screen is when your opening statement comes in, I'm sure. right?
Correct. Yeah.
There we go. All right, I'm gonna tick back a little bit. Oh, there we go.
Got it up. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll start your 8-minute timer here.
Awesome. And go.
All right, you got
Today-
8 minutes.
Thank you. Today I am taking the affirmative for can I, Eli, render a sound argument for God? My argument is as follows. Premise 1, immaterial, universal, invariant concepts exist. Premise 2, immaterial, universal, invariant concepts must necessarily be grounded in an immaterial, universal, invariant mind. Conclusion, an immaterial, universal, invariant mind exists. This immaterial, universal, invariant mind is what I would call God for the sake of this debate. I will define a few more terms for clarification. Immaterial, invariant, universal concepts could also be referred to by the philosophical term universals. A more colloquial definition of universals in philosophy is repeatable, abstract entities that can be instantiated by multiple distinct particulars, grounding genuine similarity in predication. This definition does not contradict, but rather adds to the specificity of what is meant when I speak of immaterial invariant universal concepts. So I will use the term universals to refer to the immaterial universal concepts mentioned in the argument. Next, I will define concepts using Merriam-Webster as simply, quote, something conceived in the mind, a thought or notion, end quote, and conceptual being defined as, quote, related to or consisting of concepts, end quote. I will also cite from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, which says about concepts, quote, concepts are the building blocks of thoughts, crucial to psychological processes as categorization, inference, memory, learning, and decision-making. This much is relatively uncontroversial, end quote. To be fair, it goes on to say that the nature of concepts, what they really are, is subject to much debate, which is why I'm glad we are having that debate today. Lastly, grounding, as in reference to premise 2, is defined by the SEP as, quote, a form of constitutive explanation or determination, end quote. In other words, it is a relation of dependence in which something exists in virtue of something else more fundamental. My argument for premise 1 would be the same argument I would use to refute nominalism, which is a philosophical position that rejects the existence of universals as described previously. Nominalism is an ultimately self-defeating position. This is because nominalists reject the reality of universals while appealing to seemingly universal concepts like similarity and patterns that are not identical to the particular material instances that are being compared. If what the nominalist is appealing to in order to categorize what is real or actual is not itself real or actual, then the categorization and pattern recognition itself becomes ultimately arbitrary. For example, take two different wavelengths of the color red, one at 620 nanometers, which is called bright red, and one at 680 nanometers, which is considered dark red. When asking a nominalist what is similar about the two wavelengths such that one resembles the other and we can give both the classification as red, there's no suitable response a nominalist can give that actually picks out what redness actually is. The only consistent response one could give to what is similar is their redness. But according to the nominalist, redness doesn't exist, which besides being a peculiar statement, makes actually identifying red impossible and reduces it to an arbitrary whim of individuals. If this instance of characterizing reality is ultimately arbitrary, then likewise so is any other predication of external reality. This leads to my argument for premise 2, which is that once we deduce that universals do in fact exist, then upon evaluation of their characteristics and ontological status, we can conclude what...
Sure.
All right, Eli, what the fuck's going on with the Jack Sparrow shit, my dude? You're like fucking all over the place. I'm looking at you like...
I get nerves, man. I
thought it was going to be something about the form of the argument and how he was laying down
I just trying to roast him.
And you're just going
totally
Joan
gonna talk
Rivers on
shit
him.
I have to talk shit about my boys.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Rumble, young man, rumble.
Your argument was sound, but you look retarded.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, no, here's what it is. He's going to hypnotize Monkey Boy. He's going to do exactly what he did with Stillborn, except everything he's going to say is going to be rock solid.
We'll never see this
but
coming.
he's just going to do ridiculous motions, and Monkey
Like a
Boy's going to be
metronome.
like, I can't even focus on what he's saying because
Look, I think this is why I think Destiny does the whole thing. It's like, because that's all you fucking focus on. You don't actually listen to what he's saying.
Oh, yeah.
it didn't work on Jordan Peterson. He's probably trained to like withstand hypnosis. So
You know what I thought would be really funny to do in a debate?
I don't like when he moves his jaw like that. It's very uncomforting.
But like, I saw this
it's like
thing
it's like a llama chewing his cud or something.
chewing his cut. Yeah, I seen this. It was a
That kind of hurts when I do it.
police interrogation where the guy's interrogating the criminal and he goes like this, and then just stops. And they go, "What was that?" They go, "That's the old nana boo boo technique. It throws the criminal off their train of thought." So I thought it'd be funny to just be in the middle of the debate while your like opponent's doing a rebuttal and you're just sitting there like this and you go, and then just stop. And then they go, "What the fuck was that?" And you go, "Oh, it's the nana boo boo technique. It's to throw you off your train of thought." And see, it worked. And just fuck with their head like that. I think
It's on the same level of like seeing how many times you can say meow instead of meow.
While we're
listen.
Andrew used to do this challenge when whenever he'd call in or whatever, where he'd play a game with the chat, where he was like, "All right, like send like a $50 or higher super chat with a word, and I will try and either get them to say it or slip it into the conversation somehow."
That's awesome. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So I will say this, a couple things while we're on a break from the opening statement. The atheist and this happens with evolution debates too, but they always want to posture it themselves as the judge by which you have to submit things to in order to have more questions. Like my role is to ask you questions, and your role is to find answers to those questions. And I'm going to pedantically piece apart everything down to the atomic level, and I'm going to condition you in the course of this debate to adopt this mindset deeper and deeper until you feel helpless. But what you have to do, the whole point of Presup is like, no, I don't have to accept your framing. It is a framing versus framing debate. It is not me accepting your framing and trying to play within it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And,
it's
you
questioning it's questioning it's questioning the presuppositions, obviously, but it's actually just
well, that's why a lot of Christians went wrong in decades past, is because we unknowingly accepted their premises and
we accepted
lost a lot.
empiricism and tried to argue it's an empiricism.
Yes.
Yep.
Which
Well,
is fun
and to your
fact. That's a
point-
crackers in the pantry fallacy.
That's
Correct.
correct. And to your point, Re-Exam, this is one of Monkey Boy's MOs when he's doing the Logic Pop quiz. And he did this in our first interaction when I called into his TikTok show. He will say, okay, what do you mean by grounding? And I go, well, it typically means in virtue of something else. Which, by the way, in listening to almost a dozen of his videos, I've heard him use the phrase in virtue of. But in our argument, he goes, I don't know what in virtue of means. What do you mean by in virtue of? So now you're doing a definition for your definition. And guess what? If you ask anybody, any word, just pick any word you could think of. And you're like, define that. And then you give a description. You go, well, what does that description mean? When you break it down enough times, you can't help but sound ridiculous. Because you're like, I don't know what other words to use. I don't know how many times I can reinvent describing this thing, but they reduce it to where you sound ridiculous. Like, oh my God, look how ridiculous this guy sounds. It's like, dude, you asked me to rephrase this, a very simple term, like 3 or 4 times. I can't help but sound ridiculous. And then again, supposedly a guy who knows so much about logic acts like you sounding ridiculous has anything to do with the truth of what you're putting forward.
It's optics.
Yeah, well, and that's why I try to admit it here. It's like, look, I could be the most logically retarded person on earth. I could admit to you straight up, you know what, Monkey? I don't even know if my argument's valid, and I don't even know how to check. But
Yeah, it's an infinite regress of definition demands. That's
yeah,
basically
but even if I admit that, that doesn't mean my argument's not sound.
Right.
It's a bullet bite on my end.
Yeah, grounding
but it has
is just what
nothing
makes
to
it
do with
true.
the soundness. Yeah. So that's what he thinks, though. He thinks that if he can show that you don't know about these terms, that, well, by virtue of that, your argument must not be sound. But like basic logic says that that's like an emotional appeal. It's a psychological report. It's a total non sequitur.
So if you had to give like an illustration, like a visual aid for what role grounding plays in thinking compared to what grounding, what is aided by that grounding or subject to that grounding, what kind of diagram or illustration would you use to help people see what grounding is and why the laws of logic need it?
Sure. There's two examples I can think of off the top of my head to showcase what grounding is. And again, it's something that exists in virtue of something else more fundamental. So you could take a thought and you say, okay, thoughts exist. What do thoughts exist in virtue of that's more fundamental than the thought itself? A mind. So naturally, a thought is grounded in a mind. Another one that's a bit more abstract is the statue is grounded in the marble. The statue and the image instantiated in the statue exist in virtue of something more fundamental, which is the marble that's doing the
That's made of.
instantiation. Yeah, and ultimately the entire design would also be grounded in a mind. That's kind of my whole argument, is that when you're looking for the grounding of these things, which things need a grounding, it's a metaphysical term. So it's actually about the ontology of something and what it exists in virtue of. What is, again, in TAG, we talk about the necessary precondition. That's another way to say grounding. What has to come before in order for this thing to be the case?
Right, prerequisite. Yeah.
Right.
So I think that's a pretty
What does this
hard
thing
to
depend
attack.
on for it to be true?
Right. And did you guys understand my argument against nominalism there? Because I just wanted to showcase that I've done all of my work in this opening statement. I made sure of it so that anything extra that Monkey Boy's asking for is just him reaching for straws. I gave the valid modus ponens, and now I'm giving my arguments for the two premises extensively. I don't have to put those into infinite syllogisms. But again, it's like, what more do I have to give you, in order for you to evaluate what I'm putting forth to you? If you're incapable of evaluating the content I've given to you at this point, that means you're not a debater. You're just a logic spurt. But my argument for nominalism is that if you have two wavelengths, right? Everybody likes to say with the color example, it's kind of a harder one when refuting nominalism, but I think it's effective for this reason. You say you have a fire truck and a stop sign. Okay, they both share a resemblance, a similarity, and that similarity is called red or redness. But that similarity is not grounded. Oh, right, yeah, because everything's subjective. But that ultimate, that similarity, that thing, is not found in the material. There's nothing in the stop sign itself, materially, that resembles the fire truck. It's this thing called redness. So you ask them, well, where does redness come from? And then they like to say, well, it's the wavelength. Well, wait a minute. There's dark red wavelength over here, and then there's bright red wavelength over here. But now we're comparing those two and saying, what is similar about these two physical wavelengths such that we're able to give them this classification called red? Mm-hmm. And ultimately, you get to a place where the only acceptable answer is begging the question where you go, well, because they're red. Well, now sometimes they'll say, this is just the labels that humans give to things, and we could call it whatever we want. Well, the problem with that is it doesn't just stop at colors. So all pattern recognition from humans, which is supposed to be indicative of IQ and subsequently knowledge, is just arbitrary and illusory.
Correct. So that reminds me of when like Dillahunty will say, well, we're just pattern seeking animals. And the question to ask is that just a pattern in your mind that we're pattern seeking animals?
Right.
Because what they do is they instead of looking at the particulars of what their identities are, they will pretend those don't exist and yet leave the connective tissue between said things remaining so that they can pretend to have a framework without identities being real.
Right. Correct. And it's like if intelligence comes from pattern recognition, but you're not actually recognizing a real pattern. Pattern itself is something that we impose onto the external world. Then all knowledge is no, I did not win the poll at all. It was overwhelming. I'm saying I won the debate whenever Monkey Boy said that literally he agreed that logic and validity and soundness is completely made up and it's whatever we say it is. So I declared my argument was valid and sound. It's lit. You cannot escape it. It's done. He lost at that point. But no, I lost the poll. I always lose the poll on Taco's chat. But yeah, that's the argument that I'm presenting is that, if, like I said I thought it was a really great sentence, if what you're appealing to isn't itself real and actual, then the thing you're trying to categorize isn't real and actual. And now all knowledge is completely arbitrary because of this. Colors is just one example. What's funny is similarity, resemblance, those words themselves are universals that, like, if they aren't actually similar, then oh no, I don't know who said I won the poll. It was a
Missing
blowout
Mind is assessing that you won based on her judgment.
Excellent. No, and I heard in the live chat when I rewatched it, I think I saw you sticking up for me there, so I appreciate that, Missing Mod. But yeah, that's all.
I was arguing with people in Taco's chat during that debate too. I was like, that's not fucking Eli's burden to demonstrate the flaw of his argument. Like that's not how this works.
Right.
Show me how to defeat you, and then you will win.
Look, grant me my assumptions so I can prove you wrong. Mm-hmm. But we're questioning your assumptions. But grant them. I said grant. I said please grant them. Exactly. It's like, no, I'm not doing that. Don't you have basic debate etiquette for tripping yourself up for my account? So rude, Rex, for you not to just grant my assumptions. Look, I assume I'm gonna start doing in every debate from now on with an atheist. Look, I assume that I'm generally correct about most things and you're always wrong. And thus, I've won the debate. Yep. That's my assumption. Grant it for me. Right. And to almost, I think I forgot one part of your question, re-exam, but why logic needs grounding. This debate showcases it perfectly
And this is why I hope that whoever sees this will go on the Monkey Boys TikTok and start using this. Because if it's not if it's completely made up and arbitrary, then anything is true. If your methodology for discerning truth has zero objectivity, anything outside of yourself, then you can just declare anything to be true, and your opponent can't actually reasonably and in a grounded way say that you're wrong.
Just title your videos "How to Defeat Monkey Boy." Number 1. Number 2, I want to point out the deep irony of Breakfast Tacos jumping in when you said that what if T-Jump were a failed lab rat experiment? Because now it's attributing value to humans, to human dignity. You're saying you're doing something wrong. I mean, it's the meta irony is just delicious.
I'm hoping that once those your clips hit, more people will see them and they'll start using Truth app when talking to him and see what he says then.
Well, they literally can't let him say
just
that
call your
anymore.
show Truth App with Eli Nix and then stake it in the ground forever.
Yeah, exactly. Those 2 points, like, don't let him get away with saying that the laws of logic have the truth aptness of the word shoe. First of all, that's just ridiculous in itself, because I can't reject or accept the word shoe, but I can reject or accept the laws of logic. Now, we know if you reject the laws of logic, it's self-defeating, but it still has enough propositional value in his own admission.
Not if you're a nihilist.
Oh, fair enough. But he loves to say they're theorems. They're theorems. They're not propositions. Theorems are proofs. Proofs are truth apt. And I'm pretty sure theorems are also propositions. Again, I fact check the stuff this guy says. All the time he's wrong. He also says majority of philosophers today, majority of atheist philosophers are not materialists. And I heard that come out of his mouth, and I was like, I just don't know about that. I look it up. I look up an actual poll taken from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. It was like somewhere between 56 and 73% identified as physicalists or materialists. He just makes shit up on the spot all the time. So
wait, what number did he claim it was?
He said majority aren't. He didn't say a number.
He just said
he said majority of atheist philosophers are not materialists.
That's the logical entailment of atheism. Is either end up being a materialist or a nihilist.
Well,
sure.
That's the thing with Shiva, though. That's why talking to Shiva is very interesting, because he does not subscribe necessarily to materialism. In fact, he's not even convinced that the mind is entirely material. He would just say, if I recollect, that he wouldn't know what it was, but there are factors to consider about the mind that would make it hard to claim that it was material. But that's the part about atheism that, you know, we as Christians can appeal to mystery sometimes when there's something that we can't quite explain. They appeal to ignorance, and ignorance is their God. Ignorance is their hiding place. Ignorance is their escape hatch. As long as you can claim to not know something, you don't have to give account for it, and they will hack that until the day they die, unfortunately.
Yep. And Monkey Boy, here's another thing he does. I'll stop at this so we can keep it pushing. But he says he's adjacent to this view called eliminativism, which is basically that the all conceptual abstract things are completely non-existent, even our own minds, even our own thoughts. But he loves
Do arguments exist?
According to him, no. But here's the funny thing, is that he loves to point out what the he does this appeal to authority, appeal to consensus. If you listen to his videos, he says, yeah, this is a position that most philosophers would absolutely reject, which first of all is a fallacious appeal in the first place. But then second of all, when you look up eliminativism that he says he's adjacent to, it's one of the most fringe philosophical positions out there. Like, I looked up, like, how many philosophers are eliminativists, and it was like, it is very rare to find a philosopher who's an eliminativist. Like, they all think
there's
that
another
these
interesting thought here that I would like to run against him, which is like, what qualifies who is and is not a philosopher?
Right. And that's his YouTube comments.
It's like,
all the Spurs
is it
were
somebody
saying
who
that
makes
too.
money arguing about philosophy? Because then most philosophers aren't philosophers, because most of them are broke.
Right.
Yeah. This one guy I was arguing with in the comment section, he's like, no serious philosopher uses tag. And I was like, okay, so Van Til, Greg Bonson, these people aren't serious here? He goes, no, they're a joke. So I was like, okay, so the only serious philosophers are just the ones
that you agree
you
with?
like? Yeah, and then when he's like, Are you retarded? Where did you get that from? And I was just like, I
Whoa.
can't even argue with these guys. You know, what do you like? Do you not see that that's the entailment of you just arbitrarily rejecting two philosophers I put forward in front of you that utilize transcendental arguments?
You also could have just used a modern day one, Father Deacon Dr. Ananias. He's
Absolutely.
an actual PhD of logic.
Yep.
Yeah, and even like Jason Lyle, as far as like young Earth creationism, Jason Lyle is an astrophysicist, and he's also uses Precept. He has one of the most basic books on Precept, which is the Ultimate Proof for God or something like that, where it's like ground floor, anybody can read it. You know, even you know,
Yeah.
even if you're like a kid or whatever, and you can't read Always Ready or whatever.
Yeah.
So.
And the
So I had to look up
part,
eliminativism, a radical
Yeah.
thesis in the philosophy of mind proposing that our common sense understanding of mental states, such as beliefs, desires, and intentions, is fundamentally flawed and that these everyday concepts do not actually exist.
Yep.
But it's a position. What
Well-
contrasted from other positions, isn't it?
not even just that. Again, I reject any type of appeal to consensus. That's not what makes anything valid. But it's just funny to me that he'll use these appeal to consensus fallacies in his argumentation with people on his show. He'll go, I don't even know why we should subscribe to that. Like, no philosopher actually uses this. And then posits this position that is like so fringe and out there in the field. It's like, oh, which one is it, dude? Can we?
Well, Eli, that does make sense under his worldview because the law, as far as he's concerned, the laws of logic are subjective. So he
Yep.
needs to appeal to enough people to see if his laws of logic he's
Exactly.
using is correct.
Exactly. And it's just so funny that they spend so much time. He loves to say, I can't believe these people haven't abandoned Precept. It's the most unintelligible, irrelevant type of argumentation. And then I did not force our conversation to end the way it did. It got that way based on me interrogating him until it was the ultimate final judgment was paradigmatically, how are we viewing logic here? So it's such a beautiful case example of refuting his whole that this is such dumb argumentation when in reality any arguments you're putting forth ultimately boil down to this very question that the preceptors are trying to ask you.
Yeah, one of the worst arguments I've heard against tag and precept is like I heard atheists say, well, they basically came up with this because they couldn't compete on an empirical like argument or whatever, right? It's like, okay, so your critique is the Christians came up with a good argument because they didn't have a better one before. Okay, great. That's a fantastic argument to say this isn't valid.
If you have to
Yeah.
improve your ideas, your improvement is proof that you're bad and you're dumb.
Yeah.
Wait a
Yeah.
minute, you couldn't contend with an argument, so you actually thought about it and came up with a good argument? Pfft,
Yeah.
fucking
yeah.
losers.
exactly.
Your
Dorks.
first experiment failed. Science is wrong.
Yeah. Precisely.
Yeah. So, Darth Tyrannus is, of course, getting at the fact that everybody is arguing from some
Yeah.
sort of. So, for example,
It's
I
everywhere.
was watching Missing Mod, and Big Bad Mama was on there, and the Big Bad Mama's a guy, and he was saying that we have dated the rocks, and so we know how old they are. The problem is what he's presupposing about the rocks is that they necessarily underwent 100% natural processes in how they came about, instead of presupposing, for instance, that God made them. And so if you attribute, well, we dated the rocks, it's like, well, you dated it according to a framework that necessitates that only the natural processes were involved. So you're going to extrapolate from that model into what your dating of the rock will be.
Jim Bob's made this argument like 100 times when people ask him, like, how old do you think the Earth is? And he's like, I don't fucking know. But is it entirely possible within my framework that God could create a universe that looks like it's 14 billion years old? Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
funny, like
Totally possible. And
I mean, Adam was a full-grown man. Adam wasn't a
Exactly.
baby.
Yeah, this
Exactly.
theme came up with on
Wait,
the
Adam didn't
speakeasy
evolve from a
debate.
beast?
Yes, came up on the speakeasy debate of the Ark, right? And like one of the critiques that was thrown at is like, well, how did the animals get there? And that was their real direct attack. And it's like, okay, wait a minute. In the argument, it is stated that there's a divine like miracle
right.
happening.
Yeah.
But you're worried that, you're basically saying like I'll grant this divine miracle, but I need you to explain logistically how God did this.
I need the
Exactly,
mechanisms to demonstrate
exactly.
God's miracle.
No, I had the same response to Corinth on a panel once. We were talking about Noah's Ark, and he's like, okay, so you have all these animals on the boat. Well, buoyancy in physics says that a boat would have to sink. And I was like, dude, we're talking about a global flood, and I am having a god, a supernatural divine being. You think he can put all the animals on Earth on a boat, but can't keep it up
Can't keep
above
it
the
afloat?
water? You know what I mean? Like, oh, physics. Sorry, God.
Sorry, guys.
Physics
That's where my
trumps you.
limits. That's where my
Yeah.
powers have limits. I can't keep this thing afloat.
Can God create a burrito so big he couldn't finish eating it? Pff, boom.
No, here's the thing.
Christianity
I-
God
destroyed.
can eat every burrito, therefore he doesn't exist. Good
I
job.
think that atheists legitimately conceptualize God like a Family Guy skit.
Yes,
like a
they
literal
they literally
dude
think of the Family
They
Guy
do.
God.
on a cloud with a beard who's like pushing buttons and shit, like the Wizard of Oz. Like they cannot even grasp the idea of like
100%.
a
You
supreme
can see
being.
it from their arguments. All their
Yeah,
arguments is based on that paradigm.
They will
Yeah, I
never
just don't-
argue
Look, my
that from the God
problem
of the
with
Bible.
most atheists is that they're like when they try and make fun of Christians, it's just not even a funny joke. Now there are great like there's like for example, Jimmy Carr has this great joke when he talks shit to Christians, right? And he's a total atheist, right? But he has this great joke when he's like, "Do I have any Christians in the crowd?" Right? He's like, "All right, well, since you're in here, I just have a question. Would you be interested in some magic beans? I'm only offering them to you because you are gullible, right?" And it seems like that's the end of the joke. It's like, whatever, right? But then he's like, "Oh no, what are you gonna do? Forgive me." And then he literally he said he had a guy get mad at him one time when he did that joke. He's like, "You're making fun of Jesus and the Christians, but would you make fun of Islam and Muhammad?" He's like, "Excellent question. When's the last time you thought about blowing something up?" No one's afraid of you.
Yeah.
Right.
Like those are actually funny fucking jokes. Like those are funny jokes to make towards a Christian. But most of the atheist jokes, they're like, "Oh, you believe in a God, fucking dummy." It's like, okay.
Right, Sky Daddy stuff. But that's the thing. They will never actually engage with the God of the Bible. They're going to engage with what I call propositional God. And propositional God is always a straw man. It will never be a complete picture, which is why
Right.
when they do, like, what's that, they try to do the omni problem thing, and they'll talk about, God's all good and God's all powerful and God's all
The
knowing,
problem
and
of
you can't-
evil.
Right, can't do all that, and it's like, well, God is also all just. They usually subtract things that God has to be or is in the Bible in order to make their case. They don't actually do it comprehensively. They do it based on some mathematical formula as opposed to a personal being.
Right. The contradiction is always according to their standards, not an actual internal critique. If there's inconsistencies in our worldview and our standard for what good actually means. Just a real one quick point. I saw this from Father Deacon Ananias today, actually. He was on X, and an atheist said, "Atheism cannot be true or false. It's simply a lack of belief." And then Father Deacon Ananias says, "Awesome. Then there is no objection to Christianity, since objection requires beliefs." Like, right there. Yeah, how are you
Yeah,
going
in
to
order to
object to
reject a
something?
view, you have to believe that view is false.
Yeah, or do you believe that you have a lack of belief? You know? Epistemic circularity.
Right.
Now, what's funny, real quick, about what Missing Mod said, I can guarantee you I know why Jim Bob got mad at you, and that's because you were equivocating. If Jim Bob actually got mad at you, it was because you were, like, it was like some kind of an argument on X or something. You were equivocating over what Jew means.
Yeah.
Because from the Orthodox view, to say that Jesus was a Jew, that's totally fair, but we also think we're the continuation of Old Testament Judaism. The modern day rabbinic Jews are not the same religion as the Old Testament.
I think she was saying genetically speaking, because the Bible does say salvation is of the Jews. And I think there's and without getting into a whole thing in the middle of the panel, because we're here about the Eli versus Monkey Boy debate.
Let's
Uh-oh,
be
the Protestants gonna go
guys.
full
Let's be
Zionist.
nice, guys. Come on, guys. This is about atheists. Come on.
Is the Protestant about to go full Zio? Was it full Zio chill?
I'm
Did you get your BB
not
buck?
dispensationalist, so you're not going to be able to use that one against me, because
I
I
know, did you
recognize
get
that
your
dispensationalism is an invention from 200 years ago. It
John,
came
good
around the
old
same-
John Darby.
I don't even
Came
think
around
it's that old. I think it's actually much newer than that.
It's
1800s.
19
Pro-
well late
John
1800s,
Darby,
early
yeah.
1900s.
Correct. The Schofield Study Bible.
Right,
Yeah.
right. All sorts of wacky stuff in that thing. They sell it. They actually sell new copies of the original one in the Museum of the Bible. With I didn't even look inside, but I knew a guy who used to have one. Not that
I
he
didn't even
believed it,
know
he
there
just-
was a museum of the Bible. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
that's
That's in DC. It takes all day to go through those exhibits. It's really cool. You have ancient stuff from all over the world. Text.
does it have
manuscripts, and-
the Dead Sea Scrolls?
I don't think so.
Does it have
I
a
don't-
copy
I took
of
a
the-
ton.
Have the Deuterocanon.
I took
Does
a
it have
ton
a-
of pictures.
Does it have a copy of that Bible that Tacos always reads from?
Yes.
Oh, the Pigeon Bible, yeah.
I didn't realize he had that.
I don't like
Well,
that
no,
guy,
that's what he
but
does
that is
whenever
kind
the-
of funny.
It's a clever. It's his thing where whenever the person wins the poll, he asks, which it's always the atheist, and he asks what's their favorite Bible verse, and he reads from the Pigeon Bible, which is like this.
Oh, dude, the
Jamaican,
Pigeon Bible is
Caribbean-
hilarious. I got Jim Bob pulling
Yeah,
it up on
yeah.
stream once.
Yeah.
We pray to our Father up in the sky. God,
Yeah.
why did you do all the bad stuff? Did you do? Do you like? We do just like you. Do you like?
Why does it sound like
Same
my
to me.
Uber driver?
Give us this
Yeah,
day our
it's
daily
the Uber
bread.
driver Bible.
Dude, I find it's so.
What's
So do you know?
funny
like,
is in this actual debate when they did that, Eli was gone, and it's probably one of the funniest clips of this whole debate. They just sit there in silence for like
It's Duck.
10 full seconds with
It's
like
Duck and
Monkey
Monkey
Boy
Boy.
and Duck and a few other people, and like what he said, like the joke didn't land.
Hey,
and, like,
Chris
no one laughed.
Lestrange.
Chris Lestrange.
What's up,
Welcome to the
Chris?
chat. Please be sure
What's
to
up,
like
buddy?
and subscribe to all these gentlemen here. So
you know what's funny?
sorry,
Like, do you guys know what the Pigeon Bible actually is? Because I do.
no.
What?
So traditional Hawaiian only has 13 letters in their alphabet. It was the Bible translated into Hawaiian. That's all that it is.
Yeah, I figured something like that, but
Like
yeah.
it's not like some like remade shit. It was just like they just took the current Bible and they translated it into the language spoke by the Hawaiians, which only has 13 letters. So even when they speak English, they don't have as many sounds in their alphabet as we do. Oi vey, oi vey, oi oi oi,
Shalom.
oi oi oi.
Ni hao.
Ni hao. Thankfully, the way China's going, that's probably not the future we're getting. So, with their economic collapse and their population collapse and all those sorts of
Dude,
things.
there's no way that China's population is as big as it is. It's mathematically impossible.
Well, no, there's like been credible evidence to come out that they're just LARPing.
Oh,
You
they
know, I
claim
heard
their
that, and
population is like 1.5 billion or something like that, and their population was 500,000 before they instituted the one-child policy for like 30 years or some shit.
And on top of that, if you look at Pyongyang, that is a Potemkin village. So we don't know whether or not the population of China is also, figuratively speaking, a Potemkin village, where it's just a prop to be a show of strength in the one-child policy nation. So formerly, I think they're
all I
losing up to
know-
2 recently, but
All I know is that my dad, who was born in 1955, he had me a bit older. I'd get home from school and I'd be thinking about homework, girls, whatever. I walk through the door and my dad's in his recliner with the paper. He's like, "Son," I'm like, "Yeah, what?" He goes, "You better learn Chinese. You're gonna be speaking it by the time I'm gone." And then just gets back to his paper. I'm like, "Okay, like, thanks, no explanation." He just dropped that on my head.
He wanted you to really study the life of Saint John of Shanghai and San Francisco.
He was just a cynic.
all right, shall we continue with the opening statement?
Yes.
An evaluation of their characteristics and ontological status, we can conclude what must be necessary to ground them. Since they are instantiated through material, yet not identical to material, then we can conclude that they are immaterial. If they are instantiated repeatedly across multiple particulars while not being identical to any particulars, then we can conclude that they are universal. If their instantiation is not or could never be anything other than what it is, then we can conclude that they are invariant. And finally, if they are fundamentally recognized through intelligible understanding rather than sensory interaction, then we can conclude that their mode of existence is conceptual. That is, they are not given to us as objects of physical perception among particulars, but as contents of thought that can be universally recognized, correctly or incorrectly applied, and understood as the same across different instances. This indicates that their ontological status is not merely immaterial in the sense of being non-physical, but conceptual in the sense of being essentially tied to intelligible cognition rather than existing as merely mind-independent abstract entities. This final characterization of conceptual is what leads us to the conclusion of the argument. Looking back at how we define concepts and conceptual as pertaining to thoughts, and thoughts being defined as by Merriam-Webster as, quote, being formed in the mind, end quote, we can conclude from the impossibility of the contrary that only a mind can ground concepts, and only a mind that shares the rest of the ontological features of the universals I have argued for could ground such concepts. That is specifically an immaterial, universal, and invariant mind. If this is not enough for the atheist nominalist, and they are still determined to believe that universals are grounded only in human minds, consider this final point. If one accepts that there was a universe and a world before human minds ever existed, and during this time there were in fact universals, anything from redness, like the previous example, or even the metaphysical nature of the laws of logic, such as objects maintaining their identity over time, being themselves and not themselves, then you have necessitated a universal before human minds. Following my previous argumentation about the ontological status of universals being ultimately conceptual, this necessitates a mind before human minds. How much time do I have left, Tacos?
2 minutes and 28 seconds.
Okay, in conclusion, I want to go over a couple of points. First off, while I have the burden of proof to demonstrate that my argument is sound, as I believe I've done in this opening, if my opponent makes any positive claims in order to refute the content of my argument, I expect an argument for those claims. This is not an hour-long cross-examination, but rather a debate where both parties are expected to bring arguments to the table. If my opponent states that, quote, he doesn't know what that means, end quote, it has no bearing on whether or not what I said was actually unintelligible, and I'm happy to give clarification if the request for clarification is specific. I'm under no obligation to rigidly formalize any given argument other than the primary premises conclusion given at the beginning of this opening statement. And choosing to utilize natural language rather than strict formalization has no bearing on whether or not my argument is sound. In fact, while I admit to being a layman and to the school of logic and philosophy, I do know that logicians are taught in the first most introductory lessons of logic to turn informal arguments into formal arguments so they can be evaluated. Again, I have no obligation to do this work for my opponent. With that being said, I look forward to hashing all this out. Thank you, Tacos, for setting it up, and thank you, Monkey Boy, for showing up.
Eli looking into the future with that comment of I don't
Exactly.
know what that means. Looking at that crystal ball there.
Oh
He's done his
yeah,
homework.
I watched more Monkey Boy videos than any person should watch, getting to know my opponent. So
Yeah. Now, before we go into his opening statement, is there anything you want to clarify or zoom in on from yours?
nope.
All right.
That's pretty much it.
Thank you so much. I'll go ahead and pause that there. Monkey Boy, let me know when you're ready. You're taking the negative here. You'll have 8 minutes whenever you're ready here.
Okay. Well, so I haven't prepared anything written to talk about. Of course, I do expect an argument. Whether or not it's going to be...
Can I just say I haven't written anything tells me he plans on just asking questions ad infinitum.
communicated in natural language, I am expected to
He never
get
planned
a
on making
clear
an
series
argument.
of premises and conclusions. So if needed, the person cannot or doesn't know how to maybe render an argument as I see fit, a clear, succinct series of premises. They can give me, I guess, whatever natural language or unorganized thoughts, and maybe we can help arrange them and
Are you
configure
sure
them
about
into
that?
a clear argument. Other than that, I'm not
He's
sure
so
what else I
fucking
have to say.
condescending. God, I want to throw
Yeah,
tomatoes
look,
at
I
him.
wrote
A
that
little bit of poisoning
down
the well.
as I see fit. Well, no. So is soundness just what you see fit?
You.
Yeah, no. This is what
I
he does.
determine
It's-
what's true.
It's the same thing as what Danny did, and remember re-exam. You sent me that link to that guy who was reviewing the Danny debate after we did. I think his name was Consistent something or
Contemporary compendium?
no, yeah, no. What re-exam said, and then
Yeah,
him and
certainty
PMARS
exists
hopped on.
888.
Yeah. So they did a really good job because PMAR showed up and they pointed out that Danny does this thing where he goes, I might even be inclined to agree with you, or I don't really understand. They put themselves in an authoritative position. Like you said, if I don't understand it, or if I reject it, then it must not be true because I clearly know more about what I'm talking about than you do. This is not an argument. This is framing and poisoning the well and has nothing to do with the actual content that's being put in front of you.
Right.
I didn't catch the argument he gave, so I'm going to ask him to repeat some of that stuff. But yeah.
I was just zoning out while my opponent was talking.
I wasn't listening to his.
Well,
opening
no.
statement.
Typical debate stuff.
No, he's listening. He just knows that the only way that I don't even want to call it debating. I don't even want to give it that status. He's just like, I have this move where I question you ad infinitum until you sound ridiculous. And then I believe I won because you sound ridiculous and I'm the one asking questions. So I must not be ridiculous
If you're
in comparison to
losing.
you.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's what he's saying by I didn't catch the arc. It's like, dude, I laid out a fucking Monus Ponens and I gave arguments for it. I've done everything that I have the burden to do at this point. So no, and I hate that I actually played into this, mostly because, again, tacos won't let me get aggressive. I wanted to be in good faith because I thought that would really showcase his tactics, which worked. But ultimately, I don't have to do the premise 1, premise 2 thing. If you can't find the premises yourself, then quit calling yourself a logician. Or if I'm being actually that unintelligible, if I'm real, because this is what he does with his opponents too. I can quote this guy. I've listened to so much of his stuff. He'll say, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. And then the opponent goes, well, what? You just don't understand English? He goes, well, no. If you said to me, up is the color blue, that doesn't make any sense. And I go, wait a minute. Like, under what? Just because you think it's that unintelligible doesn't mean that it's actually that unintelligible. And guess what? If somebody said to me, up is the color blue, I could explain why it's unintelligible because I could say, well, look, first of all, a cardinal direction isn't a color because it's immaterial, and colors are attributed as a immaterial property of material things. I could explain even the most incoherent shit you could babble at me. I could tell you why that doesn't make any sense. But he just thinks
Thursday
again,
tastes like down grape.
Well, yeah, exactly. So Thursday is a day of the week. So it's not something you put in your mouth. So it's not something that has taste.
You
see
could
how
have
I can
fucking
just
pussy.
yeah, there you go. I mean, what? Yeah, if your cousin's name is Thursday, maybe, but you know, from Arkansas. But what I'm saying is, I can explain even the most incoherent sentence. I can at least attempt to explain why it doesn't make sense. He's banking on, well, I declare it doesn't make sense, and we all know how smart I am. So if it's not making sense to me, you must be an idiot. That's his whole tactic.
Soon the world will tremble at the sound of Monkey Boy.
And also, he reminds me of Ducky from The Land Before Time.
Yep.
That's right.
Cool. Are you
Do
giving
not
up the rest of your
fucking
time then?
dare! Don't you dare
Perfect.
compare.
All right, let me go ahead
this
and
guy to Ducky.
get
Okay,
this set
That
up
little
here,
girl
so
was
y'all
killed by
will
her
have
dad.
an hour. Once again, to the audience, please slam the like button. If you have questions for the
I
debate,
haven't even seen Eli's final form.
here's $5 questions through the various tipping mechanisms that I have on the bottom of the screen and spammed in the chat.
wanna shove
We'll
earplugs
be
in his
able
nose
to
for some reason.
get you there. I think it's also in my bio. If it's not in the bio, I'll put it in there in just a second. We had to change it because of the demonetization, but everything's working just fine now. Everything's up and running. I'll see your alerts. Make sure you use Ko-Fi or Streamlabs though, or Cash App because you can send or Cash App because you can send a message on those three. Anyways, let's get this going. I'm very excited to hear you two debate here. I think this is going to be a ton of fun for many, many reasons. Anyways, Mega Bloodbath engaged. You've got an hour.
Cool. So you said you didn't catch any of
Does
the
anybody
argument
think
there?
that's like good marketing? I'm just curious.
No. Nobody outside of tacos, I guess, because even Professor Kurt, I think, was trying to do that, and it's like, it takes a certain kind of person to make that work, and not anybody can just sit in that seat and make that work.
Well, also you should like have a sound bite pre-record or something to make it sound like you
Yeah,
want,
like fucking
right?
like the Jim Bobs, like the Savage Carnage, Unlimited and every time
Right.
it's the same thing because they recorded that.
Right.
Yeah,
Or that's a
yeah.
big super chat. Something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Holy
Holy
cow! That is a big super chat.
BS Lewis, welcome to the stream. We hope I let Aiden know about this stream as well. I kind of expected you and Big Bad Mama and whoever else to start pouring in. His favorite part is the whole debate. The whole debate was about if Eli can make a sound argument. LOL.
BS.
Isn't
Go
that
on a
every
different
debate, though?
No, hold on. BS Lewis, go on a different tab, pull up the original video, go to 1 hour, 57 minutes, 21 seconds. Because that shows the answer to the prompt right there. It's really funny.
I will say, L's in the chat is a classic.
It's great.
Dude, I didn't even recognize that was Matt Dillahunty. I was just like, wow, he's got this like fat dude dancing. And then one day it clicked, and I was like, oh my god, that's fucking Matt.
Actually,
Dillahunty.
I didn't actually
It
know
looks
that was
so
Matt
close.
Dillahunty.
It
so-
is.
I didn't know.
It doesn't quite look. It doesn't quite look like him. Like it looks like him, but there's something that's just a little bit off. And I can't figure out what it
it's a
is.
picture of him that's a couple of years old when he was apparently a much larger gaytheist back then.
Oh my god, when that clicked, it made it even that it was already funny. And then when I found out it was one of our ops, I was like, "Oh my god, does he I need to know if Matt knows that that's a thing on G-Bot's channel, because that will just launch it to orbit of
He
hilarity.
doesn't believe that it is because he remains unconvinced.
That's correct. That's yeah.
And now I will hang up on you. BS Lewis says he will not check out your timestamp.
Okay, get wrecked. That's fine.
You know what?
We'll
Fuck
see.
it. Just play it again because it's funny and I want to see it again.
Yeah,
Alright,
yeah.
where-
Let's force him. Let's force
Where are
him.
we at
One-
now? Where are we at? 1852. All right.
Okay,
let's,
and then we want 157.21.
all right. 157.21. We BS. You're gonna be force fed at this point.
Yep.
Systems that define validity. So in classical logic, there's a string of rules.
So validity is
they
just
go
whatever
into
we
it.
say it is, as long as we make up a system that says it's valid.
I mean, that's pretty crude, but it's not in a very almost inappropriate nutshell. I guess you can think of it like that, sure.
Okay, cool. So I make up my own system that says my argument is valid and sound. I win the debate.
Yeah,
I'll
but
see the time with that.
validity isn't supposed to assume propositions because logics are not metaphysics.
According to what?
You
According to
said
what? System?
validity
Your
and soundness is based off a system.
All
that you
right,
just
y'all.
make up.
And that is time. Let's get a couple.
Great spot to
I
end
guess
that
go ahead and
debate,
finish it up.
though.
So there you go, BS. Now
I
you're a
gave it the
witness to
dust
it.
my hands
Why
off.
does he talk like he's on fucking NPR? So today I'm gonna tell you the horrible story about when my father used to molest me as a child with a flute under
gosh.
the bed. It's like, why does he talk like that, dude?
Do
Like,
you
what
have-
the fuck?
You know
Thank
why?
you,
It's because
argument for
he's atheist Rev. If Rev was
No,
like
no, not even cool.
1/16th of a man.
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta admit, you said NPR. NPR is known for smooth baritone-ness, but Rev
No,
is obviously
NPR
much-
is known for very soft, unaffectionate voices.
Rev,
Just gonna
Rev
talk in
would do
whisper
really
tone.
good for Prairie Home Companion. That Rev would be good. at that
Right.
one.
NPR
Again, that
is
was
all
not-
about the whisper
That was not meant to be a
talking.
slight at Rev, but Monkey Boy's voice is decently deep. You gotta give him that.
It's all
I
about
think
the
it's
whisper
Nix's
talking that
turn,
we
though.
say really quietly. Like I'm whispering
Is that
sweet
Teriyaki?
nothings into your ear.
Welcome to NPR.
Welcome to NPR, buddy. You understand what I'm saying, right? It's like it's all about the motion and the divine logos. You know what I'm saying? So you got to read Heraclitus and Plato's Republic. Talks about National Socialism.
I couldn't believe he took that prompt, but that's a little wide of scope.
Engaged. You've got
Ugh.
an hour.
Cool. So you said you didn't catch any of the argument there?
I caught universal and material concepts exist. I think that was the first premise, and second premise is universal and material invariant. Yeah, that's all I pretty
Yeah,
much
the
just caught
same-
first premise.
The same, qualifiers but with mind rather than concepts. So conclusion, an immaterial universal invariant mind exists. So contention with premise one, I don't mean to bring up things that I've heard in the past, but I assume you're a nominalist about universals.
Yeah. Wait, but I'm not even clear what the argument. So the second premise is saying what?
Immaterial universal invariant concepts must necessarily be grounded in an immaterial universal invariant mind.
So, by the way, what I do for the most part is I just read off my opening because I'm like, I gave you all you need to make a counter argument, monkey. So I don't need to come up with stuff on the fly. I can read off of this. Again, I eventually, unfortunately, take the bait, but then there's that turn of the tables. But even still, I'm calling it out throughout the whole debate. So
Yeah, you drew out your world map, and now he's got to navigate it.
and I just read off it. I just go back
Yeah.
to the opening, like, oh, you want my second argument? Okay, I'll start from the beginning, and I just read it like a script because it's like I don't need to do more than this.
That's the second premise. The first premise is that immaterial, universal, invariant concepts exist.
Okay.
It's like a modus ponens formula.
Mhm.
The time is
Yeah,
now
the argument's valid,
9:42.
So yeah, there's a couple things to clarify. So I'm not sure exactly how you're using grounding. I know you touched on that a bit.
Yeah, defined by the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy as a form of constitutive explanation or determination. And then in my own words, it's a relation of dependence in which something exists in virtue of something else more fundamental. Maybe not necessarily my own words, but I found a more colloquial definition.
Yeah, but what does it mean to say something exists in virtue of another?
Well, like a thought would exist in virtue of a mind. A statue would exist in virtue of the clay. It's just a determination of something more fundamental than the thing being talked about.
So you're saying something like it's ontologically primary?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, one thing is, why would I think? Okay, so the first premise is universal immaterial concepts exist. It sounds a little funny because conceptualism is an anti-realist position. So
yeah, here's another thing
Conceptualism is an
does.
anti-realist position.
Yeah, well, so okay, this to me, if you take this part right here, I feel like this sums up pretty much the whole debate, right? So when Eli says universals are conceptual, and then he responds, "Well, conceptualism is anti-realist."
You're presupposing my worldview.
So that sounds like a real a potentially real objective or something, right? But it isn't. It's a category dispute between used to avoid basically the argument. So
Correct.
Eli here is not obligated to use academic level terms here to correctly
The
work for his
academic
argument.
term is terminology.
Well, not just that, but here's what he's doing. So, for example, if go ahead, Mo, I'll let you finish.
Ooh,
No,
dog.
that was basically the only Copper. That was basically my only point. Like he's essentially saying that you use the wrong word rather than your premise is false and here's why.
Well, and here's the faulty thing about what he's doing. This is what they try to do to us whenever we say, we lean towards a more coherent view of truth rather than correspondence. Now, if I say that doesn't mean that now I'm a coherentist and I have all the baggage of coherentism. Just like if I appeal to empirical evidence,
You're not an empiricist.
I'm not an empiricist, which means I hold to the peripatetic axiom.
Right, but
So-
even granting that he might have a point, which I don't think he does. I'm saying that that's not on you to use like his labels correctly. He needs to attack the argument. He's not.
Yeah. But even just the non sequitur of what he's saying is that as a divine conceptualist who takes a realist approach to concepts, well, it's a what is the word concept fallacy? Or I always get that mixed up with equivocation. I think it's the word concept fallacy. Yeah, that just because I use the word conceptualism in divine conceptualist, it doesn't make me conceptualist in the colloquial academic
No, that would be
definition.
a parts whole fallacy. That would actually more so be a parts whole fallacy.
Oh, okay.
But I get what you're saying. So the word concept fallacy is like, okay, if I went through all the details and described to you a Rubik's cube, but never used the term,
right?
Am I still pointing at the same concept that the term Rubik's cube points at?
Yes.
So it's when somebody says the word is not there, therefore that's not the concept being described.
I guess I'm pointing to more like if somebody hears me say, I'm going to appeal to some empirical data, and they go, oh, empirical? You use the word, you must now be an empiricist. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Just because I'm using this word does not pigeonhole me now into an entire school of thought, that like if you looked up conceptual, let's just grant what he's saying is true. Again, I'm not even entirely sure that it is, but let's just grant that conceptualists, definitionally in the colloquial term, are anti-realist. Okay, well, just because I have a different form of conceptualism, divine conceptualism, does that mean that I'm now beholden to this other school in a vacuum? No, of course it doesn't. Just like if I say I utilize empirical data, it doesn't make me an empiricist. If I say I lean towards a coherence theory of truth, it doesn't make me a coherentist. You know, that it's trying to pigeonhole a view and saying, look, here's some arbitrary boundaries that you're now locked into. And I get into this with, and he leave. What's funny is he abandons his critique until the very end after I like use the tag flip on him. And in his closing statement, it's like this pitiful. And by the way, it definitely does mean that you're a conceptualist. If you do, it's like, why are you going all the way back to this beginning thing? Like you're totally like grabbing for a lifeboat at this point, you know?
Desperate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
you
like
just mean
saying
there are
like
just-
Platonism in tag. I've heard people say, "Oh, that's just Platonism," right? It's like, well, just because there's like certain things that they share does not mean that is the whole. It's a retarded.
If you're not a
argument.
nominalist, you must be a Platonist. Then there can be
Yeah.
no other option.
By the way,
you know?
so the problem with divine conceptualism is it's subject to the Euthyphro's dilemma. Same thing with like divine command. So divine conceptualism is saying that basically all abstract concepts ultimately exist in the mind of God. And so the problem with this is like, well, is it true because God says or because God thinks it is, or
right.
or
I'm
is
making
it
an argument from the logi that in
the
these
logisme,
things-
yeah, the divine idea, and yeah. So where,
Right.
so the honestly, the best way to describe what our position would be like, divine ontologist. That's
because-
actually like the best, or divine nature. Like that's actually the best term. Like the best
Yeah,
term is
well,
like it's grounded in
yeah.
God's nature, who He is, not
Need
not
more,
an,
need more
not
drink.
an
I'll be right back.
idea, not in a command.
Yeah,
It's, it's
no,
the-
exactly.
yeah.
Well, but basically what it's saying is that everybody's thoughts are informed by their nature. So I don't
Yes.
even think it's that problematic just to say like, look, I'm going one step further. Its finitude of grounding is in the nature and being of God, and the you know, characteristics, for lack of a better word, the omnis. That's the ultimate first principle grounding. But when we're talking about things in the temporal world that was created, there had to be ideas for the creation first, and that's what we're seeing being instantiated. So it's maybe one level up from the ultimate grounding, but I don't even need to go there to refute atheism. So that's why I use it.
B.S. Lewis, and Mo is out of the room. I was going to throw it back to Mo because B.S. Lewis, in that debate we had where he just came on the show, where it was me and Mo, he said that theism is ultimately just idealism. It's just a different form of idealism. And I rejected that because that's not how I think of idealism. Idealism would be, as I understand it, us as conscious beings manifesting things by our thoughts, like kind of almost like a sort of a brand of existentialism or something like that.
Yeah. I've heard
But-
idealism too, that there's no matter, that everything is conceptual, even the material, and there's no distinction. So that's not what we're saying at all either. Again, this is the problem with taking a school and trying to pigeonhole everything into it as if you can't, like, as if you're like, who is establishing these rules of, like, we use that as a benchmark for a area of, you know, a certain accepted philosophies, and within it's an umbrella catch-all for a variety of different, you know, it's like Steelborn and I one time were in a Discord, you know, running tag on people, and this guy was saying, nobody can escape reliabilism because you have to rely on the reliability of your brain. And I'm like, look, I can just grant that my brain's reliable. If that's all that it means to be a reliabilist, I guess I'm a fucking reliabilist. What is your point? What's inconsistent about my worldview? If you want to just slap a label over my head with one of those label makers because I fit this like this metric, but like, I don't know what the entailments of being a strict reliabilist means. If all you're saying is that, oh, you appeal to something that's reliable, okay, I guess I'm a reliabilist, so what? You know?
Yeah, well, the thing is, in
I
our
forgot
worldview,
about
we can,
that, dude.
in our
Yeah.
worldview, we can at least give an accounting for why our minds are reliable and why they have a relationship with the reality around us, whereas an atheist view can't do that.
My mind is what my brain does, bro.
I think Eli has hit the ice.
I always love doing that to the atheists when I'm like, I get them to say that. I'm like, wait, so the mind is what the brain does? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, so the mind is an action? No.
How do you mind? Like, where's the minding?
Well, the mind is what the brain does. And I'm like, okay, so the mind is an action. And then they say no. And I'm like, that's a contradiction. Doing is an action.
When the brain bleeds, is that a mind?
I guess. I don't know. When the brain is inflamed, is that like my mind is bigger?
Time
Oh,
to
we
take
lost
over the
Eli.
world. Yeah.
We got full
We didn't need
Megamind.
him. We have another one in the screen, so.
Yeah, we have better Eli over here.
All right, Eli, talk.
Perilous position.
Oh wait, it's Monkey Boy's turn. Shut up.
So maybe you just mean there are those concepts.
Well, like
Premise
I said,
two-
okay, sorry, go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah. So why would I accept, I guess, the first premise? Like, what would be the argument for that?
Right. So as I said in the clarifier, when I say invariant universal concepts, immaterial invariant universal concepts, I'm referring to the philosophical notion of universals, repeatable abstract entities that can be instantiated by multiple distinct particulars, grounding genuine similarity and predication. So
Eli is saying he's restoring the laptop, by the way, so he'll be back with us very soon. Please be sure to like and subscribe to the gentleman here.
I'm a divine conceptualist. I take a realist approach, and I think those concepts exist. I also think that our particular concepts in our mind exist because I believe our mind exists. So our mind generates
Okay.
particular concepts.
Well, as far as the more rigid philosophical language goes in categorization, conceptualism wholesale is a form of anti-realism.
Okay, I have a question for
So it's-
Monkey Boy. Does philosophy exist?
Yes.
By the way, I've done this to so many of these nominalists, right? Like I
Yeah.
did it to what was his name? The one that Jim Bob debated about physicalism. Leo
Was it
Phillips.
T-Jump?
No,
Oh, no,
Leo
it's somebody
Phillips. Right?
Oh, I remember that
hopped
debate.
into
That
panel
was
and I
a
was
funny
like,
debate.
huh?
I remember that debate. That was a hilarious debate.
Do you remember when I called in when I hopped on the panel?
No, I don't remember that. part.
I just asked him. I was like, "Wait, Leo, I have a really important question for you. So, the view of physicalism is that nothing exists that isn't like material, right?" And he's like, "Yes." And I'm like, "Okay, does existence exist?" No.
That is insane.
I was like, "Okay, it's the end of that."
I mean, not only debate over, just panel over.
You're done debating. You're done. As Jay Dyer would say, or as Jim Bob
You're
would say,
done.
"You're done. You're done, dude."
It's
Okay.
not a realist position. But yeah, so then what would be the argument that universals exist? I mean, well,
Okay.
you're not
I
even
can go-
saying
Hold on a second.
What other realm would they exist in?
No, he didn't
outside
even
of-
ask that. He just asked, "What's the argument that says universals exist?" Any type of claim about truth is always a universal truth claim, which is why it's self-refuting. Right?
Supposed
So
to
like
just
if somebody says there are no universal truths,
Yeah, is that a universal truth? Right.
Right.
Yeah.
right? That's why these positions are so fucking stupid and these people
Right.
just don't like realize it.
Yep.
It's just amazing because I don't know. Maybe I probably give way too much benefit of the doubt, but I'm like, how does this guy not understand how he just undercut himself with that? By the way,
What's-
Eli, I'm gonna
What's
back
funny, Steelborn, I've asked that
Thanks.
question, and I've actually had someone say no, it's not a universal truth.
Then okay, well then why do I care? It
Yeah, exactly.
doesn't matter which answer they give you.
so. It's
Okay.
not a realist position. But yeah, so then what would be the argument that universals exist? I mean, well,
Okay.
you're not
I can
even
go-
saying they exist. You're saying that they're concepts in a mind.
Does it feel like he kind of caught himself and wanted to backtrack?
Yeah,
a little
he
bit
literally
there?
caught himself in his trap
Yeah.
instantly. He realized,
Well,
oh, wait.
and what is he doing by saying that I'm saying they don't exist? I literally made an argument for my exact words in my opening were if what's being predicated isn't real and actual, then neither is any of the categorization. Like I said the words real and actual. He's presupposing his own eliminativism by saying, well, if we're talking about concepts, you surely can't be talking about something that exists. Okay, monkey boy, that might be true in your worldview, but you don't just get to put that on me. It's clearly not what I said.
Well,
Okay,
no.
I mean,
Look, Eli, it's not philosophy's fault that you don't understand philosophy. Okay, as T-Jump told us.
Yeah.
He literally. Oh, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. He is full of surprising schema or whatever you want to call it. T-Jump has
Yeah.
got a very unique structuring of. I mean, when you say you don't blame the man for like a grape pregnancy, you blame nature. Wild, just wild.
Hold on, I am saying
blame
they
the woman,
exist.
fucking
If you
retard.
say that a strict
That's the Muslim way.
conceptualist
Yeah,
says
look,
that they
she,
don't
she was
exist,
walking around
I'm
without
not
her
taking
burqa
that
on. She
Right,
was being a
for-
slut.
Right, punished for the crime of being a victim.
position. I don't have to be committed to this school of pure
What do you
conceptualism. I'm
think they're
giving
meant
my. Well, yeah, I think that ultimately they're mental content, but when I'm speaking of universals, the whole point of the argument is particular minds as humans generate particular concepts. But if we can identify universal concepts that existed prior to human beings, then this necessitates a mind prior to human beings.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of idiosyncratic to use exist to mean their mental content. Mental content is always understood to be, like subjective. But if you're saying that universals are concepts in a mind, okay, well, what's the argument for that?
Well, so
And let me guess, you go back to your opening statement.
Correct.
first, are we like granting that premise one is true?
No, I'm asking for the argument for premise one.
Okay, so the argument for premise one would be the refutation of nominalism. Nominalism is a self-defeating position because it rejects the reality of universals while appealing to seemingly universal concepts like similarity and patterns that are not identical to the particular material instances that are being compared. I laid it out in my opening, so I'm just referencing that. If what the nominalist is appealing to in order to categorize what is real or actual is not itself real or actual, then categorization and pattern recognition itself becomes ultimately arbitrary.
Yeah, so it sounds like a disjunction and then nominalism is false, therefore conceptualism, but conceptualism isn't.
I don't know. Whenever you say conceptualism, like it's this rigid school of thought that I'm arguing for, I'm making my argument for my view of what universals are, which
Yeah,
I've
you
laid
just mean
out.
their mental content.
Correct.
Yeah, we could just use.
Well, no,
conceptualism.
concepts are mental content. Universals have a different type of ontological status in that they are instantiated across multiple particulars in a prior to human minds. I think that a particular human could, for example, have a concept for a car or a motorcycle, and they can instantiate that concept in reality with material. And if you build a bunch of those motorcycles or a bunch of those houses, then it's an example of concepts being instantiated in the material across particulars, but ultimately the concept is grounded in a particular mind, and somebody else's interpretation of that concept is going to be slightly different versus universal concepts. Things that have ultimate validity and truth value are going to be identical in my mind and identical in your mind, so we know that they're not grounded in a human mind. So likewise, the type of mind that's generating the concept would have to fit the type of concept. A particular mind generates a particular concept. Only a universal mind could generate a universal concept.
Okay, so I'm confused. You are just saying that they're content in the mind of God. Universals are just they're just God's concepts.
Yeah. So like, and I think that this also plays into creation. So this would imply the world is created in the same way we instantiate our particular concepts through the act of creating something, taking material and instantiating it around the concept such that the concept can be engaged with and recognized by another individual. This is pointing to a immaterial universal mind behind the creation of the world.
Okay, well, to say that they're concepts in the mind of God almost seems question begging. I'm not really sure the type of inferential approach
Explain
to that.
how.
Right.
No. Just gonna say that and move on, I guess.
Do they call every universal claim question begging because it's reliant upon itself, or is it?
Well, and what's funny is it's not question begging. It's just literally the question he asked me. He's like, so you're saying it's mental content in the mind of God? And I'm like, yes. He's like, oh, you're kind of begging the question. No, that's just the question you asked me. I'm just affirming what you just fucking asked, dude. Like,
Eli, do you like steak?
Yes.
Quit fucking question begging, bro.
Yeah, exactly. But no, he keeps equivocating, like he'll jump between different lines of questioning and then act like they're somehow related. Like, well, I was asking you about this, then I'm going to ask you about this other kind of slightly related sub thing, and then go, oh, your answer to that is in reference to this question over here.
your answer to his question to make it seem like that's your answer for your
The
premise.
whole argument. Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. You notice he does that quite a bit in this debate.
You want to say that universals are concepts. They're just content in God's mind.
Mhm.
Okay. Or concepts. And the argument for that is what?
Again, so the argument that they're concepts in the mind of a universal, immaterial, invariant mind comes from their ontological status being immaterial, universal, and conceptual. If concepts must be grounded in a mind, and the type of concept is going to tell you what type of mind grounds it.
So
And these are not concepts that could be.
This is what he does. Is all he has is to try to make you appear as incoherent as possible without actually recognizing that his line of questioning isn't coherent itself. It's like, what way was I getting at with this? But basically, what he's doing is, if you're asking me about one thing over here, and then you come and ask me about another thing over here, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought there, but there's something he's very crafty and clever about this.
Well, it sounds like he asked two questions and makes them appear to be related when they're not.
Exactly.
I have a question.
Exactly.
Like at this point in the debate, I know you were you prepped for this really hard. You went into this, you're expecting like a good challenge. At this point, did you just think this guy was like dyslexic or something, or like he didn't?
No, that's the thing. No, that's why I call him a snake. I don't think he's stupid. I think that he actually doesn't have any intention on really debating points. Like, here's the atheist points, here's the theistic points. Let's let them clash and see what's the better one that comes up.
It's just pure sophistry.
Exactly. No, it's I want to get you all, I want to scramble you up, and then whenever you're scrambled, I'm going to take that as a W. And it's like, when did we even talk about the content of what's even being brought up here? Okay, and for example, whenever he says like mental content, he might be assuming that only mental content, he doesn't believe in a God, obviously, so there's only human, he doesn't even want to actually engage with the terms as being defined. It's just, you notice these tactics all throughout the thing. I had a point and then I lost it, but it'll show itself the more he opens his mouth. So
grounded in particular human minds, then we can deduce that it's grounded in a universal, immaterial, invariant mind, which is what I'm calling God for the sake of the debate.
Yeah, so I'm asking, how do you get that they're concepts?
Okay, they're concepts because being immaterial. Let's go back to that part of the opening. So I have it written down here just as notes. Being fundamentally recognized through intelligible understanding rather than sensory interaction, we conclude that their mode of existence is conceptual. That is, they are not given to us as objects of strictly physical perception among particulars, but as contents that can be universally recognized, correctly or incorrectly applied. I think the most important part here is they are essentially tied to intelligible cognition rather than existing as merely mind-independent abstract entities. So to flesh this out a bit better.
It's understandable.
there you go.
Welcome to the Hat Club. One of us. One of us.
I think that really the only approach you could say is if we've determined they're not material. Now, the only other option is taking the Platonic view that they're just an immaterial object. But the whole problem with Platonism is the bridge between how does an object out there, a form or whatever, get into your mind in an identical way if it's not conceptual and merely some type of immaterial object. Plus, I'd need that justified. And plus, Plato's way of justifying it is your eternal soul and the demiurge. So again, I don't see how that does anything for
real
an
quick,
atheist
Eli, I
position
need you to
that's
do me a
saying,
favor.
Yeah.
Do you still have your actual argument, your syllogism from this debate?
Sure.
Yeah, can you real quick? Can you read us premise 1?
Sure. I remember it. Immaterial, universal, invariant concepts exist.
Yeah. So real quick, Kai, what the fuck about that circular?
Right. Or question begging.
I got Kai in my chat. He's like, he explains what the begging the question fallacy is. You know, he explains it right, and then he goes, clearly this is what the argument is in premise 1. No, he never switched the argument.
No, and
Did
again,
Monkey Boy even argue against that?
No.
he doesn't ever
No,
stick to anything.
Rex, there was no counter arguments made in this entire debate. Spoiler alert.
Literally, it was just it
Yeah.
was honestly more like a fucking it was actually just a debate view where he's like, I'm just gonna ask you questions the entire time.
Right. And well, and here's the point. It's a fair question to say in premise 1, you're calling them concepts. So how are you getting there? And what I'm laying out here is like, look, at some point you have to like engage with my line of reasoning. Like, okay, we're saying that if they exist, they're not material. At some point you gotta go, okay, yes. It's like, okay, so now we've narrowed it down to immaterial object that's not necessarily grounded in a mind, thus making it a concept, or a concept which is immaterial but ultimately grounded and generated from a mind. So I'm making this argument that if it's just an immaterial object, we're going the Platonism route, that there's this form in a void
That somehow
somewhere.
the number 7 exists out there somewhere.
Yeah, it's floating around somewhere. How does it get into our intellect identically?
Oh, okay. I think I
such
see
that
where Kai's talking about. So he said he thought that you switched premise 1 and premise 2 mid debate. No, he didn't switch them mid debate.
Monkey Boy is switching what he's asking me mid-debate. First, he went to premise 2. Now he's asking me about premise 1. Monkey Boy cannot consistently run a line of inquiry at all. He's just he's poking holes looking for a weak spot and just butchering any type of formal debate,
Hold on, wait, hold on.
whatever.
He's saying, I will say directly in this case, absolutes must exist in a transcendent mind is the question begging. Where's the question begging in that proposition? Which, by the way, that's not actually Eli's premise, but even if I just said granted that it was, where's the question begging there?
Well, and also tell the guy, ask him if he actually heard the entirety of my opening. Because I give the modus ponens, and then I give supporting arguments for both premises and the conclusion. So go listen to all of that, then come to me with a critique, and I'm happy to address it. That the argument for a God isn't sound. I'm not making that Platonic argument, but ultimately it's interacted with and engaged with identically in the intellect. So if it's not, I think that anything immaterial is ultimately conceptual. You know, it's taking away from what a materialist or physicalist would accept as material or physical. World. I just want to clarify. I mean, when I'm making this argument, I mean in the temporal world. Clearly, God's nature is not conceptual, but I'm making a argument specifically about what we engage with immaterially in the temporal created realm.
Makes sense.
Right.
Anything past that, especially when it has explanatory power, gives information the way universals do, it's conceptual content. Same way that if I was to engage with a particular human's conceptual content, I walk into a house, I can identify this was grounded in a mind because there's structured ideas and thoughts and concepts in the house. I can do the same thing with the external reality. There's conceptual notions instantiated across multiple particulars. And I just don't see any good sound argument that these are just objects instantiated. And I think there's also a problem is, wouldn't that make them in some way particular? It just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well, I didn't really hear an argument.
Right. So again,
I'm incredulous to your argument, Eli.
let's flip.
I was gonna say you asked for the premises, so you got what you were asking for. So.
Well, again, what he means by argument is a fucking syllogism. If he wants me to be just as robotic, and he's like, okay, tell me why they're concepts, and I go, okay, analyzing modus tollens, P equals Q, follow from the, and it's like, dude, here's what's so funny. I don't believe he could do this for any positive position he holds on the fly. Maybe if he had time to like prepare an opening, sure. But like if you ask any person, unless they're like literally on the upper echelon of logicians, to on the fly have a toolkit of different syllogisms and inference rules, and to be able to take your your free flow of thought and form that into syllogisms that you can defend on the spot. Takes such a talent. I don't even believe he has it. I don't think
Eli,
the expectation.
You know, Mo, you're not the only one who's
me,
cool. I just want
he
you to
could
know
even
that.
do.
shoot. Oh, what you got there? Straight stem pipe. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
No, it's curved.
Curved a little bit. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
I just
Mine
can't smoke
is
it
a,
inside because I have an apartment.
Oh, you got to get good ventilation system, sir. That's the only thing that works. You got to get a good ventilation system. But
Stick
Eli,
some,
I was gonna
dryer
I would
sheets in that
say,
toilet paper.
yeah,
Eli, you got to go install that for him.
Yeah, I
you
need an HVAC
you
guy.
should change your name on make it like dummy account on TikTok or whatever, and join his live and use this exact same tactic on any positive claim he does, and try to like mimic the tone. What do you mean by
Exactly.
that? I don't
He's
know.
clever.
What you
He
mean by
really
that.
doesn't make any. But the whole thing is, your critiques are coming from a place of them. You just don't let them leave your mouth. But you're 100% right. You could do this to him if you can. I just want to see anybody just show up and reference, hey, like keep pressing him on the relativity of logic. Just keep using that same argument. Wait a minute, you're critiquing from this system. Is this system normative? Ought we use the classical system you're using right now to critique me? He has to say no. Okay, was this just created by humans? It's not based on anything in external reality? No, it's just engineered by humans, is what he will say. They go, okay, so I could engineer my own. I do. But on what grounds are you refuting this? He has nothing. If enough people come, he'll be forced to change his position to say, well, there's something anchoring my critique of you. There has to be, or you have to stop critiquing people, ultimately. Or you're admitting that critiques just don't matter because virtually anything can be true in virtue of whatever system you arbitrarily create or pick.
Yeah, you just need to get a long queue.
Keep doing this.
You need to get like a long queue of experienced pre-subs that just go line up in his chat and just go through the same thing over and over again.
Yeah,
alt
that's
accounts.
the same questions, same exact questions.
Let's just out and see if you can help me, like you said, find the premises and the
I
conclusion.
think there's a
here.
better option here,
If
guys.
we
Just send
premise-
Rev in there. Just have a deep voice contest. Just be like Rev, go get him.
Yeah.
Rev just shows up. He's like, but have you read the Second Corinthians?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the Scottish? I forgot how I can't even do it. What does it say? Like the Scottish, whatever,
The Scottish Reformed position.
something like that. Yeah.
One would be we know
position.
that the universals are not material. Okay, so they're immaterial. Okay, being applied, recognized, or accessed happens fundamentally in the intellect. So, for example, I can know something. I still use my intellect in order to know that something physical is physical, but I'm also using my sensory data. I'm touching it, I'm feeling it, I can pick it up, and that goes into how I can confirm that it's material. But if the universals are not identical to the material or to the particular, but I can access them and recognize them using strictly my intellect, then we know that it's mental content because it's identical whenever it's instantiated in my mind.
So premise 2 is if we could grasp them with our minds that they're
Well, now he's
concepts.
back to premise 2. See the switch?
Correct.
he
At the
asking me
most
about
at the
premise
most
1 first? Now
fundamental
we're in
level.
premise
So
2.
this is where the distinction between universals and the material that instantiates them happens. So a rock, it's the material is in the matter. Okay, sorry to make a tautology, but the material's in the matter. But then the universal rockness or roughness, weight, being heavy, whatever, is accessed in the mind. The material notion is accessed through my sensory data, but then the universal conceptual notion is accessed
I
in
do
my
have
mind.
a question real quick.
Sure.
Just occurred to me. So Eli, when you said that you were talking about concepts and them being identical from one mind to another, do you see do you see an issue with that? Saying identical?
Well, so I would say it's not identical when we're talking about man-made, what I'm just making the distinction between a universal concept and a particular concept. So like with Harry Potter, for example, that is a particular concept grounded in the mind of J.K. Rowling. I'm going to have the mental content of Harry Potter not identical to you, because I'm going to experience that differently. It's grounded in an equally finite human being. That's what's important.
Right.
And
yeah.
that person
Obviously,
had
there's overlap, because if we didn't have overlap, a significant overlap, we couldn't even you couldn't even talk.
Right.
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 So
right.
I
But
get that, but I'm just saying, like, from an atheist standpoint,
Mhm.
they might like attack you on that identical statement.
Well, sure. No, they definitely will, and they do, especially with the colors. They say, well, if someone's colorblind, it's not going to be identical. Okay, sure. But what we're referring to here is that intelligibility and knowledge itself needs the external world and these universals in order to make it possible. That's part of the argument against nominalism, is that if pattern recognition and these seemingly, whether you're anomalous or not, seemingly immaterial and universal concepts are what goes into science, empiricism, everything. You know, that's where the distinction happens, because this is grounded in something that isn't finite human beings. This is grounded in the actual instantiation and creation of external reality itself, you see. So all knowledge and predication relies on the normativity of these universals being correctly predicated, if that makes sense. You know, and again,
It does.
it's not going to be perfectly identical across 100% of humans, because there's people with cognitive disabilities, there's colorblind people, there's just straight up blind
So
people.
would it be better to say it's a normative concept, or
Yes,
would...
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and the
Okay.
normativity, that's what they reject fundamentally, is the normativity. So they say that it's all entirely subjective. It's like, well, look, I can grant that there are instances where someone's subjective perception of the universal is going to be different based on different qualifiers, like we were talking about. But ultimately, if we're gonna have this notion of objective truth, right? Which, again, I think Monkey Boy would just fucking reject wholesale, which that comes with a whole host of problems. But if we're going to have this notion of any form of objective truth whatsoever, we have to rely on the fact that it's identical in both our minds. And really, where that argument is strongest is in things like logic and math. So 2 + 2 = 4. There's not a different version of that in my head versus in your head, right? Especially when they try to reduce it to just gray matter. Like, it's just our neurons firing off. It's like, well, I have different neurons than you. You have different neurons than me. But we have an identical conceptual notion of 2 + 2 = 4. We have an identical conceptual notion of the law of identity, if it is indeed true,
So
and if indeed it's an objective fact.
In that concept, you say it's identical because you have a referent that you both agree that this thing is it.
Well, right. So again, with J.K. Rowling, it's grounded in a mind that is also finite and subjective. But the qualifiers for the mind in the second premise are what makes it so. Invariant would be that was included in the argument. Like, J.K. Rowling can decide to choose to change what Harry Potter. She could come out tomorrow and say Harry Potter's a queer trans Haitian or something. You know?
Right.
Now we all have to like.
That's
deal
what
with
I
that.
remembered.
But right. But
That's how I read the book.
but God, the mind that grounds creation, is invariant. Therefore,
Right.
the truth, because we're ultimately saying truth is a person. Truth is grounded in God Himself, who is invariant. Therefore, the truth will also be invariant. And guess what? That actually is why pattern recognition is consistent. Regularity is consistent. The law of identity always holds. You know, it's not going to change based on circumstance. It's not going to change based on what grounds it.
Yeah, it reminds me also, Mo, of the discussion we had with B.S. Lewis about, you know, a rock. A rock is what it is in that sense, independent of my mind. Well, he's like, well, what about something like a table? I was like, well, that's a convention. Like what you're calling a particular, I use the word convention, meaning that, you know, there are different kinds of chairs. There are beanbag chairs, there are gamer chairs, there are, you know, lazy boys, things like that. So that's all different, because that's dependent rather upon our subjective minds. You know, what a chair is or isn't or could not be. But what's not dependent on is things that pre-exist us and are not dependent upon us for their existence, like what a rock is, what a human is, you know, what space is, things like that.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, for sure.
All right,
And
BS is still with us. This
that,
sounds like a couple. Well, BS,
No,
I could drop the link if you want.
You
Yeah,
can
I
hop
wanted
on
to
here.
flesh.
It's
I
just
wanted to
higher
flesh that out
order.
with Eli. I wanted to flesh that out with Eli because I could see where atheists would sit there and harp on that.
Oh,
and
for
try to
sure.
like make it.
That's
Yeah.
what me and Kurt were getting into. That's actually precisely what Kurt and I were getting into. But here's the problem. And it's a big performative contradiction because if we just granted what people like Kurt, nominalists, try to say, which is that rockness, like what BS is coping and whining about, and all these different universals are just arbitrary names we put on things. But it's like, you don't live your life that way. You know what I mean? Like when we talk as if there's an objective referent being picked out. Even if you go to it, they love to bring up language, right? Because they say it's all linguistic. But if you go to another country where people speak another language, the possibility of translation is possible because of the objective reality of what's being talked about. If what a rock is ultimately just shit we make up, we couldn't go to a totally untouched tribe in the Amazon, and then you finally get a translator, you teach a little bit of English, and you go, the rock. They're like, oh yeah, I know what thing you're talking about because it's not grounded in the fucking language; it's grounded in external reality. You see?
Yeah, that's like what they call word games, basically.
Yeah.
Ludwig, philosopher, he wrote about that. And but even if you go down that, within the current word game you're playing, you still have to accept that you can still have truth statements, because if not, then there's no no one can ever be wrong.
Exactly.
About anything.
And ultimately, if one of the universals is arbitrary, then they all have to be. That's what, if it's like, well, color doesn't really exist. It's just what we call it. What's red to you might be this to me. Okay, so redness doesn't objectively exist. Now, I can go outside of colors, and I can apply this to trees, particles in science. Everything that we label, we're just making shit up. Well, we're not making shit up. We're observing something in the external world. But the something you're picking out across different particular material objects, if that's not real, then there isn't an actual true similarity.
BS says that works on concrete terms, but not abstractia, Eli.
Yeah, says you. Again, here's the thing. Concrete term, is a concrete term concrete, or is that abstracta?
That'd be extra abstract. But I got a question for you, Rex. So I got some people in my chat over here that are like really, really itching to argue.
Oh gosh.
Bring them up. Let's do it.
You care if I drop the link?
Go ahead. I just gotta go bathroom first.
Yeah, for sure. We should vet them for sure. Like, just have them put up a peace sign or something.
But oh man.
Again, a really good analogy for why nominalism is stupid is like, imagine if you had a friend who went to a foreign country and they came back and they'd be like, dude, do you not believe how cool this country is? They've got cats over there, and these cats have scales, and they have a dorsal fin, and they live primarily underwater. You look at your friend and be like, you're not talking about a cat. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you're talking about, but it's not a cat. Well,
there you go, fuckers. You want to argue with us? There's the link.
Yeah. A cat, if we're talking about
Step into the Thunderdome.
Come and get wrecked in the
bloodbath. We ain't going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes.
Step into Rex's jaws.
Da, 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 da.
All right, but I got a question for you real quick. Mo, did you ever, I can't remember the Discord DMs because I'm terrible at it. Did you listen to that song that I wrote?
I did, yes.
Did you like it?
It was pretty funny, yes. You should put that, I don't know, you should post that somewhere. Like maybe
it's going up on the channel.
You should make some clips of that where you were on the panel with that guy and maybe have that like as the outro or something. I don't know, something along those lines. Yeah. That was one of those things where like once we were in the free flow debate or like debate back and forth and it was a panel, like I was trying to like not dogpile, but at the same time it's like this is so good. This is like
well, like so the problem that everybody had, I noticed, everybody who went in to argue with him, which was like you, me, and Emmett, I think, was I noticed that you and Emmett were both trying to get him to contradict himself. That's not the way to argue with pro-choicers. Don't get him to contradict himself. Get him to be consistent. It's way worse for their position.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's-
yeah.
They'll
yeah,
bite some fucking
yeah.
goofy
Did
bullets.
you drop the
man.
link, by the way?
Yeah, I dropped it in my chat.
All right, I'm waiting for a notification.
BS
By the way, we can
says
have
that
up
this
to,
chat's way cooler. That's true.
we can have up
BS.
to
That's
10
true.
participants on this. So
Cool.
Come on,
I'm
Fist. You're being so loud in the chat, bro.
point at the laws of logic.
Are they
What
under
does
the
that even
rock?
mean?
Are they at the bottom of the pond? Where can I find them?
Yeah, I mean, BS can come up.
Kind of
it's-
proving the point.
Yeah, BS does that a lot. It's like,
Wait, are you using logic in order to point at a flaw in our logic?
here's the most fundamental thing about this nominalism debate is they love to say it's just a description, and then you say a description of what?
Of what?
Yeah, because what
A
is
thing that
being descri-
exists.
Yes, because if you're describing similarity across two materials, then what you're talking about can't be within the material. You're not going to break apart a leaf and find this thing called redness any more that you're going to find this thing called roughness, anything of this nature. It's something that is unique and similar such that it can indeed
it might drop
be
down that
predicated.
low.
Yeah, it's just foolish to think that we just make like roughness doesn't actually nothing's actually rough. We just make that up. Nothing's actually heavy. You know what I mean? Nothing, any type of descriptor. And then it gets even worse when you talk about things like regularity or the laws of logic. That's where it gets really detrimental, where it's like the laws of logic are just a description of what? Those are process and idea are both universals. That, according to the anomalous, it's just made up. So if processes and ideas are just made up, then we're not actually talking about anything real when we make any knowledge claim that utilizes this terminology.
Well, no, we learned from Monkey Boy that all laws of logic are subjective. So yeah.
And thus, if predication itself is arbitrary, then pattern recognition is arbitrary, intelligence is arbitrary, and knowledge is arbitrary. And you just have solipsism, relativism. And if that's the case, you can't refute anything I'm saying because you have your own fucking acid trip in your brain, and I've got my acid trip in my brain, and there's nothing actually going on in between the two of us, so we can
My chemicals
meaningfully
in my
talk
brain
about
are more accurate and true than your chemicals in your brain.
Precisely. Precisely. The neurons firing in my we just all happen to like have this commonality and like neuron firing as these soulless monkey animals on a space rock. But we're not talking about anything real. It's just such an asinine belief system. Acid trip philosophy. Well, if no one's gonna come, we can keep watching, I guess.
Yeah, all these people itching to come, and then
Yeah,
of a
they're all
sudden, it's like,
fucking
before you
scared,
know
I
it-
guess. Now.
It's how it happens. It's how it happens.
I mean, there is 4 of us, so if there's only like 1 or 2 of them, it's gonna feel. a
Well,
little
they should
difficult.
know that we're not going to dogpile. Like, we'll take
Yeah.
turn.
Right. I remember watching. Do you ever watch J.L. Warren's show with his panel?
You couldn't pay me.
Okay.
I mean, actually, I probably would
is
just to
there a-
laugh at it, but that guy's insufferable too.
I remember one time he had an opponent, and he was like, "Can you do this without begging the question?" And then his opponent would get out like one syllable. It'd be like, "Begging the question, begging the question, begging the question." And I was like, "Can you just let him come up for air or something?"
Yeah, apparently addressing the question is begging the question. That's Monkey Boy's move too. But I got to put my mic away from my face, but here's my impression of J.L. Warren.
The God said, or the not God said.
Okay, that's the best I got.
I'm actually unfamiliar with who you guys are.
Okay,
making fun of,
I
so-
laughed real quick though.
Oh,
I
dude.
laughed my ass off when Jim Bob
Wait a
reviewed
minute.
him. No, Jim Bob reviewed him against the Thorpes, and he called it he's having a beaver bust. He's like, this guy's like having a beaver bust all over the panel. It's like, calm down, dude. I freaking
I feel like I
cried
vaguely
laughing.
remember this, but I don't
Okay,
remember.
No. Okay.
Yeah, you
No,
gotta
no, no,
see
no.
JL. I've debated this guy a little bit on tacos.
I wonder if it's still around, but JL's most famous moment is being accusatory of Andrew Wilson of being a
Yes.
hypocrite. Andrew Wilson shows up unbeknownst to JL as Breakfast Tacos opens up door number 3, and then all of a sudden he's like, it's just Andrew's as calm as he can be. He's like, where have I said this? And he's like, you're a hypocrite because da 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 da. You tell people to not live the same lifestyle that you have because 3 baby mamas and da 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 da. And he's like, never happened once. Never
You just made that up. You
happened
just made it up.
once.
You're just making it up. I never.
Right.
Never
I have
happened.
the top YouTube
Never
comment
happened.
on the Crucible video, one of them, because I was like, dude, JL just pouting for the rest of the video after being called out for being a liar is so fucking funny. He just sits there. He literally just sits there and just scowls the rest of the entire interaction after he got.
I'm
totally
sure if I
shut
could
down.
see your impression, I would be enjoying it.
No,
but right now,
did
I'm
you-
seeing a still photo.
Oh
there
crap!
you
Yeah,
go.
you're kind of like really blurry for us.
Am I back?
I can see him fine.
Okay, good.
You're manifesting rockness on my screen. There you go.
Oh,
Okay, here
no.
we go. Oh wait,
But-
there we go. It's
Okay.
getting better.
Well, that him and Tacos like aren't friends anymore because of that, right?
Really?
Yeah.
That's why he doesn't come on. Apparently, what I heard through the grapevine is that JL accused Tacos of setting him up, that he did that on purpose.
I mean,
So
it
Well,
was
did-
pretty funny. The way
Didn't
he did
Tacos
it.
know that Andrew would show up? I mean, it's not like Andrew is just like bosom buddies with Tacos and just shows up any old time. I'm sure this was coordinated. I mean, they had a debate either scheduled with Kurt way
Oh,
before
okay.
that.
I remember who this guy is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
I don't know.
Oh, my
Andrew,
gosh.
Andrew lurks a little bit. He's all around. Like he jumps on panels sometimes. Just here
Yeah,
and there.
yeah. He just kind of hops into panels every now and then. I've noticed they're just like, wait, a
Yeah.
minute, what were you even doing here?
If Missing Mod is out there, Missing Mod, you got to get that. You got to keep that panel up there where it was me, you, and Aiden and BS and Big Bad Mama and Pixie, and we were watching that thing. We were just riffing. It was hilarious. That was one of the funnest things. He said he would take Andrew in the octagon or something like that.
Yeah. Jim Bob's review of JL and the Thorpes is so freaking funny. It's the best.
Third premise,
said
or is it
beaver
just
bus.
those?
That's basically it. That ultimately, it becomes accessed and recognized conceptually by me. So I mean, what's weird is if it's an immaterial object, and then that somehow gets like transferred or transforms into a conceptual notion in my mind. Like I would need a justification for how and why that happens. Ultimately, I'm engaging with it conceptually. It follows to assign an ontological status of conceptual to it.
So let me just read out the argument.
Sure.
Premise 1, we know that universals are not material. Premise 2, if we grasp them with our minds, then they're concepts. Conclusion, universal concepts.
Universals are concepts. That's fair.
Universals
We
are
can
concepts.
play around with that if you want.
No, that would
Okay.
involve me
I mean,
actually
this
addressing the content. So
That's a problem.
Argument's not even valid, but it's a quite easy way to make it valid, just to say
Sure.
we grasp them in our minds, and the first premise is kind of superfluous, but the further question would be why think if we could grasp them with our minds, then they're concepts.
Well, because the concept is in our mind, right? But it's not grounded in our mind. So if the concept is accessed conceptually in our mind, but it's grounded somewhere that isn't our mind, then I don't.
I'm asking you why I think they're concepts. I'm asking for the argument that if we grasp them with
okay,
our
I
minds, then
remembered
they're
what I was trying to
concepts.
say earlier. I keep trying to get him to like do a line of inquiry or a following an inference pattern here. But in order to do it in a charitable way, the opponent has to affirm something I'm saying. Like I have to go. That's why if you remember the very beginning of this, I was like, so are we granting that the universals even exist? He hand waves it and moves on. Then he goes to these next assumptions, and it's like, dude, we are like 3 premises in, but you haven't even granted the first premise yet. So how is the third one going to make sense if you're truly looking for an inference rule? If you're not even going to walk through the inference flow of saying, okay, I'm granting you, let's just accept that universals do exist and nominalism's not true. Then in this part, I can go, well, look, remember we said the universals actually exist. So they have one of three ways: an immaterial object, concepts, or material. And now we've ruled out material. So we know they exist and we know they're not material. Now we have conceptual or immaterial platonic object. But he won't accept anything. So he's not even following the inference if he's not going to at least bite a single bullet for the sake of conversation.
That will require him to commit to something, and that would be
Correct.
the beginning and the end.
You're right. Exactly. That's the problem with this whole conversation is I can't even keep track of what he's trying to ask. Then he's like, okay, I'm going to assign premises to what you're saying, but I'm not going to grant you any of them. So then how are you even determining that this is valid if you can't even walk me through? Which is where in a little bit I ask him, can you like charitably try to steel man what I'm saying? Just ignores it, blows past it, moves on.
Because concepts definitionally is relating to thoughts in a mind. So
Turn up
if
the
we
playback
have
speed on this, Rex.
like
Sure.
Do it to like 1.25.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
It's a better
I
way to
agree.
do it.
a universal, when you access them conceptually on an individual level. But then it can be shown that they're not grounded in our minds. That was my whole argument refuting nominalism, because that would make categorization and pattern recognition completely arbitrary if it's not referencing something in the world. So I have a conceptual notion that's not grounded in my mind, which is what conceptual and concepts are. So I can deduce that it must come from another mind. The same way that if I walk into a house and I'm engaging with the concept for this house, I didn't come up with the concept for this house, but I have the concept for this house in my mind. So I know it came from someone else's mind. I'm just doing the same thing, but with a mind that existed before humans.
I felt like this was really strong, by the way, that you can use.
Yeah.
Like, if you can deduce that there's a concept in
I don't know
your
what you mean
mind that
by
didn't
house.
yeah,
I don't know what you mean by person. I
Yeah,
don't know what you mean by.
I thought this was super
So he's
strong,
doing an
man.
atheist Peterson, basically.
Oh, man.
I don't know what you
Well,
mean by
what do you
wood.
mean by that? I'm
Peterson
not
is
quite
I
far
don't know
more
what you mean
terrible
by
than this guy.
drywall.
Oh, Jordan Peterson. My bad. I thought we were talking
Jordan
Planet
Peterson. No. Oh,
Yeah.
please. No.
Exactly.
What do you mean
exactly.
by drywall and wood? Tell me.
Yeah. Depends what
How
you
dry
mean.
does it need to be? Anyway, yeah. What's also interesting about this approach is on what other level of existence do concepts exist except a mind? Right. And
Right.
what other level does matter exist except in the physical world?
Right.
Right.
Well, that's my whole deduction is that, like, and again, I need you to follow, not you, re-exam, I'm talking to Monkey Boy. Like, I need you to, yeah, I need you to at least accept that we're granting that there's an existence to the thing I'm talking about first. Then it's like, okay, you agree this. Okay, so now it has to have a type of ontological status. Is it material? No. Now we have immaterial notions. A non-conceptual immaterial object is a type of Platonism, whether it's Neoplatonism, whatever. We're talking about forms. Like, we can rule that out just based off of that whole philosophy comes from a guy who believes in a demiurge and all this. I would need a better justification for how an immaterial object that's out there somewhere, not in this world, is in my head too.
Well, so just so you're aware, I wouldn't make the argument of like just because Plato believed in a demiurge, that's just basically the Hitler had a
Yeah.
dog fallacy or the genetic fallacy.
Right.
So the argument against Platonism is normativity. Even if these
Well-
things exist in the abstract, why are they binding? Why do I have access to them?
Yeah, that's what I'm going for, is the access point. It's like I cannot even begin to come up with a you're right, it's not just because Plato believed in the demiurge. I'm just trying to at least steel man a Platonic position and go, how does this form get into my head? It's not the external world. It's not like you have to bridge the gap somehow. And that's where I think this is really strong, the argument I'm making, that we can evaluate and observe things that aren't necessarily material, like the idea and concept for a house. When you engage with it, you walk around it, you go, okay, this is a
Kai
large
says we have
house.
access to them because we experience them.
Okay, I can
By this
grant
standard,
that.
I have access to the wonderful wizarding world of Harry Potter because I've been to Hogwarts at Universal Studios. So therefore, magic's real, bro.
They got some good rides there. Yeah.
Yeah, they do. Well, again, look, we're talking about the house.
If you were
here.
born blind, you wouldn't have that. Wait, I wouldn't have access to logic if I was blind?
This is absolutely stupid. This is fundamentally stupid.
This reminds me.
This is
of-
fundamentally low tier, as Jay would say.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, he goes,
you are
"This is
fundamentally a stupid
You are a
person."
fundamentally stupid person. Why did
Yes.
you say that so many times in
Well,
that debate?
It's really funny, but
No,
like,
he's
again,
clarifying. He's clarifying. He says no concepts.
dude.
I'm not sure what
Okay.
kind of clarification that is, but
Yeah,
I'll be right
well,
back.
blind people don't have concepts, but they can use Braille. Like, what are you
Well,
talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Like you can use your other senses that you have. You're
no,
not
hold
going
on,
to
hold on a
have.
sec. In giving maximum charitability, I've debated Kai. He's not a stupid person. I think that
No.
this is just he's not conveying this very well over chat.
Lethe Water Kai?
Yeah.
Yeah, tell him to
Okay.
come up, man, because I agree. It's way. This is actually some
Yeah, I
pretty
would agree,
dense
Kai.
stuff.
You wouldn't know what they looked like if you'd never seen them. That's true. But is
Hey,
the only
Aiden.
hold on, is the only way that you know things through sense data?
Exactly. Or it's like, okay, can you tell that a ball is round? Can you still tell a ball is round even if you close your eyes and grab it and feel it? You can still engage with the instantiated concept of roundness without having your eyes.
Hey,
Ultimately,
Kai, why don't you come up on the panel, man? I dropped the chat there, the link that I dropped in there, right there, the Riverside one. Come up in here, man.
yeah, it's really dense. It is hard to actually like debate with a chat on this stuff, but there's a line
Look,
of
we won't
inquiry here
dogpile
that
you.
have-
If you want to argue with
For
one
sure.
person specifically, I like if you want to say, let's say you want to argue with Eli, I'll mute up. Right? We don't. The goal's not
Yeah.
to dogpile here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we don't.
I'm trying
we
to
don't
send
do
the link to
monkey boy
Aiden
thing.
too, but Discord is a little wonky right now for some reason.
Don't try copying the link, like just like right clicking the link and clicking copy. Just highlight it and copy that.
Sure.
That
I'm
might
just-
that might help.
Oh, you mean from the chat?
No, I mean like even like the Discord chat for the Riverside link.
Yeah.
If you're just trying to like send that to somebody.
Okay, he's got it. It's just some lag for some reason.
Yeah. No, he said he wants to see the rest of the review. All right.
Oh, and look, this is what's really important here. The magic word that's tying all this together is we're talking about grounding. Okay? I concede that we need our subjective experience in order to interact with and observe universals. But what we're talking about is what are
Do they exist
grounded-
outside of our interaction with them?
No. Well, yeah, what are they grounded in fundamentally? If you say it's us in all 8 billion individuals, then there's 8 billion different concepts of this thing going on, and there's no objectivity to be referenced. So again, I can totally agree that everyone's going to have a slightly different subjective experience of a thing, but the ability to have knowledge of the thing is predicated on it being
In order to
in
have the
external
thing,
reality.
in order to have the
Right.
thing is predicated on the fact that the law of identity is true and that this thing can be distinguished from other things.
Right.
yes,
Regardless
but
of your
it's-
interpretation of your experience with said thing.
Right. It's grounded in something, not us. If we ground it in ourselves, that's where the metaphysical problems show up. So
Right.
it's like the same thing with if we took the Harry Potter example. If I had the freaking Sorcerer's Stone book, but I was like, I don't know, I had my eye plucked out and I can't even read the words on the pages, and a couple of the pages are missing. Does that mean that the original teleological intent coming from J.K. Rowling is this mangled version that I'm reading? No, because it's grounded in J.K. Rowling. It's not grounded in me. I can't say Harry Potter sucked because I couldn't read it because I had fucking ketchup in my eye. You know
Right.
what I mean? Well, no, Harry Potter doesn't suck because of that. It sucks because you had fucking ketchup in your eye. It's grounded ultimately in something not you. And there's a synergistic relationship between the two. Anyway, it's dense, I'll admit, but like ultimately, when you track down the conclusions, when you follow the fucking ping pong ball down to the bottom, if your grounding doesn't support what you're predicating, then the whole thing falls apart.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me too of a discussion I had on Abe Dinkus's.
Yes, Kai, that's exactly what Eli
Oh
is
my
saying. If your only experience with Harry Potter was the ketchup in your eyes, then you wouldn't, or then if that were your only experience with Harry Potter, you would have a flawed understanding of Harry Potter. Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So,
Now you're understanding what Eli's saying.
right. So, and that again, that relates to what I had with Shiva, where I asked Shiva, is it true that everybody would benefit from more understanding, more accurate knowledge than less accurate knowledge, and or something along the lines. I don't know if I phrased it right, but logic. Maybe it was logic, and he was like, or I think it was, would everybody find logic useful? And he said no. And I said no. Explain. And he's like, well, if somebody was autistic or retarded or something like that. And I'm like, that is not what I'm asking. That's the prevention from access to logic, but that's not a commentary on whether or not individuals would find logic useful universally. You're describing damage, but you're not describing the usefulness of the thing in question.
Right. And this is again why presuppositionalist apologetics are so important, because paradigmatically, let's boil all this down to an either or. Do objective truths exist or not? We can cut down all of this muddiness just by this true dichotomy. If the answer is no, then knowledge doesn't exist. If the answer is yes, then what grounds objective truth? And then again, all we hear from atheists is, I can't believe it's so stupid you would even ask such a question. Oh, it's only stupid until we get into debates like this, and it's the fundamental crux of the entire fucking debate. You see, it's actually, all this density can be reduced to a true dichotomy, ultimately, because if you're going to say objective truths exist, then okay, existence is ontology. What's the ontological status and what grounds it? That's my whole argument.
And that's when they go down the yellow brick road of endless questions in order to escape the obvious.
Applicable throughout the universe, hence universal.
All right.
I'm not really sure. I'm following.
Argument from ASMR.
Let me ask you a quick question to see if we can clarify. So again, if you walk into a house, you can identify instantiated concepts for a vaulted ceiling, an open floor plan, a master bedroom, whatever. These are concepts, not identical.
Oh, fucking oh,
hey,
cheers.
Eli, I'm listening too.
Eli.
Never mind, Mo.
Wow,
My bad.
wow, Steelborn.
Yeah, I did assume that it was your fucking goofy echoing ass like earlier.
Look, just because I had previous issues doesn't mean it will continue, okay?
Look, just because I previously robbed
You and
people
your
doesn't mean you can let me out. I'm not gonna rob them.
inductive reason over here, and you can't prove that's gonna.
I think you muted it now.
No, it's not
didn't.
muted. I can still hear the echo.
Yeah. Oh man.
You can mute him, Rex.
Yeah, I can. Here we go. Peace and
No
quiet.
more sound for Eli.
Right, just
Now
in case. Oh no, he's going to piss again. He forgot to piss more.
In the backyard now? Like,
No,
where's
I
he
think he's
going?
getting. I think he's getting another drink.
He just faded off into the sunset like Bigfoot. Oh my God! There it is.
Oh God, it's hideous.
Oh hey Eli.
All right, Eli, we gotta do something about them fucking Turtle Beach headphones, bro. Like, you look like a third grader playing Roblox.
I treat all debates like I'm in a Modern Warfare 2 lobby in 2012. That's the way it should be.
Look, I don't get either. I don't get Mo or Rex here with the fucking, Rex with the big ass headphones and Mo with the fucking wired ones. I got these fucking wireless earbuds with a fucking 2.4 gigahertz receiver.
Comes with a host of variables that I don't even want to fucking deal with. Okay?
I've never had a single problem with these.
Stunt on all of us.
These are they're static. They're plug in. They always work. I don't have to worry about it. And my sound thing's right here.
Same here though, dude. So mine. It's not like a normal Bluetooth connection. It's got a like you know how a wireless mouse has a receiver.
Yeah, it's got a dongle. Yeah.
Same exact thing with these. I've never had an issue with them. And it's so much nicer. Because I can have one earbud in and like the other one's charging or whatever. And do they have like fucking like?
Oh, look. So can I. Wow.
I know, but I can also, but here's the nice thing is that I can get up and walk away and still hear you guys.
I can just put mine down. I don't have to take you with me to go take a piss.
I don't want you to take me with me to go take a piss, but when I go get a beer, it's still nice to hear what's going on.
All right.
I'm gonna drink more widower whiskey. Or widow whiskey. There you go.
Material
Fuck,
instantiation.
Eli, you're making me want to go.
And you know that these are concepts that are grounded in a mind, because you're engaging with the concept. It's like you when you say, oh, I see what you did here. I see what you were thinking. Well, we can't read people's minds, but their thoughts are instantiated through the material.
All right, real quick, I got one
know
more
that
critique
it's
of
a
Eli. So not only is he wearing the stupid fucking California hat, why does he look like he's getting ready to go do a fucking safari?
That's my Steve Irwin shirt, bro.
Oh, cracky, look at this. What a beautiful creature.
He mistook Arizona
He doesn't
for
look like Steve
Australia
Irwin. He
years
looks
ago.
like fucking. He looks like off-brand Forrest Galante. Hold on.
Who the hell is that?
I don't know, but it sounds funny, so I'm going with it.
Hold on, I'm just gonna
with
pull
this
it up and send
background
it to
with
you
that
real
outfit.
quick. Hold on.
He's trying to form his own South American cartel. Is what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna pop it in the. I'm just gonna here, real quick. Like, can I just present it?
I'm
He should
just
come in like the
maxing on
Steve
Monkey
Irwin. Like he should do the Steve Irwin for a debate. Like, cracky, your epistemology is so
hold on a
fucked. Look at this one. He thinks the laws of
fucked
logic are subjective. Holy.
Where is it?
Crikey.
Epistemically bonkers.
There we
I'm
go.
just-
What? Is that Eminem?
There we are.
That's Forrest Galante. He's a wildlife
Oh,
researcher,
wow.
but like
He kind of looks like Eminem.
it kind of looks like JS Urban Adventure.
Urban Adventures.
There you
JS. Oh, JS, I got a huge mushroom.
Fuck yeah.
Hey, look
man,
what I found.
I'll take it. There's worse things to look like in a debate, I reckon.
That's you. Eli.
Fuck yeah.
Now you know.
Except he's from South Africa, so he says his A is really weird. He says like, but he like
Chris Lestrange.
no, but no, he doesn't have anywhere near as thick of an accent as Chris, right? Where like he's. It's just when he says like the letter A, it just sounds really off.
Like what?
It's not camp, it's comp.
Oh, comp.
Or
Vonda
like
comp.
it's not pronounced. It's zebra.
Zebra. Deborah. The zebra.
Their thoughts are instantiated through the material. But we can know that it's a mind. It's the same argument that the way you could know that that came from someone else's mind is by engaging with concepts in reality that, well, I don't want to beg the question too much, but engaging with immaterial content in your mind and going, oh, I'm seeing the concept here. It's hard to not use the word because, again, I don't know what else you would call it. The only other posit would be an immaterial object going towards Platonism. And I think that that's a totally unjustified position because how do you get from an object to concepts in a mind? That gap can't be bridged.
Okay, well, I want to be more clear what exactly the argument for it is. So it's if we grasp them, then they're concepts. I'm not.
Do you understand like an argument from an example? Like, do you agree
Is
with
it-
me that you can tell that a concept came from another human's mind by engaging with it through the material that instantiates it? Does that make sense to you?
Well, I
It doesn't
agree.
answer.
I think it's a trick.
What's up?
Oh, okay. Let's see. I guess he does give a somewhat of an answer. Let's see what he says.
That instantiates it. Does that make sense to you?
Well, I agree. I think it's a triviality that concepts are mental.
Okay,
That's not
define
I
what you mean by
fucking
triviality.
asked. That's not what I fucking asked. I asked, do you agree that you can tell there's a concept that came from another human's mind by engaging with the material that instantiates it? And he goes, I just think it's a triviality that concepts are mental. That's literally not. what I fucking asked you.
Congratulations. So does everybody.
That's definitionally true, but I'm talking about identifying a concept without the person being there by engaging with the material that instantiates it. You could even do this with something as simple as a drawing. It's like, okay, you see the cave people or whatever, and they draw the fucking horses or whatever, or the Egyptian hieroglyphs. You don't look at this and go like, wow, can you believe that like erosion over time made this thing that looks vaguely like a person? No, clearly there was a human mind involved in taking like powdered flowers and shit and rubbing them on a wall, but you're not looking at strictly powder rubbed on a wall. You're also looking at the depiction of a person that came from another person's mind. You're engaging with someone else's mental content without them being there. And you
Right.
can deduce this instantly, but somehow when this happens with external reality, oh, it's not a mind. It's all just made up and arbitrary. It's so stupid.
How do they justify the medium of communication?
That's this whole conversation, truly. Because that would be another universal meaning. This isn't just like properties instantiated similarly. That's generally what universals are talking about. But even meaning itself would be an immaterial concept that isn't just grounded in humans. If meaning is just grounded in us, then meaning is arbitrary. And if meaning is arbitrary, there's no objective truths. And if there's no objective truths, there's no knowledge.
Much less a means for us to relate to each other or anything to relate to anything else for that matter.
Exactly.
Monkey
It's
Boy,
like-
when he said like the drive-thru, it's like, I don't know what you mean by number one. I don't know what you mean by supersize. I don't know what you mean by super crispy. Sir, this is a McDonald's drive-thru. Can you please just pick one or two?
So yeah,
Okay,
do you
define what
want
you mean by
small,
chip.
medium, or large? It's like, is this a semantic distinction?
What metric are we using to determine what is small and what is medium?
So
and what
I
is
don't,
large?
I don't have a robust concept of metaphysics.
Baby Q.
Oh god. I'll have a McBaby rib.
Reality.
Would
Like-
you like fries with that?
Like a necessary truth.
Right.
What's
right.
your epistemic
Concepts are mental.
justification
What
for
I'm
what you're calling a fry?
saying is you can identify that that it's
And Vash would say, if you go south of the border, it's Las Papas Fritas.
a concept
Wow.
that was grounded
I
in a
have a
mind that's
degree
not
in
yours
sociology.
by engaging with the instantiation across multiple particulars, right? So you have a notion not identical to the mind that instantiated it, but you have a notion of it walking into a house and saying this comes from this mind over here. Okay, that's something that you can engage with. So you deduce the same way that you would deduce walking into a house, or even looking at a painting or looking at anything created mentally first. It starts as an idea in the head, then it's instantiated through particulars. In the same way, whenever you see concepts or universals, again, we're trying to determine if they're immaterial objects or concepts because we've ruled out material. Once you start seeing that there's this immaterial information, meaning going on that's not identical to the particular itself, then you go to the next step to say, okay, I see the inference here. I see what's going on. I see that this is coming from a mind. I hope you understand what I mean, at least from the house example. And then I hope that you can take that example and at least steelman what I'm trying to say about that being applied to what I would be called concepts outside of ones generated by humans.
I'm honestly not really understanding what you're getting at.
Do you
I wanna-
agree
I wanna
that you
make
can
it more
identify? Go ahead.
Clear. Yeah, I wanted to be a clear string of premises, though.
Sure.
And I'm not really sure what you're getting at more generally, but even as far
Let's just take the house example. You can walk into a house and you can access and recognize the concepts for the house, and you can determine that those concepts came from a mind that's not your own, correct?
I'm not really sure I understand.
Will not fucking do it. He won't.
The dishonesty is insane.
Exactly. This is the fucking sophistry. If he had even a fucking 0.0 of an ounce of charitability and actually coming here to debate, he would go, sure. So what's the next inference? He doesn't give a fuck about that. He wants to go so fucking meta that he just refuses to engage with anything. Like, even that little point, that's what I said. You have to grant me something. And here's the thing, you have to grant it in order to actually evaluate what the fuck I'm saying. How can you tell me that you're evaluating my argument if you can't even at least I'm not saying that you even personally have to agree with it, but at least Steelman say, I see what you mean.
It's just a hall of mirrors.
Yeah, exactly. That's why nobody wants to debate this guy, but that's exactly why I wanted to, because it's like, even if he makes me look stupid, even if he, appears that way, it's going to ultimately, in a more grand way, showcase the type of snake behavior that we're looking at here.
Right. This vaguely reminds me of the debate between Seitan Bergenkates and Matt Dillahunty. Are you guys familiar with that debate?
Mm-mm.
It's pretty wild. Matt actually says, I don't claim to know anything in that debate.
It's over.
Do you know that?
It's over.
That is exactly what Seitan followed up with. And believe it or not, the debate continued for a long time after that.
Of course
let me I was actually trying to. I don't even know where the timestamp is.
I can't do it. I
but
can't do the hat. I hate wearing hats.
That's okay. That's okay. But
Wow.
I think it's towards the beginning. Hold up.
Conversation.
Whoop. No, not that.
Conversation. Then, Sai, your time begins now.
Still, we haven't heard how Matt knows anything to be true. That's a problem. Now, Matt has a definition of truth. Truth is that which corresponds to reality. You know what? I don't have any problem with that definition. But the problem is, according to truth is that which corresponds to reality, according to who? We all have different perceptions. So one of my favorite definition of truth used to be, truth is that which corresponds to reality as perceived by God, as perceived by an absolute perceiver. Because the thing is, we're all going to have different perceptions. But I didn't like that view because I think it adds an unnecessary step. So truth is whatever God says. Truth is whatever conforms to the mind of God. And without that, you can't know anything to be true. And in that Q&A, that's what we're going to find out. But first, I'd like to start off with this question for you, Matt. When you said this,
from the standpoint of objective reality, the belief that there is a God is a delusion.
Do you still believe that?
Yes.
How do you know anything to be objectively real?
How do I know it? What do you mean by know?
Well, the thing is, you made the claim that according to objective reality, belief in God is a delusion.
Yes, I'm stating what my belief is
Right.
about reality.
But you said according to objective reality.
Yes, I believe it's
Yeah.
objective.
Okay, so how do you know anything to be objectively real when you've admitted you could be a brain in a vat?
What do you mean by know? Do you mean how am I aware of?
Right, how are you aware of objective reality?
I'm aware of reality through my senses.
But that's not what I asked you. I asked you how you're aware of what is objectively real, not what you perceive to be real.
So when I use the term objectively in this context, I'm using it in the sense of not subjective or not contingent upon any one mind within the scope of reality. For example, I'm convinced that I'm in a room with other people right now. And if they agree with me that I'm in a room with them, then we can then work together to investigate reality.
Right.
It doesn't tell us whether or not it's true that you're in a room with other people.
If the people if the people that may or may not be real that I perceive are in front of me agree with me, then therefore we can work together with the people I can't say are real.
There's so many fucking problems.
Stillborn. Am I real?
I don't know. I think I assume that you're real, so maybe
No,
we can
you
work
have
together.
to say I'm real. No, you have to say I'm real, or I'm gonna have like an existential crisis here. You got to tell me I'm real.
I
bro.
assume that you're real, so that we can work together for the point of this review.
Okay, thank God.
who are you
Oh, man,
talking
I almost
to?
blinked out of this. I almost blinked out of existence right there.
I'm not sure though. You guys could all be fake.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he equivocates like I subjectively know that reality is objective. It's like, what? What the fuck?
Exactly.
You've admitted you could be a brain in a vat.
I haven't admitted that I can be. I've
You could
admitted
be.
that I cannot prove that I'm not.
That's right. So therefore, it follows that you could be.
But it doesn't follow that you could be.
What? Fucking
The
Danny
fact
in my
that something
chat
hasn't
goes,
been
I'm like a
proved, that's
woman. I only exist when men are perceiving me.
False does not mean that it's possible or true.
Okay, so you trust your senses and reasoning in order to determine what is real in your reality, right?
Yes.
On what basis do you trust your senses and reasoning?
On their continued reliability at producing effective results.
Okay, now when you, no, see, now the thing is,
Hang on, let him ask questions.
the thing that,
Are they clapping for Matt or the other guy?
They're
I can't
clapping.
tell.
This is an atheist crowd. This is a hostile crowd for
yeah.
Psy.
Well, dude,
It never
that's a stupid thing to clap about because reliability is just begging the question he's asking. He's
Exactly.
like, how do you know your senses are reliable? Because they've been reliable. Dude, that would make, I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know if I have the constitution to do that. I would fucking throw that laptop into the fucking audience. And then they
I
think
know.
I'm losing, but it's like, no, you're so stupid. You deserve to have a laptop bounce off of your forehead.
How do you know
Right.
this
Like-
is reliable? Because it's been reliable.
Exactly.
Right.
That's literally
How you hit
what
me
he
with a
said.
laptop? Are you
This,
sure
this
about
is
that?
why it would make me rage. It's because it's stupid enough for those words to exit his mouth, but the added volume of a whole audience applauding something so retarded would just make me like lose all hope.
Well, he's
Full
also
on
asked.
just
Yeah,
Rambo
he's
mode, dude.
asking how do you know, and the example he gave was basically inductive reasoning. It's like, but that doesn't give you like the know.
Right.
Well,
Like,
like, the
okay,
interesting thing,
inductive
right, is,
reasoning
like-
is like I know the sun, always rise, so I'm assuming, but you don't know it's going to rise. So how do you
Yeah, the problem
know?
with induction. Yeah, that was Kant's famous critique of pure reason was was basically we actually have, or not Kant, Hume was Hume's the problem of induction. We have no way of actually of proving that the sun will rise tomorrow, other than just that it has. So we actually don't have a way to prove that. But
So he didn't
So, like, this interesting
answer
thing
his
with
question in
atheists,
any
though-
way. It's so retarded.
well, there's interesting thing with atheists. You could ask them like, how do you know that your senses are reliable? And honestly, like the best answer you could get from them was, I'm not dead. And it's like, how do you know that you're not dead? How do you
Well, it's
actually
not
know
just
that?
It's acting like reliability is this objective metric, but what are we using to measure what fucking reliable means?
Personal
And how do we know that-
satisfaction with the data that we perceive. That's it.
Right.
Well,
right.
I remain convinced.
just to amaze me that you don't see the folly of that answer. Because the thing is, he says on their continued reliability. How does Matt know whether they've been reliable in the past? How does Matt know they're reliable now? How does Matt know that they're going to be reliable? You know why? Because he uses them to prove it. It's a vicious circle. On what basis do you trust your sense and reasoning when you determine that they've been reliable?
It's not a vicious circle. If you wonder if a pen works, you pick it up and use it. Is it circular? You pick it up and use it? If so, then I'll admit that this is circular.
Like, man.
Is it
Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, like, it just shows even more how Matt is the worst of the worst. Because even like a decently consistent atheist would go, you know what? It is a circle, but that's all I've got. And then you contend with that.
And
but for
so
him
do
to, like,
you.
Yeah. But I mean, for him to hear this and then to say it's not a circle, it's like, oh, please show me the linear progression of this, Matt. I would love to fucking hear that. That just blows my mind.
Well, hold on. He's doing the exact same thing that Beat the Cult did when fucking Chase Haggard had her pinned down badly, which was, how do you give an accounting for this pen that you use? I understand that you use this thing. How do you give an accounting for how it came to be? But I use it. Well, that's not what's in question. Eli, is it hot in that room that you're in?
Yeah, dude, I keep getting pit stains in all my videos. I'm in Arizona, man. I'm in Arizona. My office uses a window shaker. If I leave it on, it turns into a refrigerator, and then if I turn it off, I start sweating.
It's better
So
to
you
be
just have
cold
deal
than
with
to
it.
sweat.
I guess.
Is it circular? Is it circular?
Oh no, don't look away. Children are dying. Oh, Goody, my favorite thing to watch.
Is it circular to use your reasoning to justify your reasoning?
It's a practical necessity. Is it circular? I told you that I said in my rebuttal here that it's a presupposition.
Right.
I'm not using reason to prove.
Wait, so
that
he's
reason
using
is valid.
presuppositional apologetics?
He is. He's using a presuppositional format to complement his atheism in this case, or at least he is biting the bullet that we all have presuppositions and going from there.
Yeah.
And I wasn't gonna go through the whole intro of these, but I wanted to get to the part where it said.
Guy
where
in
he
my
said-
chat was like, "No, how do you know them? You test them." He says you test your senses.
By your
Is he being
senses.
serious?
He says you test them. That's how you know that your senses are reliable. And so Danny goes, "It's not," he goes. Somebody say, Kai says, "How do you know your senses are reliable? You test them. Have you ever heard of the term gaslighting?" And then Danny goes, "It's actually called lamplighting."
Well, no, I mean testing them according to what rigid standard? That's the question.
Right.
Yeah.
Does
What's the
stand-
objective standard to test if my senses are reliable? Which,
Right,
by the
does
way,
my standard work across the
So
board?
the real question is, at that point, how would you determine, or how would you actually determine what is or is not delusion if the only question of how we determine my senses are reliable is, are they reliable? To me,
That's
and
where
it's like, well, the schizophrenic's senses have been just as reliable to him.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
why he brought up brain in a vat in his opening statement. But Matt doesn't address the brain in the vat thing. He just starts to do the open ended.
Would you
Using
real quick?
reason
Real quick,
because
can
it
you
can-
send me this debate? I do want to
Yeah.
watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is also the problem with nominalism. Is if you say
Post
that
it
the
in
universals,
Discord. I'd actually like take a look at it too.
I
Yeah.
want to listen to it at work.
I was thinking
But if-
I was thinking about doing a separate thing, but I was just thinking while you guys are here and while we're talking about pretty much this very debate within.
Hold on. I gotta address what
this
Kai
is
just said. This is
supporting
important.
everything that I was saying.
So Kai says, people can be gaslit or lamplit into being unsure of their faculties. It requires a consensus to show that their reliability. So then I know that my senses are reliable because the majority says so. Does the majority saying anything else make it true?
Well,
Appeal to
1984, don't you think?
yeah,
Fallacy.
appeal to popularity, or an argument ad populum is a fallacy, good sir.
Ever
So
heard
just
of group-
because
ever heard of
everybody else
groupthink?
agrees, my senses are reliable. And I'll give you this. So this is an argument that I use against the naturalistic accounting for my senses being reliable, right? So they say, due to evolution, our brain has evolved to be reliable in understanding the world around us, right? So there's a couple problems with this. One, the theory of evolution is not does not actually state that anything develops for truth tracking purposes. It tracks, or it diagnoses, or fuck, I'm reading your chat and saying it at the same time. It evolves for survivability. So let me give you the example, right? The pragmatic argument, which refutes evolutionary epistemology, is It can be very pragmatic to assume all snakes are venomous. Very beneficial for survivability.
You're right.
But it's totally
But
not true.
Not true. Exactly.
So who diagnoses people with dementia or schizophrenia?
Right.
So it's not the majority who diagnoses people with schizophrenia or dementia.
Yep. If you believe everybody's actively trying to kill you in a paranoid, delusive state, you'll probably survive a long time. You just won't have any social life whatsoever. You know what I mean? So it
Gotta
can't
do the
just be
husband's job real
survivability.
quick, guys.
Absolutely. There you
Hear
go.
that pop?
Very good.
What the fuck is the consensus other than the majority, Kai? What the fuck is it? He says, I never said majority. I said consensus. Consensus
Oh, come
of who?
on.
Are you just going to appeal to authority on top of your argument out of populum?
Kai,
he's
we
going to
gave
go
you
talk
the
to a bunch
benefit
of dolphins.
The
Dude, we
majority of
gave him the
people say
benefit
the
of the doubt.
consensus is different. Okay.
We gave him the benefit
Majority
of
of
the doubt that he
dolphins
wasn't
agree with me.
stupid, but that was a very stupid
Consensus.
thing to say. Just wanted to point that out there.
No, like, I
Continues to
like Kai.
produce
Kai's a
effective
super
results.
nice guy, though.
Oh, he's great.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
great.
We're not
I'm just
trying to
talking shit.
dogpile on Kai, but yeah.
Prove
I'm
that
talking
reason
shit.
is valid. I'm using reason because it continues to produce effective results.
Do you use your reasoning in determining that?
Yes,
Well, then you're using your reasoning to prove your reasoning.
which isn't a problem as long as it's continuing to produce effective
Okay,
results.
let
Do
me
we-
put it
do
this
we
way.
not- I'm sorry, it's your question.
Let me put it this way. If your reasoning was not valid, how could you know it?
I don't know.
You don't know. See, that's the problem. See,
Oh.
because he says he's using his reasoning to prove his reasoning. Well, if it wasn't valid, he could never know it.
Well, I didn't say I
Fuck
couldn't.
yeah,
ever
dude.
know.
I'm saying you couldn't know. You said you don't
Oh,
know.
okay.
I'm saying you couldn't know it.
Good. Can you
Because
prove-
if your reasoning, if it wasn't valid, on what basis could you know that it was valid? You couldn't. It would be invalid. How do you know your reasoning is not invalid, Matt?
Well, see, reasoning isn't one thing, first of all. It's not like we just reason and it's all there. It's you might reason correctly at one instance, you might reason incorrectly at another instance, but that's me using reason, which is separate from reason, which is the foundations, the logical absolutes, which continue
No.
to be true.
How do you know
So
that your
what
cognitive
Matt's missing here, this is the problem with cutting off the connection of the metaphysical realities of the laws of logic. That they're not just fucking made up, but that they're observed in external reality. When we see that objects maintain their identity over time. And even Aristotle's metaphysics, even Monkey Boy admits this, believe it or not. He says the laws of logic were originally coined as a metaphysical term. But then when we use them in logic, it's somehow different. It's like, no, there's a bridge between the two. Obviously, we learned about the laws of logic through observation of external reality. If it's any other answer, then they're not laws anymore. Because they're based on our finite minds and they're not law-like.
faculties by which you determine things to be true are functioning properly?
Well, I test them by
using them.
By using them.
Now, if they were not functioning
Fuck,
properly,
dude.
how could you know it?
I'd probably be dead.
This is the philosophical. This is the philosophical version of the police department has investigated itself for wrong and cleared itself of all wrongdoing.
We at the
It's the
FBI,
philosophical version of that.
Yes, we at the FBI have investigated the FBI for any wrongdoing, and have found in our investigation of the FBI has done no wrongdoings.
It's the philosophical version of that, literally.
Right. But of course, he wouldn't accept, well, the church says that the God of the Bible is God, so why didn't you believe the church? They're the church, after all.
That's why I just start with like trying to draw. That's why with Monkey Boy, I was getting into kind of a more dense matter of this, because if you're going to assign in this real way this thing called logic, this thing called reliability, this thing called regularity, oh, but logic, reliability, and regularity don't actually exist. They're just descriptions of rocks. They're descriptions of rocks. What the fuck are you talking about?
In order
These are
to
just-
accurately describe something, then the features you're using to distinguish must themselves have an actual ontology to them. You're just separating the singular identity from its particular attributes.
You just quoted. That's my opening statement exactly. I'm really glad to hear somebody else make the same argument using their own words, because that's exactly what I was trying to convey. Precisely.
Now that's a fallacy of irrelevant thinking.
crash out.
Wait, you're triggered?
I'm gonna
Hold on,
fucking
hold
crash
on,
out
hold
if I
on.
keep hearing
I'm,
the
I'm, I'm, I'm a feminist now, so we do this.
Dude, it's literally adding insult to injury because it's insulting to my intelligence to hear Matt say this, and then
Yeah.
to know that people are like getting inspired by this. Oh man,
We all
can't
love
do
the
it.
seal clapping, Danny.
Oh,
A
my
lot of people
God.
don't realize that. But the thing is, let's say I went to a plane crash. I was a reporter hired to cover a plane crash. And I go to that plane crash and I say, how is it possible you survived this plane crash? And he said, if I didn't survive it, I couldn't be here talking to you. That's exactly what Matt did here. I'm asking how he knows that his sense and reasoning are reliable. He says, well, I'd probably be dead. That's like me going to that plane crash and saying, how did you survive this crash? He said, if I didn't, I wouldn't be here talking with you. It'd be true, but it'd be irrelevant, sir.
Thank
It would
you.
be irrelevant. It's the fallacy of irrelevant thesis. Sure, he wouldn't be here. I agree with that, but I'm asking how he knows that they're
Yeah, it's
valid.
obvious.
You can't know. You couldn't know if they were valid or not.
What do you
You're
mean by
appealing-
no? I'm not saying that I know. I'm saying I believe them to be valid and that I believe that this belief is reasonable because of their continued
But you
effectiveness.
could be wrong.
I haven't claimed to know.
Which
But you could
goes
be wrong.
back to my
I
point
have
with
not-
Monkey
I have
Boy
no reason
is,
to think that
does
I'm-
reason just what we say it is what's reasonable, just what we declare is what's reasonable? Ultimately, they have to say yes. Okay, then fucking anything that comes out of my mouth, as long as I declare it's reasonable, is therefore reasonable.
Right. The problem too is he is in this loop of belief, and belief justifies belief, and he's going to posit that outside of his belief is a truth, and he can never quite touch that truth, but he believes the truth is out there, and he believes that his belief circle somehow can still reflect the truth, even though it never touches the truth.
Right. It's solipsism.
Which if you watch this actual debate, Cy plays a ton of quotes from the atheist experience back when Matt was on it. And he admits to being a solipsist in one of the episodes. And now that might be chronologically out of date as opposed to how he thinks about it. But at some point, he does say that.
You could be wrong.
I haven't claimed to know.
But you could be wrong.
I have no reason to think that I'm wrong, but I cannot demonstrate that it's impossible that I'm wrong. That doesn't mean that I could be wrong.
Okay, how about this? Why don't you tell me one thing you know?
Why?
Because that's my question, sir.
Well, what do you mean by no?
Justified true belief.
Holy fuck.
I'm not claiming to know.
Anything.
What do I consider as justified true belief? I believe that, well, in that context, justified true belief, are we using my definition of true or yours?
Yours. What do you know to be true? What do you know
Sure, I
that
know I'm not
corresponds?
omniscient in that context.
So
You know that
truth comes
corresponds to
down
absolute
to
reality?
how we define it. It's not objective.
Truth
Right.
comes down
What
to
do you
how I
mean
feel
my
in the moment.
definition and your definition. Is there only one truth, or is truth totally subjective? If that's the case, then why are we having a debate? This is why I always tell
Look,
them.
the ultimate question for the atheist, right? The ultimate, like we can circle through all these different philosophical tensions and right different like linchpins and points where we're going to disagree. The ultimate question is there just is there just your truth, or is there the truth?
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
And it's like the atheist, if the atheist claims that there is the truth, right? How dare you actually sit here and fault Christians for arguing for what we believe the truth is?
Mhm.
Like at the very worst, from your view, we're wrong, and we're all just gonna take a dirt nap. I literally don't get the atheist justification for debate.
Well, no,
Well,
this
that's
is the thing.
Sorry, go ahead,
real
Eli.
quick. If they go the other way and they say that there isn't a the truth, all truth is ultimately subjective, or even if it's implied, I always tell them you've destroyed the possibility of debate, because what are both of us and our different camps pining towards if ultimately the truth just exists in both parties simultaneously? But we're
Well,
here
to say
in
that
this
there is no
performative
ultimate truth is an ultimate
contradiction.
truth statement. So
Well, right,
Yeah,
but again, that's why when Mo and I had the exchange with BS, I was like, so is there an actual objective benefit if you deconvert somebody from Christianity to atheism? Like, there's nothing materially or qualitatively that has actually changed, right? And he goes, I just do this for fun because that's the only move left. Because if he says it is objectively beneficial, then I have to ask him, how does he assess that it's objectively beneficial to reject Christ and to embrace atheism? How did something objectively get better in this person's life? They have no answer. They have eliminated the possibility of an answer to that question by their own belief system.
Right. Inference rules, ironically, are an ought claim that you ought to infer from the previous premise the next premise.
Yes.
You're doing oughts when you do logic, and that you say that in the wrong Discord, and it's just a laughing, what, and all this shit, and it's like, no, you're not even getting it. If you aren't even motivated to move to the next premises, then what are you doing? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
and I just want to make sure we all caught when he
Look,
says,
this
I
isn't a
don't
problem with
claim to
philosophy,
know.
Eli, that you don't understand it.
Yeah. But you caught when he said, I don't claim to know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I don't-
Because that's a
dude.
knowledge claim.
Well, not only that, but it's just like, so you know nothing, and you're this super genius fucking hero. It's like I'm gonna
Essentially.
champion philosophy by saying I fucking know nothing. I mean, it's like, you know, you're not this like, you know, Greek statue with the fucking fist tucked under your chin, dude. Like, you sound like an idiot.
If Bonson made a book called Always Ready, an atheist could make a book called Always Ignorant, and then just have an I don't know for everything.
Well, what do you mean by no? Justified true belief. I'm not claiming to know anything.
He always looks like a chick's gonna come up out of the top of his head.
What do I consider as justified true belief? I believe that
I'm going to say something positive about him. At least he switched to Coke Zero. Good on him. He's making changes, guys. He's
Coke
trying to
Zero
improve.
is pretty good.
No, it's not. It's
justified
fucking
true belief.
terrible.
As long as we're talking shit, like, is there something about big fat guys with large double chins when they have goatees? I can't help but feel like you had like a bunch of honey around your mouth, and then you like motorboated. You like stuck your face in a bear's ass or something, and then all the hair just came with. It looks
Eli,
so
don't talk about
bizarre.
yourself like that.
You
That's
have
not
to
very
have
nice.
you have to have a
Wow.
defined chin to do a goatee, because if you have all this under stuff coming, it just looks like hair got stuck around your mouth while you were like, you know, devouring.
You
honey
got
from
window
a
dressing for
bear's
your other
orifice.
chin.
It's weird, man. It's just a ring. It's just a ring around a blob. You need a chin to do a goatee. That's just
I
any
actually
big guys
told,
out there.
I was talking to my wife about this. It is weird to me, though, if you look at like the general demographic of atheists online debating, it's almost like when you become an atheist, you take on a certain phenotype. I don't
The
get
most
it.
dysgenic
it's
people you've
this,
ever seen.
like large with a beard, very large.
Well, look
it's
at
a
the breakfast
common-
tacos icon. I mean, he embraces it wholeheartedly. He
Yeah.
makes
Yeah,
makes
he's
his
fully aware
imagery
of it.
as fat as possible and
And look,
as fedora tipping
you
as
could-
possible.
You could almost make an argument of against atheists, like, look, guys, look, let's assume everything I'm saying is wrong. Do you want to end up looking like this? Just like
Exactly.
Look, just go to church and you'll look way better. Okay.
This is the
I mean-
necessary entailment of atheism. This right here.
Pretty much.
Is
Well,
my
I mean,
definition
there's
true or yours?
no accountability.
Right.
Yours. What do you know to be true? What do you know
Sure,
that
I know I'm not
corresponds?
omniscient in that context.
Do you know that corresponds with absolute reality? Do you know that?
No.
Okay, well, that's fine. I asked him one thing, and he doesn't even know the one thing he claims to know. That's the problem. That's the problem.
This is bad.
You see, I don't
This is
mind.
really
You know,
bad.
I was the one who wanted a free exchange.
all he's missing is this
I
man is
did.
fundamentally
I'll show you
stupid.
the emails. I'm going to post them later. I wanted a free exchange. And you,
What you say, Mo?
They're saying all he's missing here is just to end that with this
Yeah.
man is fundamentally stupid.
No, this is how Jay does it. Jay goes,
This is fundamentally stupid.
no, he says it really quick. He goes, this is fundamentally stupid. Okay, we got to go. Like, you just
Well,
slip
did
it
you- did
in
you
the
say-
other thing.
Did you guys see Jay's debate with Dillahunty?
Yeah.
Oh, like only 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. Cut. Yeah.
She
Stop
didn't,
blaming
and you
Sarah
didn't.
because I didn't.
No, but she started it, though. Yeah. And then
Okay,
you,
this is where Sai gets into the whole backstage stuff, but I definitely wanted to just bring up that
Yeah.
I don't claim to know. That's
We could do a whole other stream on this
huge.
video right here. This is golden.
right. I mean, we can keep going. We can keep going, obviously, with what we were advertising, which was your debate. But
I don't
thought this
care.
was-
Yeah,
this
we
was
can go
so
anywhere.
relevant. Yeah.
Yeah,
um,
very much so. That was very, very helpful.
Look, I think
Just
we need to
supporting
talk
the
about
same
Baby
stuff.
Q. All right.
Your new hit single that's gonna
The new
top the
hit single.
charts.
The logical entailment of being pro-choice.
Did you want to play Baby Q on the stream? Is that where we're going?
I was gonna play it on mine after, but no, we don't have to.
Okay. Okay. We'll all join your chat after and listen to it.
Okay,
Yeah.
you walk into a house. Do you believe that you're engaging with the idea for the house when you use the house, walk around it. You say, oh, they wanted an open floor plan. They wanted vaulted ceilings. They wanted a master. They wanted it to be tall and wide. They wanted it to be ranch style. All of these words, you're not going to break down the boards and find ranch style home under the boards of the concrete. You're not going to go up to the ceiling and use a microscope and find vaulted ceiling. But you understand, engage with, and recognize the concept for that. And you recognize that this wasn't just, accidental, teleological. You recognize that this came from a mind that's not your own. Does that make sense to you?
If you're just saying background reasons that allow me to make an inference when I see a house that's designed, I mean, sure, but I'm not sure what that has to do with the argument that.
Because you're picking out these would be particular ideas, particular immaterial. Again, for the sake of getting to the concepts, let's call them immaterial objects. But wait a minute, you recognize instantly that because you can put that idea in your head and go, I see what this was going on here. I see what the intention, I see the form, and I see how the material instantiates this idea. And then once you get to idea, you know that it comes from a mind. But if you're going to things prior to humans, external reality, and you're seeing the same type of immateriality, and that's not identical to the material instance, but is instantiated through the material instance, then now you have this distinction. There's the immaterial and the material, but the immaterial you recognize in your intellect conceptually. So it follows that if I recognize this conceptually, the same way I recognize other immaterial instances conceptually, and all those other immaterial instances I route to a mind, it would follow that in the same way, using the same methodology, we would route those immaterialities, for lack of a better word, to a mind, being conceptual, being that we can conceptualize them ourselves.
Yeah, I'm honestly not understanding what you're really getting at.
Do y'all mind?
I'm sorry, I keep taking Taco's voice for an external voice here.
Sorry.
A quick moment to address a few audience support tips.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. So the first one we had come in, thank you very much, Kirk, greatly appreciated, sir. He asked, Eli, are you aware that red light has a range of wavelengths that we can establish?
Okay, hold on. But this shit pisses me off so fucking badly that he does this during the middle of the fucking debate.
Yeah,
Right.
especially considering
If
that like the
somebody fucking
entire
did that to me in the middle of
most
my
of the
debate,
chat's gonna be antagonistic.
well, no, yeah, if somebody did that to me in the middle of my fucking debate, I will literally look at him and go, "You ever fucking do this to me again? I will just leave the fucking debate. I will, like, no, don't fucking do that shit. You want to ask me all the questions you want at the end of the fucking debate? That's fine. Don't fucking sit here and ask me fucking total non sequiturs in the debate.
Yeah, stop the flow of the debate so that we can, engage with audience questions that can all just be saved for after, It's weird.
And of minds, and I copy pasted that twice, so just ignore the second part of that. Same thing.
Right. Yeah. I literally cited wavelengths in my opening statement, Kurt. I'm asking, when you have 620 nanometers over here and 670 nanometers over here, what do they have in common such that you can classify them as being red or possessing redness? That's the question.
Gotcha. So you're asking, is there an independent existence to something there besides just the wavelength?
Sorry, ask that again. I didn't realize you're asking me a question.
Oh, you asked Kurt a question there. Maybe he responds. Maybe he doesn't.
Yeah,
but,
we'll see.
We'll go back to that. We'll come back to that. I don't want to waste time on the debate. And then Karen Dave, there are so many problems with Eli's metaphysics. It's literally contradictory. Thank you for the tip as well, Karen Dave.
Wow, that was a really valuable contribution. Glad we got to that one.
And then Dad Knows Best asks, Eli, how do we compare concepts in two separate minds to confirm they are in fact identical? Is this not needed for your premises to be sound?
Yeah, because if 2 + 2 = 4 is not identical in both of our minds, I would need to know what makes them different. It would be nonsensical to say that they're not identical. Unless you're saying that they're identical to the gray matter in your head, which I would say, okay, let's take a cadaver and dissect the brain and see if we can find 2 + 2 = 4 in there. You can't. So it's just a ridiculous notion to say, unless you want to say that there is, like, in the same way that maybe two atoms are the same and that they're both made of the same molecules or whatever. But then you have to make the position that if you're taking a realist approach, that there's like 8 billion different 2 + 2s, 8 billion different every single universal. And I think that that's an absurd position.
You couldn't even form a textbook if that was the case.
Gotcha. Thank you, y'all. That was all the tips for right now. If anybody else has any questions or comments they'd like to provide the debaters, please.
Okay, isn't that even more of a problem for atheists, the thing that they were asking? Because if you can't identify, I mean,
This is what Mo was asking, and it is a good point, but it's like the same thing with the intersubjective relation between a particular concept generated by a human. We're all finite beings. We're all having our own individual experience, and that's going to go into how we interpret Harry Potter or how we interpret what a piece of art is and what it means. But when you're talking about something objective like redness or math or logic, this is something that is outside of humans as an entire category. So if you're picking out a different 2 + 2 = 4 than me, then we can't actually know that 2 + 2 = 4 because it's all subjective. It's that simple.
Right.
Consider providing a tip on the various platforms I have listed as well. Slam that like button. Sorry for the interruption, y'all.
Gotcha. So again, I mean, I'm trying my best to articulate this and how I'm getting to these things being conceptual using an example of a way that we both agree we would access concepts and know that they're conceptual and know that they come from a mind. And then you say you don't understand. I don't know what that has to do with it being not sound. We can keep trying if you want. But I mean,
maybe we should try getting more strictly a clear series of premises. Maybe that would help.
Okay.
So
See, I should
premise one is-
have said fuck no. I should have said deal with my argument.
What is that? Because I know it's not me.
Steelborn, I think your
Steelborn.
daughter's toys are getting picked up on your
Yep,
bike.
yeah, they are.
Hey,
Let's-
Steelborn,
let
do
me
you
give
have
it my
do
best.
you have a just a curious one dad to know? Do you have a in your head an idea of all the toys that have like repetitive songs that once you're done with them, you're going to take it on the field and just like bash them to pieces?
Go full Office Space on them.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
yes, I do. I don't know why
Okay,
it's still
yeah.
showing. There's like it's like actively picking up sound from my mic. It's like totally silent.
I have a
Now you're
list.
good.
Yeah, that's better.
I just
shot.
turned the
And
gain
you know,
down
if
a
it
bit.
doesn't work, we can try again, right? Premise one would be concepts can be
See, I shouldn't have even tried
recognized
to do this. I'm
to be grounded.
embarrassed that I even attempted to entertain this idea because, again, the second that I say premise one, I'm invoking a syllogism. Even if I go over two premises, I need to have this valid inference rule to an argument that I just made on the fly, you see.
Yeah.
This isn't my job to do this. I'm presented the argument to him now 10 different times.
Yeah.
3 different ways. He needs to evaluate it whatever methodology he sees fit. He doesn't get to demand a methodology out of me to evaluate it as he sees fit, like he said in his opening statement. So, excuse me. Just want to clarify, I should not have even done this. And if you're going to engage, don't even take this. Present the argument the way you see fit, but you're under no obligation to present it the way he asks you to. It's an Oxford style debate.
I was going to ask, do you want us to skip to a separate timestamp somewhere?
Yeah, you can speed through it. You can click through. It's fine. I mean, we can. It's going to get into that validity thing because I make this. Basically, what happens is I make this 6 premise argument, which, by the way, for being on the fly, I thought was pretty decent. But again, I was not aware that you have to invoke some kind of syllogism for this. So then I make this 6 premise stage 2 argument on the fly. Then instead of engaging with the premises of it, he continues to ask me what makes that argument that I just made on the fly that I start here valid. And it's like, dude, you asked me to do it in premises under this assumption that that would be a more valid inference to you. It's, again, trying to trip me up on how much I know about formulating formal, logical syllogisms. And again, I can just bite the bullet.
And then him and Tacos both pretended that that was your main argument and tried to pick that apart.
And then Tacos pulls up
Like
a
the
Word
snake.
document. Yes. It's so we can just click anywhere. It'll that's the context of what's going on.
Do you want to skip ahead to the Word document, or is that also
That's the worst of it. I mean, I'm not trying to hide where it got bad for me, but I'll admit I got cornered. But I flip it around at the end of it, so you can do right there, and then we can skip again if you want. It's just all bullshit. So.
Okay.
Be part of the issue because it seems like you may not be catching a Monkey Boy's critique. So maybe we try typing this out. So what was the premise one, just so that Monkey Boy can
this is
look
helpful.
at this with
This
you
is
at the same time? I think this
Sure,
might
sure.
help clarify this.
It wasn't
Yeah.
helpful. I don't know why I said that. I was nervous
just
and
think-
anxious. It puts you on the spot, but I'm 100% wrong. It's actually It's only helpful to Monkey Boy. It's not helpful to actually doing anything in this debate.
Well,
Other
I
than
think you probably
demonstrating-
I think you probably wouldn't do it in good faith because maybe you weren't suspecting. You know, I mean, obviously you're in hostile territory, but you're not suspecting that you can pinpoint an actual dishonest move that's going on here. So, in the absence of a good idea of a dishonest move that's happening, it's reasonable to engage, you know, with what's in front of you.
But to be fair, like I knew this. You heard my opening statement where I was like, I do not have to do this work for my opponent, and
Right.
I faulted against my own thing I was going to stand up against and say I don't have to put this in the premises for you. But then I'm making this argument, and I in good faith trying to communicate something meaningful to him. And I guess in the moment of debate, I'm like, I really want to believe that you can get what I'm trying to say. And somewhere I need a light bulb to go off and go, it does not matter what you say. You could say the most logically sound thing possible. He will reject it every time. It does not matter. So that's why I need him to fucking engage with the content, not just criticize how it's, because we could sit here for 4 hours and I could attempt to make premises that are constantly invalid. But I have an original argument that he agreed is valid, and that's what we're trying to show isn't sound. So it's like, that's what I don't get about this whole stage 2 bullshit. It's like, even if I can't provide a valid stage 2 argument, how does that invalidate the first argument? It just shows I'm incapable of forming a valid stage 2 argument. But that's not the primary argument that the prompt's asking me for, which again, the only reason that we're just going over this loop is because he's not actually engaging with the content of the argument. So, in fact, if you want to go a little bit to the end, because once this goes down, I turn the tables. There's a moment where and then that's where it gets to the end, kind of, okay, just before, we can see me get a little tripped up, and then let's watch me turn the tables on it.
Right. So modern paraconsistent
This is like
logic.
not very controversial. Like
Yeah, I
philosophers
know.
like Grim Priest talk about the history of logic and how Aristotle's logic was strictly speaking paraconsistent. This isn't really controversial.
Well, I know, but you're making it seem as though it is similar to modern paraconsistent logic, where there is like they take classical logic and they also identify the principle of explosion, and they say we're not going to do the principle of explosion. During Aristotle's time, they had not developed the principle of explosion, so it's not a one-to-one. It's not this. It's not the same. It's paraconsistent. I'm agreeing with you, but there's a reason why his logic was paraconsistent versus why someone thought used paraconsistent logic. A little bit. What I'm pointing out first is that the laws of logic were
metaphysical truths.
Okay, well, are they metaphysical? Laws of logic. Laws are they metaphysical realities? Oh, the theorems.
Logic do not talk about metaphysics.
Can theorems be proven?
Yeah.
Are theorems? Oh, okay. So doesn't proven mean truth?
Actually, re-exam. If you want to go a little bit before it went down, because there's even more of a buildup. I don't mind to show me getting cornered, because I want to show the way it gets out of this. So if you want to go even a little bit further back, and then I start asking about the how many of these infinite, do we have to do, and that's what kind of births this new conversation. So we could even go back just a little bit more,
even more,
and then just a little bit, and then let's just see how it gets out of this. Because I want
you
people
want
to see.
You want to go even back further than here?
Just a tiny bit more, maybe. I just want to show people how to get out of a corner from this guy, because that's what this is about.
Oh, so a person could find validity using any system.
Is this a good spot?
One more, just slightly back.
One more.
We're still, one more tick. Perfect.
Right. And you let me give it my best shot.
Look at Tacos being like a stenographer, trying to every word that comes out of my mouth put it into a premise. It's like that's not
so.
Yeah. Premise 1. So it's like, dude, you have to. Nobody does this on the fly unless they're very advanced in logic. And again, you don't have to be very advanced in logic to make a sound argument. It has nothing to do with whether or not the original syllogism was sound.
Yeah, it's under the gun. So
conclusion will be immaterial, universal, invariant concepts exist. Gotcha. Well, first, premise 1 would be, the validity. So let me ask you one more time. The validity is coming from the truth of the conclusion is motivated by the truth of the premises, right? That's where if it were valid, that's why it would be valid. It's one reason why it could be valid. Yeah. Okay. So
again, he never asked for a syllogism, but that's the only way to make sense of the and you know what? Actually, if we could do one thing, Rex, I want to do the 2 timestamps, just so it's on record of the contradiction that he said. So let me find.
Hey,
that.
real quick, while he's doing that, let me share something real quick.
Cool.
Share a
I'll
screen.
find these.
Yeah. I have found Monkey Boy. This is what he looks like.
Jimmy Neutron character.
Yeah, it's fucking Sheen from Jimmy Neutron. That's
Sheen.
Monkey Boy.
Okay, so we got 1:17:55.
Okay.
Actually, and you know what? We can just start from here because the contradiction comes at 1:22:05. So let's just start from there.
Are you evaluating my argument? Yes or no?
Yeah, but you talk about
We've already
validity before
determined.
it's
Yeah,
on
we already determined that the validity comes from the truth of the premises and the conclusion following from the premises. So we would need to know if you're going to critique it, you need to critique the first premise. Is that controversial?
Yeah, validity doesn't have anything to do with the truth of the premises.
There's one. Doesn't have anything to do. Number one. Okay.
Right, but you've already agreed that regardless of what's in the premises, you can make 6 premises and a conclusion, and an argument within there could be valid. Or like, is it a valid form? Let me ask it this way. Is it a valid form to have 6 premises and conclusion? Because ultimately, if you're asking for a series of premises and a conclusion, and then you're like, this isn't like that's not a valid way to make an argument, then why are you asking me to make premises and conclusions? I don't even understand what you're trying to ask me here. Like, what's the point of even putting it into a series of premises and a conclusion if, like, you don't even know if that methodology is valid?
If he was a sincerely good faith expert logician, he would go, look, you have to be utilizing some type of inference rule, which he does ask for. But then he would give an example of one like modus ponens, like modus tollens, like a disjunctive or a conjunctive syllogism. But if he exited the words, I'm asking for a syllogism, the second that comes out, I would go, why do I have to do that in this debate? And his answer would be, oh, you don't. He doesn't do that. He says, why is the argument you just gave, the 6 premises and conclusion that he basically, I don't want to say forced, he didn't hold a gun to my head, but, you know,
Eli, why is your argument valid? Can you...
Well, again, yeah, he's correct when he asks that. He's correct in that the way to determine ultimate validity is to use formal logic. But in an Oxford-style debate, there's a point in the debate where I ask him, and I wish we could maybe find it, maybe it'll show up, but I'm like, dude, do you honestly believe that everybody else who does debates in the history of Oxford-style debates is doing it wrong because they all don't have pen and papers out, asking each other to write premises down and evaluating their syllogisms? Are you the only one who's doing debate correctly? Or do people utilize natural language and evaluate their arguments on the, if you have the skill set to do that, do so, but you don't just get to make me do it and then say, well, you're incapable of doing this, so therefore I win. That's not how it works. So
yeah, apparently what they should be doing is ignoring their opponent's opening statement and asking them endless questions.
Right.
Well, ultimately, even if every part of this was wrong, right? Even if your argument was totally unsound, that actually isn't the prompt. The prompt was, can you make
that's
a sound argument
true.
for God?
Right. But I was being charitable in, okay, I'm going to present what I believe to be sound. Yeah, but even then, stumping me on the stage 2 argument and saying like, okay, I know you came prepared with a valid syllogism, but now I need you to, on the fly, make as many valid syllogisms as I see
for
fit.
Each premise, yeah.
Yeah,
which was stage 2 syllogisms to prove your previous syllogisms.
But he knows
now we
that
need your stage 3 syllogisms to prove the stage 2 syllogisms.
Right. But what I'm confused about is I'm wondering, like, I thought that just premises and conclusions would kind of have some form of validity to it as long as there's inference that flows. What he's specifically asking for, he's afraid to ask for specifically because he knows I could reject it. That's what you have to realize here.
Great question,
Eli.
We'll resume
nothing to do with the truth of the premises. That's P1 or P. Then we're going to get the not P in a couple minutes.
In just a minute. That's the initial hour.
I don't know. I didn't set a limit. You got to go somewhere, Stillborn?
Oh, it's 11:30 for me, and I got to get up at like 5 for work.
Yeah, we're almost done. Once we hear him say this other part, we can just skip to after the board goes down, and then it just ends itself really quick. So
Right. And anybody who still wants to hang out, we can watch a little more Dillahunty or something like that once we've gotten all the hits.
We got
That's all this
give
guy's
me a
got.
second. We've got 18 additional minutes right now. If y'all need to do a quick bathroom break or anything, or get water, this is a good time to do that.
I'll forget everything that Eli just said.
Then I'll start the timer for 18 more minutes.
And you can skip through this.
So, so if y'all need a
quick break.
Okay.
I'll wait till I come back.
You know, I'm real quick. I'm gonna go pee and grab a beer.
Cool.
Okay. Pensive Eli Nix, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. Well, I'm just trying to think about, like, it didn't click to me that that's what he's asking for as a syllogism. It's what he's at. He wouldn't say it because he knows I could reject it. But if your premises go more than 2, then you start moving into another syllogism. A multi-premise argument is going to utilize them, but it has to rely on them.
So are you saying that he was ignoring your opening statement so as to force you to make an impromptu syllogism that was less thought through, probably weaker, and then you could attack that instead of what you were actually arguing?
Right. This is his whole move. It's like, okay, you brought this modus ponens. That's great. What's your argument for the first premise? And then I give it. Then he goes, well, I can't determine if that's valid unless you put it into a syllogism for me. But he doesn't say it like that. He goes, how do you know that the argument you just gave for the first premise of your main syllogism is valid? And me, being a layman in the school of logic, I'm like, well, what do you mean by making it valid? Because I did my best effort at giving you 6 premises and a conclusion. Now I'm wanting to go through them and see if it follows. And he literally says multiple times, before we even talk about the premises, I need to know why that argument you just gave on the fly is valid. And I'm confused because I'm like, I don't know what other inference rule I could be appealing to. This is why I'm saying when I looked it up later, it would be a type of syllogism. Am I appealing to a modus ponens? Am I appealing to a modus tollens? Am I appealing to a conjunctive syllogism? But he knows that if he asks, is there some kind of syllogism in the thing you made? I would go, wait a minute, monkey boy. Why do I have to give you a syllogism? I don't. I already gave you an argument. But he's framing it like, why is your argument valid? And if I reject that, then I'm somehow saying I don't have to give arguments anymore. No, he's asking for a specific type of argument here, which I don't actually have an obligation to meet that criteria of argument if I'm already presented an argument multiple times.
Indeed. And the beer in question, ladies and gentlemen, Steelborn has returned. We may now proceed.
I'll add that moving forward, just as those are happening, right?
None of you have a koozie as cool as mine.
Yeah. You ready to go, Monkey Boy?
I said to Shiva, "You ready to go, Monkey Boy?" is one of the weirdest things you could say in a debate.
Yeah.
The fact that you need a koozie is pretty feminine, Steelborn's saying.
No. The koozie
Eli had
is
just-
purely because it looks cool.
It's not to protect your delicate hands.
Let's
That's
let's
not
get
what the purpose of a koozie is to begin with, you retard.
Let's get a better look here. How do we?
Hold on.
Can't see
Yeah,
it.
it looks see-through. Hold it to the
I
camera.
can't see feminism.
Hold on, I gotta figure out how the fuck I
Nice extended pinky there.
Hold it to the...
fucking,
We still
it's
can't
on
see
camera.
it.
There we go.
Oh.
Oh, I see.
You made that yourself, huh?
No, but this was actually a gift from my dad after he did knock somebody out with it once.
Dang,
Oh, man.
it's pretty hardcore.
Dad lore.
Was it you
the
that he
koozie-
knocked you out? Did he
No,
knock
it
you
was
out
not
with
me.
it?
It was not me.
Oh, okay. All right.
Shut your mouth.
But
I
just so
told
you
you once, boy.
Hold
I
on,
told you
hold on, real
1,000 times.
Real quick, Mo, what do you
Ding.
think the purpose of a koozie is for?
To protect your delicate hands.
No, the purpose of a koozie is that it keeps your drink cold for longer.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
It's insulation.
Oh,
Cold
wow.
as
Really?
Steel.
That's the question. You've got 18
You need
minutes.
to protect your delicate
I already forgot what my question was. I mean, I guess ultimately,
Look at me, I'm Mo.
You know-
I don't remember the whole thing, but it had to deal with the validity.
right. Okay, so we're talking about like if somebody had 6 premises, if you had this schema, 6
By
premises
the way, I
and a
totally love
conclusion,
smoking pipe,
okay, that alone
I
valid?
know.
But no, actually, let me actually, because I'm just trying to follow because again, I'm not totally skilled in logic here. But if what makes
I
6
have a
premises
collection
in
of
a
cigars,
conclusion
too.
valid would be if the premises follow, or if the conclusion follows from the premises, or would that be soundness? You can correct me here if I'm missing it.
Yeah, validity is that the conclusion's truth is preserved by the truth of the premises.
Okay,
There we go.
so
There's
the
not
validity of that.
So beforehand, he said it has nothing to do. Do you understand what that qualifier is? Nothing.
Yeah, but what do you
Zip,
mean by
zero.
nothing? What do you mean by
Exactly.
nothing, bro?
I don't
You
mean
need
like
to tell me what-
nothing. I mean, you
nothing.
know.
You know.
But now he's saying it has something to do with it. And this is a contradiction, but when I pointed that out in the YouTube comments, all of his spurgs were like, you don't know the difference between valid and sound. No, if he would clarify and say, look, soundness is really the truth of the premises. But what he means by what he just said is if P then Q. We don't know what P and Q stands for. That's where the soundness comes in, is if what you're putting in place of P actually does lead to what you're putting in place to Q. That's soundness. But the form of Q coming from P, that is supporting the conclusion. That's what he means. But he
All that a
won't
valid argument
say-
has to do is the conclusion has to logically follow from the premise.
Right. That's what he means by the truth of the conclusion is preserved by the truth of the premises. But if he had
That's
ounce
smuggling
of-
in soundness into validity.
Well, no, what he's doing is he's intentionally avoiding saying, do you have a syllogism? Because I could just go, bro, I don't need to give you a syllogism right now. I've already gave you an argument. What is me making it into a syllogism? Why is that my burden? It's not. It's an
Well,
extra.
that's why he focuses on valid and doesn't say soundness and talk through that, because that would actually be examining your syllogism and engaging with the argument and saying, like, what is, is this true, like really true?
Right. Well, and that's why he doesn't want to go to the content of the premise. It doesn't even matter about soundness yet. He's trying to get to validity, and I'm trying to ask him, what the fuck are you asking for? And the honest answer to the good faith question I'm asking is a syllogism. But he knows if he says a syllogism, I can say, I don't have to give you that. Fuck off with that. Evaluate the argument that I just gave. What burden do I have to present syllogisms? Is that how all debates are? You have to have formal, rigid syllogisms? No, people talk with natural language. If you're so good at logic that you can take what I'm saying and put it into a syllogism and evaluate it and tell me why it's wrong, then I might be cooked. Then I go, oh, damn, this guy just on the fly took my words, formed it into a syllogism, and showed me why it doesn't work. But he's wanting me to do his work for him, try to make a syllogism on the fly without specifically asking for a syllogism, and then going, that's totally invalid. He's not even doing any legwork at all. He's trying to get me to bury myself. And what I'm saying is, even if I do, it has nothing to do with the soundness of the original fucking argument. So that's what we get into.
That schema would be if the conclusion's truth is preserved by the truth of the premises. So when we went to the first premise and I asked you, okay, let's talk about the truth of this first premise, you seemed apprehensive to that, but then it seems like you just said that the validity comes from the truth of the premises. So
when checking for validity, you assume the premises are true.
Right.
Truth is irrelevant. So
Q follows from P in the modus ponens. That's what you're assuming is true. But he's not being specific enough. Go ahead.
whether the truth of the premises ensure the truth of the conclusion.
Okay, that actually helps. That helps. Sorry, don't mean to interrupt. That helps. So we're going to assume they're true and then go through it and see if the conclusion follows, and you would like grant it for the sake of checking for validity. Then there would be another step where we go through and see if they're actually true. Am I understanding that right? And that would be the soundness?
Yeah, like if I had the argument, if
Watch.
if I have a dog, then pigs fly. I have a dog, therefore pigs fly. You know,
That's a
valid
syllogism.
argument.
I haven't gotten it yet in the debate. I realized this after, but what he just gave was a fucking syllogism.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
And-
Okay, got it.
Mhm.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. But then we go in and we go, well, can pigs actually fly? No, I see. So
Or why would I think if you had a dog,
I'm
then
just
pigs
trying to
fly?
get him
Right,
to
right,
engage
right.
with
Maybe
the words I actually said this whole time, and he refuses to do it.
No.
Even think you have a dog.
I totally understand.
But if I don't understand,
that would be now. There's a difference between us.
You all right there, Steele?
You got
I think I hit my vape and some fucking shit flew into my mouth. I fucking hate when that happens.
A syllogism, which is only two premises and a conclusion, and then you have things like modus ponens or whatever, and people utilizing like more than two premises, right? So what would what would be like? Is there a name for whenever the premises exceed 2 and it's not really a syllogism anymore? That's
It's
just a
just more
deductive chain.
syllogisms. That's what I learned later. It's just more syllogisms, and it's a chain of them to get to a conclusion. But he intentionally hides this information because he's a fucking snake.
terminology?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's like a precise like logical jargon for that, but
so wouldn't it like be more prudent for us to do? Couldn't we do like both at the same time? Couldn't we like address the premises one by one, address whether or not they are true, go to the next one, and then kind of determine, say, hey, maybe this isn't true, or maybe this doesn't follow. Again, I'm just wondering if you're only capable of debating with people who have this some knowledge of logic, I think that there ought to be more prudent ways of actually engaging with the content of what I'm saying, rather than depending on me to also share the the knowledge that you have, which I agree you're very knowledgeable, but that doesn't, my lack of knowledge in the field of logic has no bearing on whether what I'm saying is actually sound or not. So I'm just wanting to find a prudent and expeditious way for us to actually get to the meat and potatoes.
It does insofar as like logic is understood to be the study of validity, and it's expected those who are less logically nurtured are less capable of rendering arguments that are valid.
No, but
so
it doesn't
the whole topic
matter.
is whether you can give a sound argument.
Right.
So hold on a sec. So Eli, I noticed something interesting I just thought about. If we never address the actual premises of your argument, we'll never actually have to determine whether or not your argument was sound.
Exactly. This is filibustering, and what he just said is totally a non sequitur and not true. I could be the most logically nurtured person on earth. Does that mean that the argument I gave is not sound? No, that doesn't. Give me a syllogism for that, monkey boy. Give me a fucking syllogism that says I could be the dumbest. If I don't know enough about logic, the original argument I gave isn't sound. How much I know about logic doesn't
Your
have anything to
justification
do.
for why you believe it might be totally wrong, but that doesn't change whether or not the argument's true.
Or my capability of analyzing its validity formally. I could have no skill of doing that, but does that mean that the original argument that I gave is not sound? No. I could be the most skilled guy, I could be the least skilled guy, but I presented an argument and it's either sound or it isn't. It has its soundness. I mean, it ultimately doesn't have anything to do with how well I can give valid supporting arguments. Does that make sense to everybody else? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was nodding my head. Yeah, that makes sense. It's irrelevant whether or not your skills at doing classical formal logic. That's actually ultimately irrelevant to whether or not your argument's sound. Which he never addresses whether or not the argument's sound. Now, I would agree. In order for an argument to be sound, it has to be valid. But again,
he agreed it was valid.
But yeah,
he agreed the first one was valid.
So if the argument's valid, then now we need to address whether or not it's sound. But if we never do that,
he wants to know if my stage 2 argument is valid. And really, I could have undercut this whole thing and went, if I can't make a valid stage 2 argument, does that mean the primary argument wasn't sound or valid? No, it doesn't.
It's ultimately irrelevant.
Yep. So this is all just filibustering non sequiturs.
Watch, I'll give you an example. Socrates is a man. All men are mortal. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. Okay, what's your stage 2 argument for premise 1? Right. Prove to me that Socrates is actually a man.
We do this exact thing in the after panel. I ran this on this.
Was it literally this exact argument?
Yes. Yes. And I was repeating Monkey Boy's jargon in the after panel. We can look at it.
Yeah, that was my favorite part, where you were using like his tactic against them, and they were starting to argue against you, like how that wasn't right. It was pretty funny, and they didn't realize that exactly what's been happening for like the last hour and a half.
Exactly. So we can like watch a little bit more of this, then skip back to that part, and then get to the end. That would be a good way to cap it.
Sure.
On whether you can produce a valid one.
Right. And then, so my whole opening statement was modus ponens and an argument for each premises. But now it seems like what's turning on the soundness is whether or not I can formalize this according to the strict rules. And I'm saying that really, that's kind of more your burden. You should be able to take that. I presented a modus ponens. I presented arguments using natural language. And you're saying, well, I need you to, on the fly, turn these into a structurally valid thing so that I, Monkey Boy, can then analyze them. And I'm saying that like nobody does debates this way. Like it's kind of like, I would say maybe pedantic. I don't want to, be slinging shit here, but like I wish we could just kind of engage with the content of what I'm saying in a way that is expeditious and prudent to the formal syllogism that I did present.
Yeah, we challenged the first premise, then you gave an argument. We're asking,
Okay.
how can you show to me that the argument's valid?
Okay, so we gave an argument for the first premise, right? Now, I'm just saying that the validity would be within
All I had
the
to say
conclusion.
here, all I
the
had
truth
to
of the
say here
conclusion
was, Monkey Boy, I'm actually not sure if I can show you that my stage 2 argument is valid. But you agreed my initial argument was valid. So what does that have to do with the soundness of my original argument if I can't validate my stage 2 argument? It might weaken my position a little bit. It's a bullet I have to bite. But you can't just jump to, okay, your modus ponens isn't sound now because you can't validate the stage 2 argument. That's all I'm trying to say. And his whole YouTube comment warriors just cannot compute this at all. It's, again, because his only methodology is expose they don't know a lot about logic. Now all their arguments are unsound. That's a total non sequitur and illogical, ironically.
Supported by the truth of the premises. And then I asked you if premise 1 is true, and you seemed apprehensive. So can we go back to premise 1 and talk about the truth of premise 1 if indeed the truth of the conclusion is supported by the truth of the premises?
Well, I don't accept that the argument's valid. I'm asking you to
But
show
what
me
make
that
you
the
agree
argument's
that what makes it valid
Then
is if the truth of the
demonstrate
conclusion
that,
is
you
supported by the truth
fucking
of the premises.
monkey, and fucking
valid.
demonstrate.
Yeah, the truth
why
of the
it's not
premises
valid.
entailed the
That's
conclusion of the
absurdity.
argument's valid. But I'm asking you to show to me that the truth of the premises entails the conclusion.
Okay, hold on a sec. Eli, here's
Right.
what you should have done here. He keeps getting, he keeps saying, okay, I don't accept the argument's valid. Okay, which premise makes the conclusion, or which premise either makes it so that the conclusion doesn't follow, or
Right.
why does the conclusion not follow?
Which is why, by the
And then
way,
you'd
for
have to make a
anybody
positive
watching,
claim and have to defend it.
exactly. But you should never do this premise unless you've already formulated something that you can lean on. Do not try to make premises on the fly unless you are competently skilled to do so, because guess what? You don't have a burden to. Ultimately, you just don't.
Okay, so
I'm very
again, I
confused
just
here.
don't. The truth of the premise 1 being, and maybe I should, I mean, again, I just don't. It's never a prerequisite in any Oxford style debate that both opponents get out a pen and paper and start writing things down so that things can be rigidly semantically analyzed. I mean, I don't know if somebody like you who is a debater like watches debates. I don't know if you think that everybody but you is doing it wrong, but we can just talk about things and engage in a conversation that is a debate. You're wanting to get into and again,
I don't understand what any of this means.
I've given
this is where the
modus ponens-
exposure of the sophistry comes in. He thinks that this is like bad optics for me, and guess what? On a TikTok live where you control the mute button and you have a fucking sub IQ audience, yeah, maybe it is. But in this setting, what he thinks is me burying myself is actually me exposing you didn't come here in good faith. The optics, right here, the optics for him are terrible, and I think he knows it.
you agree is valid. When I'm giving the argument, I it would probably be more helpful if I could reduce it from 6 premises to a modus ponens. But guess what? I have no obligation.
See, I'm getting
to do
it.
that.
I'm
If that's
starting
the
to get it.
only
there,
way that
right
you're
there.
able to get validity out of something. You ought to be able to engage with what I'm saying and find a validity. We're getting nowhere. Perhaps I haven't this doesn't. You not being able to engage in the standard Oxford style debate methodology doesn't make my argument sound, but me not being able to engage in your preferred method of debate doesn't make my argument not sound.
For a second, I think both of y'all not looking at this simultaneously might be part of the issue, because it seems like you may not be catching a Monkey Boy's critique. So maybe we try typing this out.
So maybe the moderator needs to team up with your opponent so that, you know what I mean? It's like, are you kidding me? Okay, let's skip to the end of this gray screen shit so we can wrap this up.
Okay, so you mean like right after it ends, or do you want to go to the after panel?
Yeah, just go right after it ends, because that shows where I turned the tables. Right there is fine.
Okay, 149.52.
Aristotle's logic. In fact, funny enough, Aristotle's logic allowed for a contradiction. Aristotle created a paraconsistent logic. He had a logic that allowed contradictions. He had a separate metaphysics.
Oh wait, I'm so
in the
sorry.
metaphysics,
I
he
want
talked
you to
about
go
the
back.
laws of-
There's a point where I go, wait a minute. How many stages do you have to ask me before we can get to the validity? And that's where it starts, because that's how you get out of the corner. Maybe one more tick back. I think. I'm sorry.
It would be the destiny answer of as many as it takes for me to win.
Could I come up with a logic system right now?
A little bit back.
that
A little
just
bit
as
back.
my
We're
argument
getting
is
there.
sound?
I'm getting out of it.
And they show what would be. Okay, again, I don't know what a person is supposed to do in a debate
Like how
kinda
many
just want the
stages?
argument.
Well, no, I know,
Here we
but
go.
whenever they come to a debate, how many stages should, if I was to do better next time, let's put it that way, exactly how many stages should I have come prepared with in order
Everybody
to?
asks this.
Yeah, I know, but like you said, it's basically infinite until it's justified. And I asked you who determines what justifies it, and you said it was ultimately what?
I
Here
said
we
we
go.
share epistemic standards. So epistemic
No, the
loyalty
fuck
backwards
we
from
don't.
when
No, I
something's
don't know,
justified.
but yeah, I don't know that that's even true. So like maybe we could talk about that first to see
Precept
if we
lie and
actually share the
engage.
same epistemic standards, because that would be important for finding validity, right? Because ultimately validity is appealing to inference rules, which are appealing to
Validity has nothing to do with epistemology.
wait,
almost
validity has
fucking
nothing to
said-
do.
oh,
Do
here
you
we go. Sorry,
know
go ahead. I'm
It
getting
has to do
giddy.
with
I'm
your-
getting giddy.
Okay.
what's valid
Here
and
it
what's
comes.
not?
What it means for something to be valid has nothing to do with epistemology.
Well, I asked you a question. Do you know what's valid and what's not?
Yeah, that's an epistemic question. We're just talking about rendering a valid
Sorry.
argument.
Well, okay, wait. But if you have knowledge of validity within a system, right? Is it just the system that makes an argument valid?
Yeah,
Oh, it's just the system. Okay, and which system ought we use to determine validity?
that's just a loaded question.
It's loaded, but you're the one claiming that we use a
Why-
system to
why would
determine
I think-
validity, and now
I don't know.
I'm being forced in this interaction to use a system presumably you've chosen. Why ought we use that system?
I'm not saying we ought to use any system.
Oh, so a person could find validity using any system.
Yeah, there's various logics you could use.
That-
I'm just
I mean,
using classical
there a-
logic, which is the
is there
vanilla.
a limited number or a finite number?
Of existing logics, there's roughly a dozen.
Okay, could there possibly be more?
Eli, why do you use
Mhm.
vanilla logic?
Okay, what?
Yeah. Now here we go. This is the tables turning. This is the redemption. The sun.
What makes
rising over
those
the
dozen
hill.
legitimate?
This is
What does it mean for
glorious.
it to be legitimate?
Oh, they're not legitimate.
I don't know what it means to say logics are legitimate.
Okay, so they just are. So I'm asking. What I'm asking is,
don't
could
know
I
what
come up
that
with? Could I
question's
come up with a logic system right now that just says my argument is sound?
I doubt so. I mean, it's
Well, wait,
possible.
why couldn't I? Why couldn't I just say that according to my axioms as an Orthodox Christian, my argument's sound? What's wrong with that?
I don't really understand what you're asking.
Because we're using.
You can invent a
classical-
logic. I don't
Yeah.
expect you to create a logic on the spot.
Well, I mean, what goes into creating a logic?
A lot of stuff,
Oh,
like truth functionality, inference
stuff.
relations, syntax.
But all
um,
those things would be affirmed by the system itself. So it's kind of,
yeah,
self-referential in that way.
this
Right.
define the system.
Well, I know, but like, whenever these people, supposedly you're arguing
You
that
can just
just
use whatever
people,
logic you want.
okay, I use my system that says my argument is sound, and I win the debate. Unless you can tell me why we ought use this one to
I'm
determine
asking you
soundness
for
and
a
validity.
logic.
Yeah, my logic is based off of the axiomatic principle that anything I say is valid and sound, and therefore I made the argument is valid and sound.
So if you're saying that you have a logic, which doesn't seem there's any logic in use, but using a logic
no, that's
that the system
presupposing
is
when you say-
defined, if the logic's defined in terms of the truth of your
The sy-
conclusion,
No, that's your
in
system.
order.
That's your system. I'm using a different system.
No, I'm
And you-
talking about
you
the
admitted
system,
that
what you
we-
just said is an axiom of your system.
Yeah, I mean, you could call it an axiom. It's just the
I'm so
fundamental.
confused what we're doing here. This is
What I'm doing is pointing out that, like, whenever I asked you how many stages do we have to go through in your system before we're done and it bottoms out, and you said
it's not
justification.
a question of
So now
number.
you've brought into the argument an argument about justification, and I asked you
one
what
of my
justifies
mods
it.
has
I
a
didn't really
question
get an answer.
for you, Eli.
Sure.
So he said, I kind of tuned out. Why the hell does it sound like Eli is arguing with an AI?
Because that's all this guy is robotic binaries, but doesn't actually have any arguments himself.
Well, that's
Somebody
why
throw
DeFreak,
tomatoes at him.
This is
Well,
where it's
that's why-
getting good. This is
that's
where
why
the
DeFreak-
redemption comes.
in the comments section was like, just use AI like they do. That's why he said that.
And I think ultimately it's the system justifies it. Well, okay, then I asked you, why ought we use this system that we're doing here on the screen? You said, well, there's no reason why we ought to use the system. And so now I'm pointing out, okay, so I could pick any system and my argument would be sound and valid if I can just arbitrarily create a system that says my argument is sound and valid.
I don't really understand what all that's about. I
Okay.
don't know what it means. Systems don't say any, they don't assume propositions. So that's just a little strange.
Wait, I know, but there's propositions that can be made in virtue of a system, right?
I don't know what that means. There's facts about the system if that's all you're saying.
Okay, what are the facts about the system you're wanting me to commit to?
Logics don't say anything metaphysically interesting. There's not axioms in logic.
Aren't the
like
laws of
God
logic
exists.
metaphysical truths?
No, they're not.
Are they based off of metaphysics?
Aristotle's
No.
metaphysics?
Aristotle, that's beyond confused. There's something Aristotle talked about called the laws of thought. In Aristotle's logic, in fact, funny enough, Aristotle's logic allowed for a contradiction. Aristotle created a paraconsistent logic. He had a logic that allowed contradictions. He had a separate metaphysics. In the metaphysics, he talked about the laws of thought, and he motivated certain metaphysical principles like contradictions cannot instantiate. He argued that those are metaphysically impossible. That's separate from his logic. His logic explicitly was paraconsistent. Actually,
That's not entirely true. Different from paraconsistent today, where they reject. Hold on. Today, paraconsistent logic rejects the principle of explosion as a choice in order to address specific issues.
Yeah,
During Aristotle's time, there wasn't yet.
What?
I looked this up before because I heard him say this, that Aristotle's logic was paraconsistent. And what I knew about paraconsistent logic is that they reject the principle of explosion. And I read in the philosophy forum, somebody clarified exactly this point, that at the time of Aristotle, there was no principle of explosion to reject. So naturally, he included contradictions in the argument. Then whenever classical logic developed the principle of explosion, or discovered, or whatever word you want to use, that then contradictions were out of the picture, and that was classical logic. And then in modern paraconsistent logic, they admit that all they're doing is just taking out the principle of explosion, and that's what makes it paraconsistent. What I'm pointing out to him is that Aristotle had no choice but to be paraconsistent because the principle of explosion wasn't developed yet. He didn't have classical logic wasn't developed yet. So he's equivocating by going like, oh, Aristotle preferred paraconsistent over classical. Classical wasn't fucking invented yet, so it had to be. So I'm drawing that distinction because I knew he would.
He's making a false equivalence.
Correct.
Okay.
A developed principle of explosion, which is what made it paraconsistent, but not in the same way that we know modern paraconsistent logic today. There just wasn't a principle of explosion yet developed. So it's a little bit dicey there when you say that he was like accepting paraconsistent logic as we know it today, when paraconsistent logic as we know it today is just rejecting the principle of explosion for the sake of addressing specific issues.
You can allow contradictions in ways that don't assume explosion.
That's paraconsistent logic. But what I'm saying is they didn't even have a concept of the principle of explosion, and that's what made it paraconsistent.
The point is that it's not a provision in the logic.
So modern paraconsistent
this is like
logic.
Not very controversial.
A better way to say what I'm trying to say is that Aristotle wasn't rejecting classical in favor of paraconsistent. All that was available to him was paraconsistent. That's all.
Yeah, you couldn't. And to even say paraconsistent would be in reference to the establishment of classical logic in the first place. And since neither were there, you cannot anachronistically call it either of those things.
And that's why I always say that these things don't exist in vacuums. Again, I love that the fucking nominalist is the first person to put things in these neat little immaterial purses, you know what I mean? Like they want to have these little vacuumous purses, but none of them's existing, and I'm the one saying they're all interrelational. They're not literally existing in vacuums the way you're presenting they do, and then also rejecting don't even fucking exist. You performative contradiction monkey mother F.
Yeah, and so you're going to exactly. He's going to say they don't exist, but he's going to correct you by putting them in necessary classifications.
Exactly.
On that note, real quick, guys, I gotta dip.
Yeah, Jet.
All right, Steel.
Hold up before you go, Steelborn. Let's do one of these. Here we go. Steelborn, tell everyone where they can find you.
Yeah, you can find me over at Steelborn on YouTube and on X. We'll do debates, cultural commentary, some chill streams every now and then. You can always find me over at Verbal Combat Friday, baby. I actually got 2 debates coming up this week. I got one tomorrow against a religious Jew. We're gonna do 2 prompts. Yeah, we're gonna do 2 prompts in one debate.
Holy crap!
Prompt 1: does the Old Testament teach a Trinity? Prompt 2: was Jesus the Messiah? And I actually specifically am getting it in that order because if I can demonstrate that the Old Testament teaches a Trinity, well then
it's one debate.
It's one debate because not only that, well, if it does teach a Trinity, who's the second person of the Godhead? But not only that, if his understanding of the Old Testament is false, then his understanding of the Old Testament messianic prophecies would also now be called into question.
Correct.
And for this one, I will actually call upon, even though there's a bit of a war going on, I will call upon my Protestant friends. Get in the fucking panel and wreck this guy because he gets so upset. It's so funny.
I am working both jobs tomorrow, so you're gonna have to rely on Rev Russ to possibly be around. Otherwise, I would like to help you guys on that one.
I want Rev. I definitely want Rev in there because it's funny. It's gonna be so funny listening to Rev talk to this guy. I argued with this guy for like 20 minutes about what anti-Semitism was one day. He's I don't know. I think he's a super prideful guy, but we'll see how it goes. And then I got a debate on Saturday on the prompt raising children in your religious tradition. Yeah, it's Eli because he unplugged his fucking headphones.
Back now.
Yeah, so Saturday debate is raising children in your religious tradition without educating them on alternatives is abuse. That's the actual prompt.
I'll be in the panel. I'll be in the after panel for that one. That's
There's
awesome.
not going to be an after panel. That's going to be over on Horseradish.
Oh, lame.
Yeah, but it's
But
like
hey,
it's gonna be so bad.
Steelborn, at some point, come watch the end of this stream because we're almost done, and I want you to see where what you suggested I do with that Socrates argument. I do the exact thing you mentioned with that argument and mimicked his style, and it's really funny. So watch that when you get a chance because we're almost there.
All right, I have a real quick question. Mo,
Yeah.
how old are you? Am I the baby of the panel over here?
You're the baby.
Of course you are.
You probably are. Yeah.
Actually, no. Mo is.
I'm
17.
on the. Yeah. I'm actually 22. I just had a really hard life.
Like seriously, how old are you, Mo? Because I know re-exam's probably like 70.
Oh my god.
I'm on the bad side of 35. I'll put it that way.
Oh damn!
Sounds like a
I
country
am
song.
totally the baby. I'm 22 over here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is why you're so hyper, and the rest of us are just. We can get amped a bit, but we're not. We're not like. I mean, you are rapid fire.
It takes 50% of my battery every time I crash out. So I gotta.
See, that's one of the reasons I love verbal combat. I'll just keep going for hours. I don't care.
Oh my god.
Do it
I'll
while you're
argue with
young.
anybody.
Okay,
That's right.
And before you go, are any of you guys definitely going to VK Live right around DebateCon time?
Potentially, I gotta see if I can get like I gotta get like a grand saved up.
Right.
to be able
I'm
to
doing
make
the
it.
same thing. I told Easy I'd get back to him in 2 days, and I'm doing the finances over with the wife. So
I got the invite, but it's not in the cards
dono
for
bar
me.
up right now. That's got
It's
nothing.
not in the
in
cards
it,
for
so we'll
me,
see how it goes.
unfortunately.
Steelborn, if you go, I will almost certainly go. So if that motivates, that would be sick.
Look, I do want to go to DebateCon. Right, it'll be a great vacation for the wife and I.
Yeah.
And getting to go to do VK Live would be fun.
That would be pretty dope. Yep. It's looking like it's gonna be amazing. But yeah, I've got like a bunch of other stuff. Like I've got like some medical stuff coming up, so I just can't be away.
Yeah.
Look,
But,
I know.
So it's just not in the cards this time.
Look, retard treatment's very expensive. We know, Mo.
It is expensive. You would know firsthand, right?
No, I know from secondhand experience because many of my friends.
I'm just waiting for the cosmic orange circle to come and be like, "Hi, I'm Avarice. Steelboard, get back with your helmet."
Dude, if I'm fucking there, it's just gonna be me and Avarice Spurg fest the entire
You know, Avarice and JS are gonna fight, right? They're meeting there and they're gonna fight in
They're
real
gonna wrestle,
life.
yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Oh, for
this is
real?
no longer verbal combat at this point. This is just combat.
It's just combat.
I do
Bordering
gotta
on-
say, like some of my favorite VK matches is you and Avarice together. It's just fun. to
Oh
watch
hell
those
yeah.
two.
It's hilarious.
Well, that's why you guys keep getting matched
It's like
up.
two polar opposites of approach. It's hilarious.
But like
I
with
know. I
equal
try
energy,
to
so it's like
actually evaluate the argument, and Avarice is just like, I'm way more racist than you.
well, yeah, it's like
Yeah.
a game of chicken, you know? It's like who's gonna run out of steam first, and then nobody ever does.
Well, it's funny because I've just decided from now on, I'm just not gonna spurg over Avarice and just let him continue to spurg because it's really funny to me.
Heck yeah.
Like, just basically just like ask a couple like basic questions. Like the last 1v1 we got put into is like, there should be more black female superheroes in or something like that, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
the first thing I said was like, Avarice, why do you want DEI superheroes?
So give him a loaded question.
I just totally gave him a loaded question and watched him spurg over it for fucking 10 minutes. And his response was, I want to see more black seductive women in comics. That was his answer.
Well, it's funny because you know that he's not afraid to go the like absurd route. So
Oh,
you
no.
just like give him a diving board to jump off of and like watch him do a gainer. It's really funny.
If we get to go, though, it'll actually be the second time my pops and I have gone to an event with Andrew Wilson. So
Oh,
Wait,
man.
was your dad there when I was?
yes. Me and my dad were both there.
Okay. Not only do I not remember you, I definitely don't remember your dad. Okay, I kind of remember you, but only because you had that car with the red hood and everything else was like silver.
No, it was black.
It was black?
It
Okay.
was a little black Dodge truck.
Memory is fading. But I remember the red hood because it was
You need to
totally
take your
clashing
nap,
with the rest of
Rex.
it.
Yeah, Rex, are you going to Dallas?
In all likelihood, no. In all likelihood.
okay.
I mean, yeah, economy, you know.
Look, honestly,
Yeah, I
like
know.
the tickets aren't aren't really the expensive. It's the getting out.
No,
there
I
is
wouldn't
what's
even
the
go for
expensive to me.
debate con. I would just go for VK if I was gonna do it.
Yeah, it's getting there's it's a big ticket.
And like, dude, from Michigan to Dallas, that's an expensive trek.
Yep.
No matter which way you look at it, it's like train, plane, or drive. It's gonna be fucking expensive.
Right.
Because I've actually got family like literally in Dallas, so it's like I've got somewhere that I can stay.
Yeah, I'm in Northern Illinois. I've got one friend that I used to see once a year at the U.S. Open, and that I'm just like, maybe he'll let me crash on his couch, you know. But doubtful.
Yeah.
Doubtful. So
I'll tell you what. Here's what we'll do. We'll if I drive down there, right? I'll swing by on the way, and we'll pick up Eli and just take him with us.
There you go.
You're gonna swing by Arizona.
That's a little out of the way.
Not from Michigan. I'm already driving that way.
I was gonna say you could swing. You do better just to swing closer to me and pick me up rather than Eli. We at least have a middle point.
You're in the middle somewhere.
I'm in Northern Illinois.
Northern Illinois. Oh damn.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm in Southeast
Good
Michigan, so it's
hills
like
of Tennessee here.
Oh,
yeah,
there
I'm
you
in
go.
Southeast Michigan, so it's like I've already got to drive way far south. Like swinging
I'm-
through Arizona is not that bad.
I'm an hour and a half from the Mexican border. It's like, dang.
How far are you from Dallas, Eli? It's like
Oh, by driving or I mean? Oh,
I'm gonna
it's,
guess oh, dude, I would probably guess about 20 hours at least.
18. Yeah.
18.
Mm-hmm.
from Dallas.
I'm probably
to
15.
Dallas.
Well, yeah,
Probably about
the
15, I would think.
Oh, okay. Yep. About the same.
Wait, did you say that you're like 15 hours from Dallas?
Tennessee.
Yeah,
fuck
I'm in
dude.
Tennessee. I think so.
Arizona's
big-
fucking a border state to Texas.
No, it isn't. No.
Isn't
No,
it? No,
New
New
Mexico's
Mexico's
in the middle.
New Mexico's in the way.
Yeah.
I forgot. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Mexico's
Look.
not fun to drive through too.
From my location, Dallas, finding best route. Oh, 13 hours, 57 minutes. So not even 18. That's not so bad.
Yeah, hold on. Now
Okay.
let's compare this real quick. Just for some context for you guys.
Oh, actually, I was way off. It's only less than 14 hours for me.
Oh, nice.
Okay, this is actually a lot shorter of a drive than I thought it would be. Mine's
you ain't picking me
about
up.
18 hours. It's
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
faster for me to take the no toll freeway. Oh wait, nope. I would definitely take the toll road.
You can
No, I
swing
wouldn't
by
take the
and
toll
pick
road. I
me
wouldn't
up.
take the toll road. If I took the toll road, I'd drive right through fucking St. Louis. If I didn't take the toll, I'd go way around it.
Well,
Dude, if I-
also your toll box thing, would that be communicable in other states? Like outside of because I'm assuming you're using the E-Pass, right?
I
Right,
don't
pass.
even have one. I was just saying, like, if I took the toll.
Okay.
But no tolls is
just-
actually the fastest route, about 17 hours and 17 minutes for me. I was not expecting that. I was expecting
I
that to
just
be
blow
way
through that shit and dare them to send me a letter. No. Change your address form as soon as I get home.
Only one can judge me as God. Just send it to me.
You can get them the reflectors where they can't get your license plate, but then you may get in contact with a state trooper several miles down the road. But
That's also true.
yeah.
But all right, guys, I gotta hop off here. You guys have a great night. Eli, great job
right.
with that debate.
Hey, thanks, man.
You should have trolled him a
Appreciate it.
little more. That's my only.
I
That's my
know.
only critique.
Tacos won't let
That's
me.
what Trench
why
Deacon said to me in my debate. Just like, instead of being so proper, just threatened to stomp on his head. It's like, I'm not going to do that.
If I had the same debate with Monkey on Easy's channel, it would have went way different.
That's why I'll never use breakfast tacos as a fucking moderator. I can't stand the guy. I kind of want
Yeah,
to
it's
just.
a piranha
I want
tank.
to throw tomatoes at him too.
Yeah.
I want to throw
Enjoy your
vegetables at him.
koozie, Steelborn.
I already finished the beer, so the koozie was just for looks.
Oh, okay. All right.
Let's see, that's how you do it. The koozie is not for any function. It's just because it looks cool.
You said it was to keep it cool. I thought it was a
That's
function.
the
That's not
that's
keep
the
a
function of a koozie, not the function of
You
my
just
koozie.
said it wasn't a function of it.
No, I said that was not like what I used it for. That was not
I'm
the
just
intent.
fucking with you though. I've just been fucking with you. It's
You know
fine.
what? You know what,
Please.
Mo? Now you know what? Now if I ever see you don't get a cigar. All right.
I just want you to know, Steelborn, he's not fucking with you. He's being very serious.
I know
I'm being
he's such a
completely
mean guy.
serious.
Mo is so mean. bro.
I'm a big meanie. That's what Emmett says. I'm a big meanie.
But all right, you guys have a good night.
Later, dude.
And
Later, dude.
hopefully
Yeah,
I
right,
might
logic
see you guys
is-
all at Verbal Combat live.
Let's see.
Strictly
Gotta get on
speaking,
there
Perkins,
sooner.
this isn't really controversial.
Well, I know, but you're making it seem as though it is similar to modern paraconsistent logic, where there is like they take classical logic and they also identify the principle of
I don't-
We
explosion.
can
They say
skip
we're
to
not
the
going
to-
panel if
I'll
you
tell you
want. We've already seen where the dub happened, so this is just
Right.
transferring into that.
I'm looking
Really?
where
No,
Shiva
No.
comes in.
Wait.
I want to see
Oh
the
yeah,
Shiva.
let's look at the Shiva interaction. That's good.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Maybe not. Then I guess you could say that not all men are mortal. Then fine, but I'm still wondering where the contradiction is.
I
I
don't
meant
think it's a
generally-
contradiction. I just think
I
it's very
meant
hard for
generally-
a Christian to accept the laws of logic, because if you ground the laws of logic in God, there are no laws. He breaks all the fucking rules all the time.
God is
By the
not
way, I just
bound by.
want to mention for like chat and everybody here, like I don't remember. I could be wrong. I don't remember Monkey Boy saying one word.
He doesn't.
in the
Not
after
one
panel.
word. Not one.
He does not dare try to make an argument in the after panel. He sits there and then he just fucking leaves. He just like disappears.
Doesn't even say bye. Doesn't sign off. Nothing. Just dips
Yeah.
because he knew he got cooked.
rules. He's the rule maker.
So he doesn't ground them if he doesn't
They're
instantiate.
grounded in his nature. We've had this conversation like 100,000 times.
Yeah, but I still don't get how your position is like in any
That's
way.
an argument.
What is his example of God breaking the laws of logic?
He's using Kurt is always just like throwing out, like he's like the peanut gallery dude. And he
So
was
it's
saying,
the spaghetti approach. See what sticks.
exactly. And he just lobbed shit. And he was saying something about, the Socrates, all men are mortal, but, Elijah got taken up to heaven and didn't die. So technically we don't agree with the first premise as Christians that all men are mortal. It was very, very bizarre. You'd have to go back to hear it. Kurt is such a fucking idiot, dude. I love him because like whenever we're cool, he's like this like chill old guy. But the second he starts getting loud, he pisses me the fuck off, and I want to kick his cane out from under him.
Yeah.
I
All men
wanna
are mortal
switch around his
because
meds.
all men are mortal because we are all subject to death, being in having Adam's nature in our flesh.
Okay, here's
in our
Kurt. Can I
fall-
be? I don't want to be a dick, but as soon as you said we're all subject to death, here's Kurt. Not Elijah. Not Elijah. Do you believe Elijah ascended up?
And then I would say stop interrupting, because he would be his sinful
But
flesh would
no.
be under. Okay, stop. At that point, I would reach through the screen and be like, "Okay, this is your trachea. I'll leave it
Well, that's
alone."
why I
once you
start
let me
screaming and cussing. I actually do start like completely crashing out on Kurt. and it's really bad.
it was interesting to see Eli actually get like let loose a little bit. Get
I
kinda
do
mean.
all
It
the
was-
time. I
I
just-
thoroughly enjoyed it actually.
Yeah, dude, tacos won't let me do it. But dude, you should see me in the Discord voice channels with the like 17-year-old Phil bros, dude. I fucking like, yeah. I'm not always. I do that because tacos is doing that, and I'm trying to maintain composure. But
Yeah, I
like,
get it's the
peanut
format. Yeah.
Yeah, but the peanut gallery people, when it becomes open panel, what do I give a fuck? It's open panel.
From incredulity. So,
I mean, all you do is make a word game whenever you get nailed.
well, that's all you say every time you get nailed. So that's not an argument.
Hi, Eli. It's me, Shiva. I'm not going to stay long. I just it seemed to me that there's maybe a misunderstanding going on, because baked into soundness is validity, and
Correct.
so
I agree with that.
so it's I've never met Monkey Boy, but he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but it seemed like almost like he was kind of asking you to demonstrate how the argument was valid, such as you could break it down like if P then Q, P therefore Q, right? Because Q necessarily follows.
Right.
From,
Here's the
from
problem.
two
I can do that with the
premises.
initial
So-
monus ponens, But then
Right.
whenever there's stage 2 for the 1st
Mhm.
premises, as somebody who is a layman to logic, I
Mhm.
don't know, like, if he's going to ask for the stage 2 of that, I don't know what's stopping him from doing an infinite regress of continuing to ask for different stages
Because-
of argument where I need to then,
Right.
before the debate, formulate a
Agree.
seemingly infinite
Okay.
amount of
Mhm.
formally valid
Right.
arguments when a person
Yes.
can
Shut up,
utilize
shut up,
natural
shut
language
up, shut up.
and make
Okay.
a valid argument. And if somebody else is proclaiming to be a greater authority on logic
Mhm.
via knowledge or being studious, I
Mhm.
would argue that it's the burden of that person to analyze the arguments being made, whether it's formal or informal, and show
Okay.
me the invalidity.
So the problem
okay.
is, Eli,
Okay. So what he did was, with your first argument, he said, yes, that's a valid modus ponens, right? And so then he started to test the soundness of the first premise. which is
He
what-
tested he was testing the validity of my stage 2 argument.
no.
Did you ever get the soundness?
Never once.
No.
This
no,
is what Shiva's pointing out, is that, again, this whole stage 2 bullshit, you're making now a completely different argument that honestly it equates to the first argument in the sense that I need to support it. But when you're harping about the validity of stage 2 could be completely invalid, and that doesn't actually validate or prove soundness to the initial argument. Because again, if that were true, if the validity of the stage 2 had anything to do with the soundness of the initial, then you could infinite regress and go, well, wait, what's the validity of stage 3? Well, wait, what's the validity of stage 4? And then we're in this infinite regress cycle. So again, nobody fucking argues like this. Nobody. Not even skilled logicians. They just take the thing, and at some point you have to have a natural language conversation about the content of the material being discussed at some point. But Monkey wants to go, everything's robotic, everything's binary. We can computerize this shit. And it's like, well, sorry, we're fucking human beings talking, you know?
Yeah, he's just trying to formula you to death, basically.
Exactly. And that's all he has. Not even anything resembling a counter argument to anything I propose. And that's what drives me crazy about his audience, is like, I would immediately stop listening to a guy that's like, man, like, I get what you're doing, Monkey. It's good. You know about logic and they don't, so you can, prove them wrong. But I just heard him make arguments that I kind of want to know how to debate against if I ever hear that from somebody. And I can't just do this thing. You're telling me we can just never engage at all? I don't get how they can't see through this. It's so.
I feel like I've been having this thought for like a while. I've been like cracking myself up. My mind's running away from me. Like I can't help but think that it would be funny to like make a cartoon out of this or something. Where like,
oh yeah,
it's like a Pokemon battle or something, and it's like Monkey Boy uses infinite syllogism attack, and it's just like a shit ton of like you're surrounded by them, or something like that. It's like
all
what
the premise
the fuck
ones and
is
twos
this?
flying past you.
Yeah, what the fuck is all this? It's my ultimate weapon.
Exactly, dude.
I don't understand the
He is a
question.
little Pokemon. That's all this dude is.
Right. Okay.
He's
Yes.
Pokemon with one move.
Eli.
No, that came immediately after.
Right. But you understand that each argument that you make in support of your premises, they also have to be valid.
Of course.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that if I don't have the studious capacity to come prepared with a possibly infinite amount of like I'm admitting wholesale, look, you're more studious in formal logic than I am. I make arguments using natural language. A person could use natural language and make an argument that is valid in sound. If the negative
agreed.
is saying, actually, that argument's not valid, and here's why, I'm saying that burden's on him. When he asks me, why is your stage 2 argument valid? And I say, look, my initial modus ponens is valid. I'm utilizing natural. I'm not sure whether or not it is or isn't valid. How about you? How about we break this down together?
Yes.
What I'm pointing to is that ultimately, either all debate must be strict, rigid, formalities, or Oxford-style debates utilize natural language and you engage with the content in that way. And maybe my opponent would utilize his skill and logic to determine that my natural language is valid. You see what I'm saying?
So I think we need to clear up some nomenclature here. It didn't seem to me that he was asking you for a formal language.
It is
No.
Premise one, premise two, premise three,
Eli,
conclusion.
wait. Okay, yes, but that's still naturalistic language. If you're presenting the premises as sentences, such as
right, but
all
all
men
language
are mortal.
I know.
Right, but
I know.
that's not formal language in logic refers to something quite
Okay.
specific where you're using symbols and notation, and it's a bit more.
Is a syllogism a form of formal argumentation?
I think is it
Is a syllogism
That's the longest yes I've heard in a while.
a part of formal logic?
I'm actually not a logician, so there are logicians. on the panel,
well,
so
then I
they-
guess that means your argument's not sound.
But maybe. But do you like so if you have an argument and he says, okay, that argument's valid. Now we're going to test the premise, the soundness of the first premise.
We
And so
never
then he
got
says-
there. We never
Well,
got
no,
there.
but wait,
Because he put the burden on
did.
me
Yes.
to formally validate the argument. When I'm saying
Right.
I've made the argument, I'm
Okay.
in virtue of me
Feel
making the
free to
argument.
jump
I'm
in
assuming
anytime,
it's
Monkey
valid.
Boy,
If
to
it's not,
clarify.
leaving his ally high and dry. See, Shiva had told me that he really liked Monkey Boy. There was another guy he liked, which I don't remember the name of, but Monkey Boy was one of the guys that he liked. And hey, Shiva, okay, great. I'm dropping the link. I am
What's
dropping
up?
the link in the chat. Nobody else is alive and awake, so we're dropping it in the chat. You are the relevant party, sir.
This Shiva?
This is Shiva.
Let's go.
Let's get it.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, shit.
Hold on.
I do really like Monkey Boy. I think you lost this debate. Is that Sky Like Mind is Shiva?
That's Shiva. Indeed.
You thought I lost? Oh, yeah. Please come up here.
Yes, he did.
I need to understand how the concession that validity and soundness is completely made up means that I lost the debate if I just make up my own validity and soundness.
Double enough and he makes it.
80,000.
80,000. All right.
What's that, Judge?
You're on. You're on.
Well, we're waiting.
Shiva, we're waiting.
Yeah, I need to show him that, like, this is the thing. This is not even like
dang it. I got the wrong link. I'm a fool. All right.
In most debates, they say, oh, obviously your favorite guy wins. But in this case, the concessions he gave for the prompt that he gave, it's objective that I won. I'm not even just saying that to be a gloater. It's just the fact. You cannot spin it any other ways.
Seems we'll be closing it on a high note, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go. Grab some water.
I see how it is. Leave me out here. I'm a lonesome. Well, suppose now's as good a time as ever to do this as we enter into the debate arena. Still waiting for the... Let me know, Shiva, is the link not working? Where is this guy? I need to use a different browser. Give me a moment. If you took Jeremy Irons and what's the guy, David Attenborough. Before us we see the presuppositional debater. I like to tell him he is begging the question.
The wild monkey boy resumes its previous tactics to no avail.
Oh, man. The wild monkey boy has a great skill. It can take a microscope and go forever and ever and ever into his opponent's claims and all of his arguments.
like he's trying to get up here with his find a browser that works.
It's oh, here we go.
It's not just niche; it's sophistry. So, what up, Shiva?
Hello, am I
Welcome.
edible to you?
Shiva.
All right, so I need to explain something to you, and this is. I'm not even trying to gloat here. I'll be the first one to say that there's nuance.
You definitely shouldn't be gloating.
Well, no, let me tell you something, because I won based off of his concession. He chose
No, you
the
didn't.
prompt. Let me explain.
Sure.
He chose the prompt. Can
Right.
Eli make a sound argument for God?
Which you couldn't.
No, hold on. He admitted that soundness is whatever anybody says it is. So the
No.
second that I say I don't
Right.
care if you disagree with that. He said
Okay.
it. He said soundness is whatever anybody says it is. He said
Right.
yes. So when
Okay.
I say my argument sound, according to his own rules that he conceded
Mhm.
to, I win the debate. There's no
And
getting around that.
When did you say that? Did you say that
We can pull
after
up the timestamp.
after he'd been frustrated for an hour because you couldn't formulate a valid argument?
I did formulate a valid argument that he admitted was
No.
valid. You want to bet?
Wait, okay.
Do you want to go to the
here's what-
timestamp where he said the argument was valid,
Eli.
Shiva?
Okay.
Because he
Eli,
admitted it
you're
was
coming-
valid.
Eli, you're coming in a bit hot.
Okay, okay,
wanna-
because you're
guys,
coming
hold-
in.
okay, hold
Right.
on, hold on.
But like, can I just
Eli-
explain
Eli-
my view first?
Go for it.
Before you rip me apart for it. Can I at least tell you?
I'm cool.
tell
I'm
you-
cool. Are you cool? I'm
So-
cool.
Both,
Yeah,
both,
you
both,
are.
both of you guys,
Calmer than you
can
are.
do the interjection thing. So let's form a cordial demeanor.
Fair
And Shiva, go ahead.
So, okay, like for me, whether you got him to admit in a moment of frustration that you can just say whatever you like is kind of irrelevant. So, the prompt was, "Can you render a sound argument?"
Right.
And there are two tests for soundness. There are two criteria that need to be satisfied. Right. One is that the premises need to be true. Right. But the second is that the form of the argument,
Right.
the inference rule that you are using,
Right.
needs to be valid. So what happened was I didn't actually hear the opening, but apparently you gave an argument
that makes
in the
sense.
opening.
So
right?
you just come
Like
up here and say I didn't do a thing, even though you didn't even listen to the debate. That makes
Oh,
sense. Got it.
I'm sorry, Eli. Had I finished? So you gave an argument in the opening, right? And I caught the end of your opening. And so what Monkey Boy did was he looked at the argument in your opening, right? He said, "Yeah, that's a valid argument. That's modus ponens." So he identified the inference rule that showed that the argument had a valid structure, right? And then he started to do what you want to do, which was test the truth of the premises. So
We
he
never
did
got
that.
there. No.
Hang on.
No. It just didn't happen.
No.
That's a
Yeah,
that's just
and
not
so
true.
wait, no, wait. And this is why it didn't happen, because he said, great.
But I thought you just said it did happen, and now you're
No,
saying it didn't happen. So now you're in a
Listen.
contradiction.
Right, so what happened was...
Right, you're
he
in a
said-
contradiction. Thank you
What
for
happened
admitting
was... Okay, yeah, fine, whatever. If that makes you happy,
I mean,
Eli.
I just want you to be
what happened was
consistent
this.
with what's coming out of
What
your mouth.
happened was this.
Let's
What
hear
happened
Shiva
was
real quick.
this. What happened was this. He said the first argument you gave is valid, right? He identified the inference rule. Okay, and then so then he started to test the soundness of the premises, and the way that he was doing that was by saying, okay, great, what's your support for the first premise? What's the argument? And then and then so the process is you go through that process until it bottoms out at an argument that is justified, that is valid, right? Not even justified, that is valid. That's what he was looking for, was a valid argument. And you can't get to soundness until you have a valid argument.
Wait. But hold on. This is where you're skipping a step here. So I
Right.
agree that he agreed that the initial modus ponens was valid. And I
Right.
also agree that the next step is to figure out if it's sound by looking at the truth of the premises. But then
Right,
what
okay.
happened is he asked for a stage 2 argument in
Yes.
the form of a syllogism. Okay?
Yes, of
And
course.
here's the thing: I don't have to give a syllogism for the
Then-
stage 2 argument to support the soundness of the first argument.
What are you
here's what I did.
saying?
No, here, hold on.
Of course you do.
Hold on, calm down. No, I don't. I gave one very lengthy argument for the
Right.
first premises. Then I
Which
gave
wasn't
another.
valid.
Okay, demonstrate that.
Here, hold on.
No, don't save him. Don't save him.
Sure.
Demonstrate the
Yeah,
invalidity of
great.
my first
Which
argument.
inference? Which inference rule
No,
did it conform
you
to?
made a positive claim. Defend it.
Right.
Demonstrate
Which
the
inference-
invalidity of my first
Wait,
argument.
wait.
Oh wait, you
Sure,
also
sure.
admitted you didn't even listen to
Sure.
the opening. So how could you
Listen.
possibly demonstrate to me the invalidity of the first argument I made if you admitted you didn't even fucking listen to it?
I didn't say that your first argument was invalid.
You just said my first
No.
argument wasn't. No, the first stage 2, the argument for the first premises, was that
Right,
valid?
great,
Yes
yeah.
or no?
So what
was that
what-
valid?
what
Yes
was
or no?
What was the inference rule that you used?
No, was it valid? Yes or no?
Did you use an inference rule?
Okay,
I don't know.
stop, real
Did
quick.
I?
guys.
Right, then-
hold on, hold on, Shiva.
Sure.
There was something that Eli proposed that you said was invalid, even if it wasn't what he's saying. You said it was.
Yes.
What
Right.
did you say was invalid?
Correct.
So the supporting argument that he gave in support of the first premise,
Right.
right? So
Can you repeat
so
that
when
argument
you're
back to me?
no, I can't fucking remember it
okay.
off the top of my head.
Okay, cool.
Can
But
you
you remember it was
it?
invalid?
Okay,
Can-
let's
wait,
Shiva,
wait,
let's Shiva
Eli.
expound.
Well, I wrote
It-
it down, so I
Great,
can just read it. To
great.
you.
Then why don't you read it out and then we can identify the inference rule that it's using. And if it doesn't use an inference rule, it's not valid, right?
Okay, but wait a minute. Hold on. Here's the thing. Can an informal argument be formed into a valid argument to test for validity?
Okay, so that can an
It's a question.
informal argument? Yeah. I'm just trying to unpack the question. Can an informal argument
Yeah.
be
If you wanted
formalized?
to test, let me be specific. I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
But if somebody makes an informal argument, the way
Right.
to test for the validity of that informal argument would be to form it into a valid syllogism to test for validity. Is that true?
Yes.
Who has the burden to do that? Me or Monkey?
You.
No, I don't. I just don't.
Well, wait, no, that's fine. then, but if you can't do it, or if you think that you don't have an obligation to do it,
Right.
that's fine. But then you concede the debate that you couldn't render a sound argument.
That's not true. Because if I say, you know what, I'm not sure if I can put my supporting argument into a valid syllogism, does that logically follow that therefore my original syllogism is not sound?
No, but what does
No,
follow?
okay, there you go.
Well, hang
That's
on,
my
hang
whole
on.
fucking
But
point.
but what does follow is that you couldn't render a sound argument.
No,
Yes.
That's a contradiction. No, pause. That's a contradiction. You just admitted it doesn't mean my first argument's not sound, and then you say
Not
it means I
necessarily.
can't render a sound argument. No, it doesn't.
Wait.
How do you know the first argument wasn't sound?
Because those two statements are not the same statement.
No, it doesn't follow.
Saying that the argument isn't necessarily unsound is not the same thing as saying that you were able to render a sound argument.
Right, neither one of us know. Because ultimately what we're doing here is testing whether or not I have the ability to form syllogisms on the fly. My ability to form syllogisms on the fly has nothing to do with whether my original modus ponens was sound or not, Shiva. It's a non sequitur.
The debate prompt wasn't, is there a sound argument? It was, could you render one? And you couldn't.
Right. No, hold on. Okay, so demonstrate that my original modus ponens wasn't sound, please.
No, the modus ponens. Okay.
Demonstrate it wasn't sound. You just said I'm under the impression that I did in fact render a sound argument.
Sure.
You're saying you just made a positive.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, you just made a positive
I'm about
claim.
to.
I want you to back it up. Demonstrate that my argument wasn't sound.
Let him do it. Give him space to lay it out.
Before we can demonstrate that your argument is sound, we need to first test whether it's valid.
No, you made a positive claim.
Is the
you
argument
understand
valid?
what a positive claim is? It means you said something is the case. I want you to demonstrate.
What do you think I said? Wait. What do you think I said?
Give Shiva space to talk about the validity.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
So we have.
That is no. Wait. No. Do not fucking strawman me. What the actual fuck?
Okay,
That is not what I said.
Tell you what. Let me mute everybody, and then we can just get to Shiva.
fuck?
Go over the validity and the soundness. Shiva, yeah.
I just want to
look.
say, if you think that my style of argumentation right now is frustrating, you couldn't even handle the position that I was in for 2 hours in that debate. So
I'd have fucking loved it. I think you had a missed opportunity there to like actually sharpen up your argumentation. I'd have jumped right in and said,
what
"All
that
right,
guy
yeah,
was
no."
doing
we're doing the
isn't
meta debate now.
It wasn't
Right,
even a
okay.
debate.
I disagree with you. I think what he was doing wasn't the debate that you wanted.
It wasn't a debate.
It was a debate.
No. Because in debate,
so here's
you give arguments and counter arguments. He didn't give a single counter argument, not one.
Right. Like,
Right.
okay.
So it's not a debate.
Because
it was a 2 hour
because
long
you couldn't
interview about how well I know logic.
Right,
That's
but
not a debate.
here's the
Exactly.
thing. What do you expect when you enter into a debate with a fucking
Counter
logician?
arguments. Counter arguments.
But before he can raise any counter arguments, he needs to ascertain whether your argument is not even fucking sound, just
Okay.
valid.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you a very serious
Sure.
question?
Yes.
Can a skilled logician take an informal argument,
Right.
turn it into a formal argument, and assess it for validity?
Yes.
Then why didn't he do so?
Was that his obligation?
Yes.
Wait, why is it his obligation to formalize your arguments if that's not your obligation
Because
to formalize your own
I
arguments?
I gave the argument. I have no obligation to formalize it. If he wants to test for validity, he has to formalize it.
No, he was testing it for soundness.
Okay, if he wants to do that, he has to formalize it.
He has to formalize it.
Correct. In order to, if he's going to say the
But,
only
like,
way
do
I
you-
can evaluate this for validity is if it's structurally formal and he's a
Right,
skilled
okay.
logician, he should be able to take my informal argument and turn
Right.
it into a formal argument and test it for validity and soundness. But instead, he put that burden on me
He
to
did.
demonstrate how little I know about logic. I
Right.
admit I don't know enough about logic, but that has nothing to do with the soundness of my original modus ponens, Shiva.
Right, okay, but when he tried testing the soundness of the first premise, right, where he was saying, okay, great, we'll take the first premise and we'll make that the conclusion. Because if you can't demonstrate the premise is true, right, if you can't demonstrate the premise is sound, then your original modus ponens falls down,
Right.
right?
Right.
So what he was, so he started by, so the way you would do that is you would make arguments in support of the premises.
Did I do that?
Where
Did
you
I
make
do
a
that,
valid
yes or
one?
no?
No. Read it out.
Okay,
Read it
so
out,
why was
Eli.
it okay, hold on.
Wait.
Hold on. Pause. You made another positive claim, which you don't like supporting your positive claims for some reason. How was
Sure.
my supportive argument invalid? Please tell us.
Great, read it out. Let's find out. Read it out.
But you just made the claim. I'll read it for you.
Because
but I
you
want-
couldn't identify an inference rule.
All right, let's read
He asked you several times, what is
Dude.
the inference rule that you are using? Did
I
he not
told
ask
you-
you that several times?
I was making an informal argument, and you've already admitted that you can
Right.
turn informal arguments into formal arguments to find the
Which is
inference rule.
your responsibility.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Shiva.
It's not your
it's not.
interlocutor's responsibility to
Yes,
make
it
your
is.
arguments work.
Yes, it's his responsibility to test it for validity and soundness. If he's going to
Which he
claim I
did.
can't make a when
Which he did.
when
When he was saying, "Well, I
he
can't
asked me to
identify."
do it for him. He asked me to do his
When he
work
was sa-
for him.
When he was saying, when he wrote down your premises and the conclusion, and he was saying, well, first of all, the conclusion doesn't seem to follow from the premises, and secondly, I can't identify the inference rule that you were using, and he kept asking you for the inference rule that you
All
were
right,
using.
Question. Does him not being able to identify an inference rule mean there wasn't one?
Maybe not.
There you go. So let's go to my opening, and I'm going to read
Sure.
my supporting argument, and then I would like you to formalize it, and then tell me why it's invalid. Okay?
All right.
Here we
Well,
go.
okay. As long as you help me out here, Eli.
Oh, I know. I
because
don't.
I'm
Why
not-
would I do that? I'm already assuming the validity by making the argument,
Because-
and I'm supporting an already valid. I'm using natural language. And
Hold
an
on,
informal
Eli.
Oxford
You want to
style
share your
of
screen?
argumentation.
You want to share your screen?
Well, hang on.
Eli?
No, I
Hang
can
on,
just read
the-
it. I've got it here. I can just read
Right.
it.
The reason why I want you to help me out, Eli, is because I'm not a
Why would I
logician.
help my opponent in
And-
a debate?
Are we opponents?
Or are we having a debate? Not like
Just so,
literally
wait. Do you
in
think
life.
that we're
interlocutor.
opposing each other? I'm not
Are we
opposing
having a
you
debate?
right now, Eli.
Are we having a debate?
No. No.
No. Okay.
No.
Okay.
We're having a conversation.
I just want you
and
to.
those are two-
I want you to
those are
support
two
the
different
positive
things.
claims you've made on this stream by showing me how my supportive
Sure.
argument is invalid. So I don't.
Right,
I don't have.
right.
You have the
Okay.
burden now. I'm the negative. You're the affirmative.
Okay,
You see?
great,
So now
great.
you have the burden
Great.
of proof here.
Sure.
So here we go.
Okay,
My
but
argument for
hang on. Before you read it out, I'm gonna have to write this down, which is if you'd let me fucking finish a sentence.
Well, sure. Get out.
You'd have heard me say, I want you to help me out because I'm not a logician, so I'm gonna be writing down what you're gonna be saying, right?
Like I'm not a logician either, so how can I help you if
Right.
I'm not a logician? Does that mean we can't debate unless we're logicians?
We're not debating, Eli.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Right. Okay. What's your first?
Eli,
premise?
if you have Discord on your phone, you could always send in a message and then we could pull it up that way.
I mean, if it's just a few paragraphs. I could just like read it.
Yeah. Can you do
however
it
wanna
sentence by sentence?
Sure. Okay, my argument for premise 1 would be the same argument I would use to refute nominalism, which is a philosophical position that rejects the existence of universals as described previously. Nominalism is an ultimately self-defeating position. This is because a nominalist.
Hang on. Wait. Stop. Okay, stop. So, because I'm trying to organize, like you said, you wanted this organized, so we can try and make it valid.
You said that this is invalid, so I'm asking you to support it. Why do you need my help to support you
so
in your
what's
positive
the first
claim?
premise? Right. So what's the first? Because if we're
I'm making
dealing
an
with
informal
validity,
argument. I'm not putting it into premises.
Right. So I'm trying to help you out here, Eli. Help me help you out.
No, dude, you made a positive claim. I'm asking you to back it up or take it back and say you don't know what the fuck
All
you're
right.
talking about.
Sure. Okay. Right. Give me your argument.
All right. My argument for premise 1 would be the same argument I would use to refute nominalism, which is a philosophical position that rejects the existence of universals as described previously. Nominalism is an ultimately self-defeating position. This is because a nominalist rejects the reality of universals while appealing to seemingly universal concepts like similarity and patterns that are not identical to the particular material instances that are being compared. If what the nominalist is appealing to in order to categorize what is real or actual is not itself real or actual, then categorization and pattern recognition itself becomes ultimately arbitrary and meaningless. For example, take two different wavelengths of the color red, one at 620 nanometers, which is called bright red, and one at 680 nanometers, which is considered dark red. When asking a nominalist what is similar about the two wavelengths such that one resembles the other, and we can give both the classification as red, there is no suitable response a nominalist can give that actually picks out what redness is. The only consistent response one could give to what is similar is their redness. But, according to the nominalist, redness doesn't exist, which besides being a peculiar statement, makes actually identifying red impossible and reduces it to an arbitrary whim of individuals. If this instance of characterizing reality is ultimately arbitrary, then likewise so is any other predication of external reality.
Okay, so
Cool.
there was quite
So
a lot
why was
there, and
that
this
invalid?
Okay, because it doesn't conform to an inference rule. So, and this was in...
It's an informal argument.
This... Right, but remember the prompt that you were debating Monkey Boy was, can you render a sound argument, right?
Right.
And there are two criteria that need to be satisfied for soundness. One is the truth of the premises, and the secondness, the second thing that needs to be satisfied is the validity of the argument.
Right. So
Right.
I had a valid form, monus ponens, you'd agree?
For the first argument, yeah. And what was the first premise in that? What's the premise that this argument is supporting?
That immaterial, universal, invariant concepts exist. As a clarifier, that could
Immaterial.
also be... Yes, go ahead and write it down.
Universal. What immaterial, universal, and what concepts, or was it just concepts after that?
Invariant concepts.
Invariant.
Okay, and just real quick, a
Invariant concepts
qualifier.
exist.
This could also be referred to by the philosophical term universals, which is a repeatable, abstract entities that can be instantiated by multiple distinct particulars, grounding genuine similarity and predication. So universals
okay.
in the philosophical term.
Okay, great. So, okay. So, based on what you read out, I've got premise one as universals exist, because that seemed to be the first
Correct. That's
actual claim that you were making in your diatribe. The second premise was nominalists reject universals. Would that be fair?
No. In my modus ponens, in my original argument that I'm claiming is sound, You
in
on the second premises?
No, this is the supporting argument for.
Oh, okay.
the
I
first
didn't lay
premise,
that
right?
out in premises. I made that informally.
Right, but okay. So you right. So you said to me you laid that out informally, right?
Correct.
Okay. It doesn't appear to follow one of the inference rules, right?
Well, so if it doesn't appear to, does that mean that it doesn't?
Yes.
Okay, so it's just based on what it appears to in Shiva's mind is how we determine validity?
No, it appears to the body of, according to the body of philosophical literature that defines what a fucking valid argument is.
No, wait. Is it actually invalid, or does it just appear to you to be invalid? Because that's a psychological
I'm trying
report.
to work.
No.
I'm trying to work
that's
that
a
out.
fallacy.
I'm
That's
trying
a
to work that
fallacy
out.
to appeal to a
I'm trying to-
psychological report.
I'm
okay,
trying to
well,
work that
work
out.
it out because you made a positive
So-
claim and you're doing a shit job of supporting it.
Right. So okay. So like I'm trying to the conclusion can you just spell it out? Like universals exist is the
That's
first
the
premise.
first premise of my modus ponens.
What would no? That's the first premise of your supporting argument. We don't know if it's modus ponens yet.
No, dude. My modus ponens, that's the sound argument that I'm making for the prompt, is immaterial, universal, invariant concepts exist. I'm saying immaterial, universal, invariant concepts is synonymous with universals for the sake of this debate. So
Right. So what's
both.
okay. So the conclusion is immaterial, universal, invariant concepts exist.
Yes, and we can
Okay.
just call them universals
Right.
for the sake of debate because it's a mouthful.
Right. Okay. So straight away with your first premise, we have an issue in that it's circular. So automatically it's invalid.
What's it self-referential?
Well, because if the premise is universals exist and the conclusion is universals exist, and you're assuming
That's not the conclusion. That's not the
Hang
conclusion.
on, you just said that we can swap out immaterial, universal, invariant concepts with the word
know
universals.
the conclusion of my modus ponens? Let me do the whole thing. Immaterial,
Sure.
universal, invariant concepts exist. Premise one. Premise two, immaterial, universal, invariant concepts must necessarily be grounded in an immaterial, universal, invariant mind. Conclusion, an immaterial, universal, invariant mind exists.
Okay, mind. Okay, great. So, right. So if the conclusion is universal, an immaterial, universal, invariant mind exists, right? And so we've got the first premise in support of that is universals exist, right?
Correct.
Right. What's the second premise?
Immaterial, universal, invariant concepts, i.e. universals, must necessarily be grounded in an immaterial, universal, invariant mind.
Okay, so universals must be grounded in. I'm just going to put
the mind of God, you could say.
The mind of God.
Yeah, it's important to distinct that it's the same ontological criteria. That's why I know it's a mouthful, but that's important and prudent to the argument.
Okay, Okay,
I'm just trying to figure out how you know that my supporting argument, my stage 2 argument for premise 1, is invalid, like you positively claimed on this show.
Sure. What's the third premise?
It's just a conclusion because it's a syllogism. Syllogisms are two
Right.
premises and conclusions.
So,
Did you know that?
Right. So, okay. So, if we were to break this down to try and work out if it's
I just want to point out really quick, I don't mean to interrupt, but the same guy that's coming up here telling me I lost and don't know anything about logic didn't know that a syllogism's only two premises and a conclusion. You asked for the third premise.
Well, no, that's unless you're doing.
Why should I like really care about this? I mean, that's fine, that's meta, but just wanted to point that out.
You understand that there are more than one type of syllogism, right?
Yeah, but they all have two premises and a conclusion. That's what makes them a syllogism.
What's a compound
literally.
syllogism? What's a compound syllogism?
It's going to be two syllogisms conjunctive, and that's what my multi-premises arguments are, just multiple syllogisms. But syllogisms definitionally only have two premises. That's like totally uncontroversial, dude. Even my dumb hillbilly ass knows this.
Right, and you think that all arguments just have two premises? All syllogisms?
No, but if there are more than two premises, then you're going to utilize more than one syllogism.
No.
Okay, then what would be?
That's just definitionally wrong. So wait.
No, back that up.
I just want to.
What is the inference rule for for an argument with more than two premises? What inference rule would you be utilizing? Can you give an example?
You would be using the same inference rules.
Of what?
Well, either modus ponens, modus...
A syllogism!
Modus tollens, yes.
Okay, so dude, you're contradicting yourself all over the place. You just said that no, it's not a bunch of syllogisms. And I said, okay, so what's the inference rule for an argument with more than 2 premises? And you said fucking syllogisms. Again,
no, I didn't. I said inference rules.
Stream,
inference rules.
Where do inference rules
They are the same.
Exactly.
Right.
Holy fuck.
So what I'm trying to work out, we've got P1 universals
so far,
exist.
you have
right?
not supported a single positive claim that you came up here to do.
Okay, P2, right, would be universals. So that would be must be grounded in the mind of God. So U to G. Conclusion, therefore G. Right,
yeah,
that's
you know what?
okay. Wait. So stop. So a modus ponens that takes the form P Q. If P, then Q. Right, that's modus ponens.
But you can also
right modus tollens. Hang on, modus
what
tollens.
What are we talking about modus tollens for?
Because it's another inference rule. We're trying to work out what inference rule this follows.
I've already told you my original argument to modus ponens. Now, what's interesting is I actually flipped in the modus ponens the second premises. I put it for the first. I put P first, and guess what? I did my research. I did my homework.
That doesn't matter.
It's still just as valid. You would agree?
Yeah. The order's not relevant.
Right. I did P, universals exist, because I wanted to contest his nominalism first, which he refused to fucking do. And then I went into why universals must be grounded in Q, and therefore fucking Q. So this is valid.
Right, so,
where are we even going with this?
Hang on, wait. So, because, okay, this isn't a modus ponens, because the conclusion doesn't... This isn't a modus ponens.
Okay, dude. Modus
ponens is P, right?
P, then Q, conclusion Q.
If P, then Q, right? Conclusion Q. What we've got here is universals exist. Universals must be grounded in the mind of God. All right, let's just... And so immaterial, universal... invariant mind
slow
exists.
Down. You're all over the place. Let me structure this for you. Here's the modus ponens that I used. P, that's universals exist, immaterial, universal, invariant concepts. That's P, okay?
Right.
Premise 1, P. And that's what I'm plugging in for P. 2, the P then Q is P, universals, must be necessarily grounded in Q, in universal, immaterial, invariant mind. That's Q. Then conclusion, Q exists. A universal, immaterial, invariant mind exists. That's fucking modus ponens, dude. Even Monkey Boy agreed it was valid.
How about this? We can make it valid. So
it's
I think
already
if we
valid.
Say,
it's
no,
already
it's not.
fucking Show
if
how
we
it's
say,
invalid then. So you disagree with Monkey Boy.
If we say...
You don't think modus ponens are valid.
If we say P1 is universals exist, and then if we say... No, premise 1.
Yeah, premise P1. P. What I'm filling in for P.
Yeah. Right, yeah. So P2 would be well, I was using
Q.
U. I was
P
using
then Q. No, let's just do typical modus ponens.
Oh
P
my fucking God, Eli! Is there something wrong with you?
There's something wrong with you because you just came up here asserting shit and you're all over the place like a dude. Like
I'm all over the place.
On an ice rink. It's
right.
crazy.
If we say that premise 2 is if universals exist, they are grounded in the mind of God.
That's not.
That
not
works.
What I said. That's not what I said.
I'm trying to make it valid.
If you put if, that's not a modus ponens anymore. If is. Do you know what an inference indicator is? If is an inference indicator of, I believe, a disjunctive.
Yeah,
that's not what I'm doing.
It becomes a.
This guy doesn't
it's
even
not
know what
a. It's not a just. Like
literally don't know what you're talking about.
It becomes either, I think, a hypothetical syllogism.
Yeah, and I'm not making one of those. You just
Why
turned
not?
it into one.
It's a valid inference rule.
Because that's not my fucking argument.
Right, so this is what I'm saying. Like
you're not saying anything. You're blabbering.
I just made
like a
the
fool.
argument. I made the argument valid. In that,
it was already fucking valid as a modus ponens, dipshit.
It was not a modus ponens because the conclusion does not follow.
Yes, it does. Okay, does P then Q then Q. That's the form I used. P, universals. P, then Q, universals, then universal mind.
Wait.
Conclusion, universal mind.
Sorry, you do understand that the second premise in your thing should be if P then Q, right?
No, it's not if P then Q.
Maybe.
Look, let's Google modus ponens just so we can show this guy what's up.
Well, no. Can you Google inference rules? Because there are
I know
more
what
than
the
one.
fuck inference. Yes, I know there's more than one syllogisms.
Right.
Okay, premise one. We can throw if in there. So premise, it is you're actually correct. I was wrong. If P then Q, that's fine. So here we go. P is true. That's premise one. Premise two, if P then Q. Conclusion,
Right.
therefore Q is true. You're right. I'm wrong. It can be worded either
yeah,
way.
yeah.
So that's a modus ponens, correct?
Yeah. And I think you might want to add a third premise to it. And I know you don't like adding
Well,
more
then
than
it's
two
not
premises.
a syllogism anymore, and then it's not valid.
It's
and in
a-
order for me to make a sound
that's-
argument, it has to be valid.
No, there are more than one type of syllogism. Like you can have a compound
But
syllogism
all
where
syllogisms
where-
are two premises. If
I
you use a
mean-
compound syllogism, now you have four premises.
not necessarily. You might have three, and
Okay, give me an example
also
of one. Give me an example of one, Shiva. Quit just saying shit and give an example.
You like a compound syllogism. You can have sub conclusions, right?
Can
So
give
you
an
have
example
like
of one?
off the top of my head.
Yeah, like Monkey Boy was asking me for 2 hours to do. It's kind of hard, isn't it?
Yeah. Although
Yeah,
the difference
yeah.
is the difference
Voice
is
crack.
the different. Sure. The difference is that you had time to prepare, right?
Again, but nobody has to prepare infinite amount of syllogisms. I prepare
You don't have
a
to prepare
perfectly
an-
good syllogism.
You don't have to prepare an infinite amount. You just have to prepare it enough.
How many?
So that you're.
What's enough? 12, 6, 8,
It
30?
depends on the strength
It
of the
depends on the
argument.
sophistry of my opponent. I think so.
No, it depends on the strength of your argument.
What I'm demonstrating to you is I am not obligated to give any more. If my burden is to make a sound argument, I have to start with one syllogism that I believe to be sound and can demonstrate as sound through argumentation. But the argumentation I use to demonstrate the soundness of my original syllogism, I have no obligation to create syllogisms for those supporting arguments. That's the whole point I've been trying to tell you. And now you're trying to nitpick with me over if my modus ponens is actually modus ponens. We could throw the word if in there. I totally admitted I was wrong. That's why I looked it up, because I actually care about getting to the bottom of this.
Sure.
So, P, immaterial universal concepts exist. That's P. That's what I'm plugging in for the modus ponens P. Premise 2,
Right.
if immaterial universal invariant concepts, then immaterial universal invariant mind. That's Q. Conclusion, therefore, immaterial universal invariant mind. How is that not a valid modus ponens?
No.
Even Monkey Boy admitted it was.
It is, but because we
Okay, then you
added
just got done saying it wasn't.
added the conditional. When
Fair
we
enough.
added the conditional,
Fair
it
enough.
was
I
valid.
Fair enough.
Right.
Fair enough.
So
Okay, continue.
then what you would do is, in your supporting argument, you make claims, right?
Yeah,
Such
which I
as
did.
universals exist. So then you would keep doing this, going down each, and this is still the first premise of the first argument.
Right.
Right.
Here's what I'm posing to you: is does the argumentation I give in support of the first premise of my modus ponens do I have an obligation to make those into syllogisms so that my opponent can evaluate the validity of them?
Yes.
Where's that written?
Because the burden of proof is on the party that is making the claim,
Well,
right?
well, I know, but if I give an you're saying that I have a burden to actually formalize it into more syllogisms. I'm saying if I give a paragraph of an argument supporting premise 1, but I do that informally, where in logic or anything, or in the rules of Oxford debate, does it say that the soundness of my argument depends on me formalizing those supportive arguments?
Because you can't demonstrate the argument is sound if you can't demonstrate that its structure is valid.
No, is the modus ponens structure valid?
It is now.
Okay, correct. So we agree the structure is valid. So there we go. What does my supporting arguments for the premise have to do with the validity of my modus ponens?
Because if your
Nothing.
supporting arguments are either
the
not
validity,
sound,
not the soundness, the validity of Monen's Ponens has nothing to do with the validity of my supporting arguments. I could make an invalid supporting
I don't
argument.
think that's true. I don't think that's true.
Listen, I could make a totally invalid and unsound supporting argument for premise 1. That does not mean that it's necessary, that in virtue of my invalid supporting argument, the original argument is now unsound. That doesn't follow.
Well,
it's
but
maybe
for the
evidence
purposes
that it might not be sound, and then it's up to the opponent to go, actually, I can, and even Monkey said this, he said, I can just validate this argument for you and then show you why the supporting argument isn't sound, and then that would show that the original argument likewise also isn't sound. But my inability to formalize my supporting arguments has nothing to do with the actual soundness of the original argument. That's what I'm trying to get into your head.
I think I might disagree with you here. The reason
then
being,
show me the logical inference rule.
well, hang on, Eli.
No,
Eli, come on, man. Come on, man. Let me disagree
you come
then.
on, man.
Let me tell
hold
you
on.
why I'm disagreeing before
Fair
you
enough,
interject.
Go for it.
Jesus. Okay. Look, the reason why I think I might disagree with you is because if you have an argument and then the foundation of the argument is on shaky ground, it makes the rest of the argument shaky. In like, because you could say, okay, so you have this modus ponens and it's valid, right? And then you're testing the premises, and then if one of the premises falls down, if one of your premises cannot be supported, the argument collapses.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me demonstrate this a different way. You know the Socrates argument that we've been talking about tonight. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Socrates is mortal. That's valid and sound, right? Now, let's say that you asked me to support the soundness of that argument, and then I gave an invalid and unsound argument for premise 1. Does that mean that the original argument is no longer sound?
What it means is that you couldn't render a sound argument.
No, wait. But I made the argument, Socrates is a man, all men are mortal, Socrates is mortal. Is that, you agreed that was sound? So how does me making an invalid supporting argument to that first premise make the original argument, so now all of a sudden Socrates isn't mortal?
Because you're Eli, if you want to have a conversation, we can have a conversation. If you're just going to be a dick,
I just want you to know,
I can be just as much of a dick back to you.
You're already being a
I
dick
can
by being
be I can be
dishonest,
just as fucking
following.
abusive, just as dismissive, treat you as just as much like a fucking idiot.
No, but you're treating me like an idiot by not
No, I am
understanding
fucking
the logical
not.
inference I'm showing you.
Okay.
Yes,
Point
you
of
are.
order, guys. Hold up. Point of order.
Jesus
Eli,
Christ.
I get there's like the fun with the whole like the interjection part.
Bah,
I know you guys
I'm
both do that,
sorry,
but as far as like the kind of stuff, that's not necessary for the discourse in here. And
You're right.
Even though you even though Eli and I, even though Shiva and I disagree a lot, if you see that 5-hour video that I linked to you, we have a lot of very calm conversation where we both give each other a lot of space to get
Shiva,
that. And
I
I understand the intensity and the entertainment and all that kind of stuff. And I'm also going to bring up Shapingro to make it even worse for you, because Shapingro is a non. Shapingro, are you in a wind tunnel?
I'm just not wanting, like,
Is it
I'll
really
quickly
loud?
pick
I'm
Shiva,
sorry.
I apologize.
It's quite
And
loud.
Shiva, it's no
stick
hard
your head
feelings.
back in the car.
It's just
Holy
my style of doing things.
Eli, I never hold grudges about
Thank
shit
you.
that's said
Me
on
neither.
panels, 'cause
I'd shoot the shit with you anytime.
Yeah. And look, I'll disagree with you vehemently all day long, but these are just ideas, right? Like,
Let me calm down for a second. But do you understand what I mean when I say just because I give an invalid and unsound supporting argument for the P1 of the Socrates mortal argument doesn't make the Socrates mortal argument unsound? That's all I'm trying to convey to you.
It makes your Socrates' mortal argument unsound. Well, invalid, at least. If you can't support the premises, then it's like I don't see how you can say that. And I think that this is just maybe down to the wording of the prompt, which was, can you render a sound argument, which is
Right.
very specific, right?
Okay, I'm
like
going to be
it's a
very calm,
specific
though, man.
prompt.
I want to be very calm. The soundness of the Socrates argument does not change based on my skill in argumentation, because soundness is based off truth. The truth isn't affected by my skill in argumentation. Does that make sense?
Right. But if I were to say, well, look, you claim that Socrates is mortal, but actually I've got Socrates in my living room, and the person does have Socrates in his living room, right? Then the argument isn't sound, like, and so we're saying it's sound because we've never witnessed anyone not
Sheila,
dying,
actually,
right?
I got a question about that. Let's
Sure.
just say Socrates can live for 900 years. Like, the fact that he hasn't died yet is not proof that he's not mortal. That's what's confusing to me.
Agreed, but it means that we can't make the argument that all humans die, because there would be at least one human that we've witnessed not dying for at least a very long time, right?
But there are plenty of humans who have not died yet, but that's not a determinant of whether or not they will die.
Well, yeah, but they haven't lived for 2,000 years. Whereas I think if you've got someone who's been alive for 2,000 years, then to make the claim all humans are mortal suddenly becomes a bit more difficult, right?
I don't necessarily think so, because the mortality is not in question. It just becomes a longevity of the expectation of human life.
What if he's actually immortal?
How would you verify that? And let's say on your epistemology.
Let's just say he has a magic box that can tell whether
your
someone is mortal or not. Well, it's
on
a
your
hypothetical.
epistemology, though. Okay, so hypothetical. Hypothetically,
okay. On my epistemology, he has a magic box that tells you whether someone is mortal or immortal, and it's infallible.
This is the first I've heard you of accepting a magic box in your epistemology, so this is very interesting.
Oh, really? No, I have used a magic box example before.
Okay, this is where I get confused, because I know this is not your epistemology. I mean,
yeah. Oh, right.
And when I say no,
largely
I mean the Matt Dillahunty sense of maximal certainty. So, because I'm not omniscient, I don't claim to read your mind.
Largely re-examination. When I'm debating something, my own personal worldview is I kind of view it as being largely irrelevant.
That's what makes it. I think that's what makes talking so hard, because when people have a conversation, again, I know you don't within your, and again, you won't accept this, Mr. President. Well, from what you've told me recently, your belief system does not allow for belief systems. As much as you might.
No, that's not entirely accurate.
Okay, please clarify.
I think it's just a kind of function of consciousness that we believe shit, right? And that we construct entire kind of what I'm going to call it, like mythologies or narratives surrounding the kind of views that we hold. And in the Buddhist view of things, all views, including those of Buddhism, are to be let go. So the Buddha likened Buddha's teachings to a raft. So his view was, you use a raft to get across the river, but once you've crossed the river, you don't take the raft with you. You leave the raft behind. And so, because it sort of seems that any view that you espouse, if you're holding that view absolutely, it's like any view can be shown to have absurdities in it. So,
I got a question though about the whole raft analogy.
Sure.
Is there when you the assumption of crossing the river is becoming a Buddha?
Yeah.
And there is a place. When you become a Buddha, have you crossed a Rubicon in which you cannot unbecome a Buddha?
Apparently.
Are you,
that happens. That actually happens before you become a Buddha. There's a point on the. It's actually kind of the first kind of real marker on the stage to becoming a Buddha is called stream entry. and you're said to be irreversible from that point onwards. And that's
so there's an
marked
event
by-
horizon that on the way to approaching Buddha that draws you in inexorably. It's a fait accompli at that point.
Yeah, that's a good kind of metaphor, although it's not always that smooth, because if we're talking about event horizons, then we're talking about gravity wells. And if you're saying that
I'm just
a
trying
black
to use
hole,
something.
yeah. So no, that's a really good.
How do you
that's
know
a
when
really
you
good
got to
metaphor.
that point? Eva?
Gotten to what point?
Buddha.
The point of no return. You're being drawn in.
Oh, the event horizon. Okay.
There are 3 markers that are said to represent stream entry, and that is you no longer have doubt or indecision regarding the efficacy of Buddhist practice. You don't have a fixed self-view, and you don't have a reliance on rites and rituals as ends in themselves.
So by that criteria, are you at that point?
I don't make spiritual claims, Mo.
What? Or isn't this like a bunch of spiritual claims?
No, because I'm not saying that I've attained to any of those things.
Well, hold on. But you make spiritual claims about other people's worldview, but you don't make spiritual claims about yourself in terms of how much you've accomplished or
Wait.
how
No.
far you-
I don't make spiritual claims about other people's worldview. I might make logical arguments about them, but I don't speak to the spiritual practice. So one thing that you will never hear me do is say that Christian practice isn't beneficial to people practicing like you will never hear me say something like that, because I don't speak to, because I'm not an Orthodox Christian, so I can't really speak to the efficacy of orthodoxy as a practice, right? Like so you won't hear me actually make any sort of spiritual claim about.
Could I
being a
interject
Christian
just
or anything.
briefly? Like
Sure.
the problem with that statement is that if orthodoxy would only be beneficial if what it's claiming is true. Like that's
No.
where the benefit comes from.
It
So
would
that
be-
just
well-
seems kind of weird to say.
Well, hold
No,
on, Eli, because
I
it could be
don't think-
possible that if it could be shown that I don't believe in yoga or meditation because I think that all Christian spirituality is between the believer and the Holy Spirit, through the sacrifice of Christ to bring us back to the Father. However, if there were studies that circumstantially showed that there was like a drop in blood pressure or a drop in stress or a drop in like psychosis, even if you believe it came from a sinister source, that could be argued in one sense as a benefit. Would it be a spiritual benefit? No. But there'd be a limited sense in which you could benefit. Like, for example, pot might help people with anxiety, quote unquote, but in a very limited and ultimately, I would argue, detrimental sense. So that's a crude example, but there could be a way that something could be on an incorrect basis, but beneficial in a limited degree.
I
I
guess so.
think an example of that in Orthodoxy that I can recognize because it's similar to a practice in Buddhism is hesychasm. Now, I might differ in terms of the interpretation of what's happening, but to me, that's not as important as the beneficial effects that one might accrue from engaging in sort of hesychastic practice.
What is that?
Yeah.
Hesychasm is normally, as far as I understand it, restricted to monks, and it's a practice, contemplative practice, where you engage in inner prayer, body posture awareness, and breath awareness.
And inner stillness and ceaselessness of prayer. Yeah.
And the results of that, from what I've read, seem to be very similar to the results of mindfulness practice in the Buddhist system.
Which is kind of what I was referring to a little bit.
But I guess what I'm saying is I hate to be the annoying, pre-supper guy,
Right.
but ultimately when we're using this word beneficial, either it's, relative to all systems or what's actually beneficial about hesychasm is communion and intimacy with God. If that isn't true, but it's still beneficial in some vague subjective sense, then beneficial is vague and subjective, and anything could be theoretically beneficial.
Now, real quick, Chipingro is a logic guy, knows all the, well, I'm not gonna say all, but knows a good amount of the notation there. And so Chipingro would A, like to do a volume check, and B, probably take a shot with Eli because it'd be really good.
And I want to hear his whole opinion on this whole Monkey Boy thing. I'd really like to get some other logician's take on what's going on here.
I don't know if Chipingro's seen the Monkey Boy, but please go ahead, Chipingro.
I was jumping in late. How am I sounding? Am I low? Am I high?
You are low.
You're low, but you're no longer in a wind tunnel, so you sound 100% better.
How about now?
That's good.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Still could give a little bit more?
You're right. You're in the sweet spot, I think.
Right at the sweet spot. I gave it a smidge more, so hopefully that was good enough.
You're good. You're good.
I like that.
Evening, gentlemen. Hope you all
What's
are well.
Evening. First of all, Chipingro,
things.
did you get to see any of the debate either in this stream or when it was live from Mega Bloodbath?
No, I was over watching Ryan Mullally, but I hopped in when you guys were discussing modus ponens and my ears pricked up. So
I saw he had Darwin to Jesus on his channel recently. I missed all of it, but I'll have to go back and watch it. I'm sure that was good.
Anyway, on the last thing you were talking about, goodness is only derived from truth. In a less spiritual thing that I'm thinking, and I think in analogies, something we tell ourselves all the time when you start a new job or you're like getting into a new skill, what do? We fake it till we make it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is in some sense an untruth. We are pretending to be the thing we are not. And yet a clear benefit is derived, is it not?
Yeah, I could see that. I would say that in pretending to be what you're not, you're forced to either be that, because if you are consistently not, then you fail and you don't progress.
If you pretend to be an astronaut during your training and practice, are you an astronaut?
No.
Okay.
Right. But
so you're not
what I'm
forced
saying,
to be it.
No. But if you eventually, let's say I lie my way into astronaut training, and I'm, faking it till I make it. Well, eventually I'm going to get up into space, and either the skills I learned along the way will suffice, or I will die on my first spacewalk. So at some point it comes to fruition.
Well, at that point you're at tautology, right? You're an astronaut, not tautology, reflexivity. You're an astronaut because you're an astronaut at that point.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, I would say fake it till you make it is more colloquial, and what we're really talking about is not shrinking away from the challenge and just pressing head on into it. Faking it would not be necessarily I am lying about who I am and I'm being deceptive and I am deluding myself. You can also look at fake it till you make it as in I'm just going to go into what is before me with requisite confidence, because I know the opposite would be disaster of like going in sheepishly to everything.
I don't disagree with that, but in some sense, isn't the opposite here the honest self-reflection that I do not currently have the skills?
I do not currently have the skills does not necessarily translate to shrinking away. So, for example, the first thing I did for debate was go up against Andrew Wilson. Did I have the skills to go against Andrew Wilson? Probably not. But I had a playlist of 88 videos. I made a game plan. I went in having no idea what he would do or say, just thinking I'm just going to fling what I got in the best way possible I can. And I think some of it seemed to kind of work out. So.
I get the feeling that you guys are attempting to, if it were anybody else, you would say, oh, you're twisting the meaning of the word. Like, there is a truth value here. You are not this thing. That is the truth value. Mm-hmm. There is a clear benefit from engaging with the not of that truth value, which is you are that thing. So in the standard binary, I mean, A or not A, guys, right?
Well,
you
hold
guys
on.
like your law
it's weird because there's
middle.
a sliding scale between what is it's not like one day I woke up, I'm not a debater.
Are we accepting multi-valued logics? Because I've heard you explicitly say that was off limits before.
Me?
Yes. Sliding scale, like that is a clear point to a multi-valued logic.
I guess it depends on what I was denying before, because obviously you can have a dimmer
Fuzzy
switch. Or you can
logics
have
in particular. Fuzzy logic is the
Right.
Percentage
Percentage of
dimmer
truth.
switch.
But
I think of like I mean, you can have. It depends. I guess it depends on what you're talking about, because if we say debater, what it makes a debater, and what makes a astronaut. How many lessons does it take to be an astronaut?
Who is, in your example, Bigro, who would be the person to say that this thing is this or not? Like, it's true this guy's an astronaut.
The person who is self-engaging or self-reflecting.
So subjective?
Is it subjective, your knowledge of what skills you know?
Well, I mean, but this is where
it can. There's like imposter syndrome, right, where you like doubt yourself.
I agree. It can be subjective, but I think there is an objective truth value to what skills I know.
And what would you test that against?
I would test that against my ability to display those skills. If I tell myself
to who? To a conscious standard, and to an unconscious standard, to a self standard, to a societal standard. Like, what's the useful way to be sufficiently and justifiably satisfied in your understanding? If you think you're a writer or you think you're a mathematician, how many kinds of knowledge do you have to have before you sufficiently say you're skilled to be qualified as a thing? What is the borderline that we cross into? Because I feel
it's when we hit reflexivity, when the product of my skill set is manifest, then as a person who uses that kind of skill or creates that kind of thing, I am by default a user of that skill or creator of that thing.
But
So,
I mean, isn't a shitty writer still a writer, even if they suck at it?
Indeed they are, but before I ever start practicing these skills, if I sit down at the keyboard and tell myself, currently, and objectively this would be true because I haven't practiced this yet, I do not have writing skills. If I tell myself, which is a clear truth, and then attempt to be a writer, I'm going to have a much lesser chance of success than if I sat down at the keyboard and engaged in a personal lie to say, I can do this. I have these skills, and then you fake it till you make it. You fumble your way through it. You trip up.
Yeah, but you're presupposing you would, as a human, you would have that mindset consistently throughout. Also, I think you're kind of running into kind of the continuum fallacy a bit, right? Like, it's fuzzy, but you do still have two categories. You can't really pinpoint where exactly you can't really go into. Yeah, you don't have to pinpoint, right? It's
here's
just kind
how
of one
you
of
get
those
around
things
that.
where
You're doing Loki's wager, right? Loki's wager, you don't know where the neck ends and the head starts.
Right, you don't know how many grains of sand becomes a beach.
You don't know when orange begins and red ends, yeah.
Here's how we avoid this. The occipital bone on the back of your head, if you're anywhere above that, you're in the head. You're no longer in the neck. I can't tell you where the line exactly is, but I can give you a threshold by which you have clearly passed it. So I don't have to engage in the continuum fallacy, because even though I can't tell you where the exact line is, what I can tell you is some threshold that is so clearly beyond the line that should we meet that threshold, we know we're in the new regime.
So in your example, until you meet that said threshold, you are essentially faking it till you make it in any of these
correct
these pursuits.
And while there is a subjective nature to this, I do not deny that at all. I think we can ground this in some objectivity by noting that in a lot of these cases, unless it's some mental game like mathematicians, like what does it mean to be a mathematician? I do math in my head. It's hard to, but even then, to show myself or show the world, if I want to be more objective, ask people that are outside of me whether I qualify to be this thing. I make that proof by producing the work of someone who is that thing. Correct?
In a market space kind of mentality, sure, but I'm taking issue with the word fake because there's a moral charge to that. Because
that would also be subjective, right, to other people's opinion.
at that point, are you rejecting objective
I'm just
reality?
I'm inquiring how you prove that you're this thing, and you said you would have to test it against, to Rex's point, basically the market, which would be other people, and their subjective opinion if you are a writer or not.
Yes. And generally, we like to pull an analogy here. Somebody who's schizophrenic or broken in the brain, we notice this because the things that they experience in the world are different from what everybody else communally, subjectively experiences. What we look for is we look for the overlap of all the subjectivity such that it would be ridiculous to say that with everybody saying that this is subjectively true, that it still remains false. If everybody has the experience that this thing is red, even though none of us can share red with each other, it would be silly to believe that it's not red because the overlap is so vast.
So there's
If I
objective
get
so there's
10
objective
people-
silliness that transcends people's opinions.
I would say the transcendence is the way to get past the silliness. The silliness is the
I don't know what that means.
subjectivity.
I'm not trying to be monkey
under
boy,
what-
but I don't know what that means.
Yeah, but just real quick, under what you just said though, then couldn't I just get, let's say, I don't know what the number is, let's say it's like 10, 20 people who say I'm an astronaut, and I convince myself I'm an astronaut, and therefore I'm an astronaut?
If enough people believe you're an astronaut, aren't they going to put you on the next shuttle?
But isn't that kind of, I mean, isn't that, it kind of reminds me of the whole, if I didn't survive the plane crash, I wouldn't be here to tell you about it sort of thing. It's like a consequential, question, but it kind of skips over what he was getting at, which was is this merely conventions of men that may or may not necessarily be true, or is there something that transcends it where it's stands independent, to use a secularist term for it?
Right. And that's with the schizophrenic example too. I mean, if everybody on Earth all of a sudden develops schizophrenia, I don't think it follows that therefore necessarily the hallucinations are true.
Or if everybody believed that I was a schizophrenic, regardless of whether the fact I was not, that wouldn't make it true, even if everybody voted me schizophrenic in the world when I wasn't.
I'm not understanding what the conclusion of all this stuff you're bringing up is.
So
the original
this all
premise-
started with fake it till you make it. And
Well, hang on, no.
could it be?
That was the response to Eli's premise that it could not be good unless it was derived from something that was of truth.
Yeah, that's a bit tricky.
Well, no, this is just a true dichotomy. Is good subjective or is good objective? We can just boil this down to a true dichotomy.
Well, I mean, I think what Shapinger might be getting at is, let's say you pressed a button and that button caused an assassin to go out and then off somebody, and you got $1 billion, right? You could look independently at the $1 billion you received as being a good, but the methodology by which you got it is not good. And so what Shapiro is trying to point out is the origin of a thing, faking it, might be immoral. And then when you make it, that immoral means would produce a good. Now, I think it's from Romans 3 that says, that condemns those who say, let us do evil so that good might come. But there are, I would say, temporal yet not ultimate goods, quote unquote, that you can get from a thing. Like, you can be in the mafia and make lots of money, but that's just like one scene from the movie. It doesn't show you the end. And I would go to like Psalm 73. Psalm 73 describes lots of people who have really easy lives, and they're wicked people, and they just keep doing better, and the righteous are suffering. But the psalmist points out that he has seen the end of these people and how it goes for them because they are unrighteous and they have rejected God. And it's not just, even if it's not in this life, it is beyond this life.
And I want to clarify what I meant with my discussion and what I said about good in reference to hesychasm. What I'm saying is that a monk practicing hesychasm on Mount Athos and a yoga chick doing hot yoga on Saturday, maybe there's an argument that both have an element of good, but what's making good for the monk on Mount Athos is good because it's communion and prayer with God, which is a more ultimate and fundamental good, whereas the hot yoga chick, she's getting her blood pressure lowered, which means she's doing what her doctor said, and that's a less fundamental type of good. So, but what Shiva was saying is that, well, they're both different expressions of being good for the same reasons, and that's what I was pushing.
That's
back
not what I
against.
said. That's not what I said.
Okay, then, I don't mean to straw man. It seemed like you were saying, we have an example
What
of
I said
meditation
was-
over here. We have an example
Yeah.
of meditation over here, and they're both expressing the same kind of good.
That's also not what I said.
Okay.
What I said was that based on my limited understanding of hesychasm, because I'm not even a Christian, let alone an Orthodox, that the results seem to be very similar to the results from certain Buddhist practices, but that what differs is the interpretation of what those results mean. Right.
Well, what do you think that similar result is?
Stillness, inner light.
Right. So that's where I was saying that, like, from the Orthodox Christian perspective, hesychism is good not just in virtue of stillness, but in virtue of communion with God. Whereas I would say Buddhist meditation is not communion with God.
Well, yeah, because in the Buddhist system, there is no communion with God because you can't commune with something that doesn't exist.
I would also add that in Eastern systems, I would say that you'd probably be communing with evil spirits if you get some kind of spiritual high from that, because that wouldn't come from God.
Or it's ultimately self-idolatry, because a lot of Buddhism, in my limited knowledge of it, would be introspection, and I think too much introspection makes an idol of the self, but that would be from my paradigm. So
I'd agree with you, which is why there's a very famous story. I think it's from one of the Zen traditions. There's this monk who's been living in seclusion up this mountain for like donkey's years, and is held up as this kind of highly advanced Zen practitioner, and has got loads of followers. And he's coming down the mountain one day to go on his arms round to beg for some food, because that's what monks did. And he stubs his foot against a rock, and at the top of his voice he shouts, "Oh, fuck!"
Typical monk.
Like, so I agree with you. If you're living your life in seclusion, or you're just doing navel gazing, that's probably not going to benefit yourself, let alone other people.
fair enough. Interesting.
Is it possible to go back to the modus ponens?
Absolutely.
Soundness.
Sure.
I didn't quite catch this, so if you guys want to catch me up, I'd appreciate it. But the one input I have here is there is a difference between soundness and valid.
Of course.
Valid is much easier to achieve. Soundness requires, I could walk you through the truth table if you wanted to, but soundness requires more on the inputs to the modus ponens than simple validity.
Right. Validity is just the form. And then soundness would be the truth of the premises plugged into the form. Is that like a really rudimentary way?
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
perfect.
Cool. So yeah, basically, here's what the argument is coming down to, is that this guy I was debating, Monkey Boy, in my opinion, I think he does a very pedantic style of just kind of quizzing people about logic, and then whenever they eventually stump themselves, he kind of acts like that's a dub. What's really in contention here is I made a modus ponens argument, which he, my opponent, agreed was a valid form, and we both would agree, okay, modus ponens is a valid form. And then I gave, I plugged in to the variables, and then he goes, okay, now I need your stage 2 argument, the arguments in support of the premises, which I agree would be a burden if I'm going to meet the prompt, can I render a sound argument? What the contention is that he was trying to get me to make a syllogism for the first premises of the original syllogism. And what I was saying is I gave about a paragraph of an informal argument using just natural language debate rhetoric, right? And I'm saying I don't have an obligation to make a syllogism for my opponent to analyze. If he's truly a skilled logician, he'll be able to take my informal argument, turn it into a valid syllogism, and then demonstrate why it's not sound, and therefore the original argument isn't sound. But the contention is that people are in the comments, and kind of what me and Shiva were getting into was, well, because you're unable to make a syllogism in support of your syllogism, that renders your initial argument unsound. And I'm saying that's a non sequitur. That doesn't follow.
That's actually not my view. I just want to clarify again.
Okay.
My view isn't that the argument was unsound, but that you couldn't render a sound argument, and those are not the same thing.
Okay, but in order to demonstrate that I couldn't render a sound argument, wouldn't you need to demonstrate that my argument was indeed not sound?
Which, Monkey Boy was attempting to do by getting you to support your first premise.
Well, again, I'm just saying I don't have any obligation to make syllogisms for my syllogisms ad infinitum. That's been my only contention.
Sorry. Yeah, I actually didn't want to jump in the middle of this discussion.
Yeah, I wanted to get some Shapingro's opinion.
I just wanted to clarify that.
I appreciate it. The context is helpful to me. So, I'm a little bit torn here, Eli. There is an ad infinitum because any deduction must be based on the premises, and if the premises are based on previous premises. But I would say that this is why it's important to agree on foundations before moving forward, because the way you avoid this is kind of an arbitrary cutoff that you point to and call that an axiom. And if they agree on the axiom, that is where you are required to move forward from there.
Right. And that's why at the end of the debate, I eventually won, because he basically said the same thing. He said a shared epistemic principle. And I'm a presuppositionalist. So I went, hold on, pump the brakes for a second. In your opinion, and this is what I straight up asked him, I said, is validity and soundness ultimately whatever we say it is? Because I also asked him a few other questions like, is logic just made up? It's just an engineered system by men that's not based off reality. He says, yes.
Please tell me he didn't. Oh, God.
Yeah, and then I go, okay, so I could myself create my own logical system. And he goes, well, I don't think you have the skills to do that, but technically, yes. So I went, okay, so validity and soundness is ultimately whatever we say it is. And he's like, that's a really crude example, but yes. So I go, okay, I make up my own system that says it's valid and sound. I win the debate.
But he's correct in that you can do that.
Right.
The problem is stating that these things are like purely constructs. Very deep question in mathematics and philosophy is it discovered or created? I've been struggling with this my whole life, and I'm imperfect, so please, giant handfuls of salt.
For sure,
right?
For sure. And that's one of my main questions that I ask when I'm running tag, is I ask, are the laws of logic created or discovered? I think it is a linchpin type of question, for sure.
Have you ever been hiking in the mountains?
Yes.
Okay. Do you create, say there's no game trail, there's no nothing else, do you create your path to the peak? Or in some sense, is something already kind of like pre-rigid? Like your path can't just, unless you're skilled in some extra way, go up a sheer cliff. Right? There have to be pre-established conditions on the mountain such that you can create the path. So we make choices as to the path we create, but it is ultimately discovered which of those paths work. Like that's outside of us. We can't force that. So when people say, "Oh, well, we just make it all up," forehead smack airplane meme. Because,
right.
So you can make something up, and like mathematicians do this all the time, where you go, it would be so silly if we just did X, and then they just explore what would have to be induced by presupposing X.
Sure.
Now, this is where I kind of have to say both. When people ask me, is it created or discovered? Well, we create our path to the discoveries.
I would. So, but you're saying that we take the path of least resistance, and that's our discovery. Is not so. The path is the subsequent choices that come from the path of least resistance from A to B, right?
I'm a little bit hesitant when you say path of least resistance. That is the goal, is to find the path of least resistance, because from a mathematical perspective, that's somehow the most beautiful or most natural setting. It requires the least amount of effort to get you from point, yeah, exactly, from point A to point B. But more often than not, what happens, if anybody worked with matrices in high school, right, we have a whole linear algebra fancy construct of how to deal with matrices now. But in the 1800s, this was called the theory of determinants, and it was this super baroque, like, you do this because that's how you perform this calculation. It made almost zero sense at the time. So you have like 80, 60 years of people fumbling around as they attempt to find this parsimonious setting, but like. The stumbling around to get there is a bunch of individual choices as they're discovering what is underneath the hood in some sense.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in really quick about the created versus discovered. I would say the inverse of what you said. I would say that the discoveries come first, and then we can create in virtue of the discoveries. The creation, the engineering of more complex logical systems is ultimately grounded in a metaphysical discovery about the regularities of nature.
Well, you just described a feedback loop. But again, I'm taking the objective stance here that we are not just, forcing these things out of the ether out of our own free will. The validity, the pattern, whether or not that pattern works, is something that I test out by writing it out on paper. And that testing is the discovery process. I will either discover that what I'm testing works, or that what I'm testing is just a failure and contains some internal contradiction.
Right. I guess like what we would say, and this really goes back to that Dillahunty debate, is that whenever you're saying works and failure and success, would also be relying on some type of reliable metric that utilizes the thing in question. Does that make sense?
This is where you guys are right. My kind fails because, in some sense, we are absolutely, and this gets back to the axiom thing, right? All of us are creating a starting point for our axioms somewhere in the giant pile of turtles. This is our jumping off point. You guys are making the argument that the jumping off point is not our choice. It's a priori to us. It's outside of us. It is from God himself, and therefore we are not making some arbitrary decision.
Yeah, real quick, I'd make the distinction, like Father Deacon Dr. Ananias, that there is autonomous epistemology, which would be the atheist epistemology coming from autonomous man, versus a theonomous epistemology that's outside of autonomous man. So I'm agreeing with what you're saying, but that's a way to mark a distinction linguistically of what we're talking about. And I'm saying that autonomous epistemology is viciously circular to the point of destroying the entire, it's a self-destructive worldview whenever you take an autonomous epistemology.
Here's my rejection of the law of excluded middle. I don't not agree with that.
Okay. I guess what the argument I make in that realm is that, like, typically it's said that metaphysics is prior to epistemology. But in order to know something about the metaphysics, you have to have some type of epistemic foundation, and it's a what came first, the chicken or the egg type of cycle that is not just a skill issue on the autonomous atheist, but is actually symptomatic of attempting to track down a starting point that can't be found in the place you're saying that it must be, since there's no God.
I'm honest enough to admit that I would not win in a tag debate in this moment.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair.
Well, hang on. Why do we need that epistemic grounding that you're talking about?
Well, because ultimately, like, if you're going to make any knowledge claim, that is presupposing an epistemic foundation. But what I'm saying is that there is these things don't exist in vacuums; they're interrelational, and ultimately, if you're going to claim an epistemic foundation to say you know anything, that's going to rely on metaphysics and external reality for a number of reasons. But if metaphysics is the starting place, but you have to know something about metaphysics before you can say something about metaphysics, you're caught in this loop that doesn't actually get you to the justification of the knowledge claim, which is the original point of contention.
So, I mean, it's interesting because, like, I kind of sometimes wonder exactly what people mean when they say knowledge. Because if you're talking about 100% certainty, then I'd sort of be inclined to agree. But when I look at my own experience, there are actually very few things, maybe only one, that I can say that I have absolute 100% certain knowledge of. And the rest is largely guesswork.
Which is why, you know, for the sake of debate, when I have these interactions, I'm happy to use the colloquial justified true belief. Like, I think that's a great starting point so we can at least be talking about the same thing. You know, it's...
But I suppose what I'm saying is that I would kind of reject the idea that you need 100% certainty to know something.
Well, I'm not saying 100% certainty. I'm just saying justified true belief, which isn't 100%. It's like, right now, there's a closet over there. There's no way, by virtue of, this is why it ties into metaphysics, by virtue of me being a finite person in my ontology, I can't have, in my individual experience, 100% certainty there's not a, serial killer in my closet right now. But I have all of these reasons that get me justification, and those reasonings are true, and that informs the belief, and that way I have knowledge there's not a serial killer in my closet right now. It's not, nobody's talking about 100% in some type of mega absolute. We're saying that somewhere there has to be a grounding anchor of absolute. And whenever you're referring to something like that, the only thing that fits the bill is a god.
Why does there have to be a grounding anchor?
Because ultimately, if you're going to make those, if we're talking about justified true belief, now let's start with the first, like, justified and true are both relying on very heavily some type, like, again, let's go to the true dichotomy of, is truth absolute and objective, or is it subjective? Well, if truth is completely subjective, then nothing's actually true, because anything we declare is now true. And then you can't ever have justified true belief, because it could just, when it's arbitrary, it's the principle of explosion. It could be anything. Okay. Well, then we go to, okay, there is a thing called objective truth. Well, now we look to the metaphysics and we go, okay, is this like a material thing? Obviously not. I can't pick up objective truth and hand it to you. I can't put objective truth in my pocket. It's a regularity, an immaterial object, for lack of better words, in external reality. And this is where my whole argumentation for the Monkey Boy debate shows up, where I'm saying that if there's no justification for it being like a platonic immaterial object, and also we have examples of human beings instantiating immateriality across multiple particulars, such that we can conclude that so what it means is, like, it's like the problem of the one and the many, kind of. If I have a idea for a motorcycle, okay, I have a concept for it, and I take a bunch of material particulars, here's a muffler, here's a chain, slap them all together, and all of a sudden now you're engaging with this immaterial thing called my concept for the motorcycle. But you can't read my mind. You don't have superpowers. You're able to see a concept that was once grounded in my brain through it being instantiated across multiple particulars. So what I'm saying is the same methodology that we would ground that immaterial concept that's distinct from the material that instantiates it comes from a mind. We can use the same methodology to the external world and say, okay, there's concepts, immaterial concepts instantiated across multiple particulars, but we know that humans didn't create the world. They didn't organize all of the material particulars of reality. So you need the type of mind's going to dictate the type of concept. In the case with the motorcycle, it's a particular mind generated a particular concept called the motorcycle. A universal mind generated the universal concepts called the universe, ironically.
So
unironically.
there's a lot to unpack there.
Sure.
You said something which you actually said in your debate with Monkey Boy, and it actually I kind of wanted to pick you up on it.
Sure.
But unfortunately, there was then another paragraph after that,
For sure.
and it's gone.
For sure. For sure.
Okay. Particulars, concepts. Okay, yeah. So I suppose I would kind of say that it's not entirely clear to me that when I'm looking at a motorcycle, that I'm actually having the same, what am I going to call this, conceptual experience that you were having when you made the motorcycle, right?
Right.
And so it's not at all clear to me that I'm somehow picking up on the symbolic intentionality of whoever made the motorcycle, or the kind of conceptual in like it's not clear to me that I'm actually having the same conceptual experience. And so so there's that. It's also not clear to me that we don't just impute concepts onto phenomena, and that we're not each individually doing that with everything all the time.
Okay, that's a very important distinction, because that's why I draw the distinction between particular concepts and universal concepts. Particular concepts are being grounded in a particular mind. I agree. It's not a one-to-one with the person who created it, because ultimately that's a finite person who maybe had other intentions for the thing. But generally you see like, okay, well, this is where my butt goes. This is where my hands go. You may not see the full scale of the concept, just in the same way we don't really see the full scale of God's, I'm utilizing the logos logi doctrine from Orthodox Christianity. We don't get the full experience of the logi, but what we can draw an inference is that it's coming from, you at least know when you see a motorcycle that there was a mind and design behind this, and teleology, intentionality.
Agreed.
So that, at least that much, there's a methodology that grounds you to a mind that's that's not your own.
Great. That was the question. I'm so glad you used that word. What is the method?
So it's the methodology would be you agreed that you see some of the conceptual intentions, right? Like where the hand goes, where the butt cheeks go, right?
Wait, no.
Oh.
Those I don't concede that those are intentional.
Okay, do you see? Can you concede that the wheels turn on the ground?
Yeah, if you're talking about a car and
we're talking about a motorcycle right now.
Right, but hands don't form part of a motorcycle, right? Like so.
No, I mean like the handlebars. Like you're like, okay.
Oh, the handlebars, right?
Yeah. Like my hands go there, my ass goes on the seat.
Okay.
The wheels are supposed to spin on the ground, but
agreed.
You as a person, you have knowledge that you didn't create this thing, but yet approaching the thing, you're engaging with conceptual notions that are not identical or found within the material, but rather the material instantiates them, such that you can have access to these concepts, and somebody came up with this. The analogy or phrase I used with the Monkey Boy debate is, have you ever seen like somebody do a design and you're like, oh, I see what you were thinking here, but we don't actually read each other's minds. How did you have access to what somebody was thinking? Well, it was from the instantiation of their idea across multiple particulars, which is the objects.
One particular.
No. There's many parts to a motorcycle. That's what I'm saying. It's like
okay.
Yeah. So
for example, if you look at the mirrors of a motorcycle, that's a reference to our eyes. Ultimately, the eyes of the rider.
Not to interject and stop this, but it's getting late and I gotta head out. Shapingro, though, I do have your example with the mountain pass. I was thinking about while these guys were chatting. I do have some things to say about that. Maybe we can chat another time.
I'd love to.
But,
holler at me on Discord or whatever, and I'll come hang out with you. It'll be a good time.
All right, great. Thanks for having me, guys. I had a great time, but it is time.
Shill your stuff.
Mo, it
yeah,
was lovely,
Mo.
lovely not talking to you.
Yeah, I know.
He's being
Feel the same way
pretty
about you, Shiver. Yeah.
It's so warm and fuzzy in here right now.
So, Mo rebuttal. That's a handle everywhere. So come give me a like, give me a sub, and I'll see you guys next time. God bless. Take care.
Deuces. Yeah. But yeah, to wrap it all up, just to get to the point, is that you've got immateriality instantiated across multiple particulars that you can route to and conclude comes from a mind is not your own. I'm saying that we have the same exact phenomena going on in external reality where there are regularities and patterns and immateriality being instantiated across multiple particulars. But this is inherent to reality, and not obviously no human is responsible for the way reality is. And in fact, if we can pick out a past where there was no humans and these immaterial instantiations are happening across multiple particulars, you would do the same routing to go, these are conceptual notions present in reality, absent or prior to human minds. Conclusion, there's a mind behind external reality.
So is it your view that the concepts have an independent existence, both independent from humanity and from the objects that they are supposed to represent?
Yeah, it would just be grounding. So in the same way that, like, the way I defined it in the debate was, you know, something being present in virtue of something more fundamental, I could just use the same human comparison. Like the concepts are being instantiated in the motorcycle, but they're grounded in my mind is fundamentally responsible for that instantiated concept. When you apply that to the universe and external reality, these concepts are ultimately grounded in the mind that created the external reality that we engage with.
That's not an answer to the question that I asked, so I'm going to
Okay, can you rephrase it one more time? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. Is it your view that concepts have an existence that is independent from either people or from the objects that they are supposed to represent?
Independent from people and the
yeah. So it's two questions.
You mean humans, right?
Let's just ignore the second half. We'll just like concentrate on the first half. Do concepts exist independently of people to think them?
No. So they do, let's use mind, because in my worldview there's human minds and God's mind. The concept does not exist independently of the mind that grounds it, because that's what I mean by grounding, is it exists in virtue of this thing. If you take away the mind, there could be no concept.
This is where contingency and non-contingency help.
So, like, it does seem to me that you are saying that concepts exist independently of people.
I'm saying that, so I'm challenging the notion that humans are the only beings with minds. I'm saying that there's another mind. God's. Right.
Okay.
I'm just telling you my position. Right.
I'm not asserting that human beings are the only beings with minds. There appear to be some animals that appear to demonstrate at least rudimentary consciousness, right?
Sure.
Like there could be aliens. You know,
well, let me put it this way:
would an alien be an animal or a person?
I'm saying that there's a mind.
You'd have to ask them.
I'm saying that all of those examples, people, animals, and I could even like go into the distinction between an animal's mind and a human mind. I would cite like deontology, but that's kind of a different discussion. I can grant it. What I'm saying is that all of these aliens, animals, and humans all are creatures within a temporal reality. That temporal reality has instantiated concepts. So the mind that I'm referencing would transcend and ultimately be responsible for the organization of the temporal reality that all these particular minds are inside of.
So I suppose it's not clear to me why we can't ground these universal concepts.
Okay. Okay. So the reason would be that would be nominalism. That And we could even, you don't even have to go with, maybe you say they don't have any ontology whatsoever. Maybe you say their only ontology is in the individual's minds. But what I'm saying is the same way that we looked at the motorcycle and we know that that didn't come from our mind. I'm saying that if the instantiated concepts from the materials, from the particular material in external reality is grounded in our mind, then the actual features and characteristics, the patterns, the regularity, if it's coming from us, then it's totally arbitrary because we didn't create it. We don't think reality, we don't think regularity into the world. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, and if it's something that we're observing,
I'm not.
I know. I'm just
claim.
showing. I'm not saying that you are. I'm kind of
Right.
doing like a reductio and saying that if it were true that we grounded these immaterial instantiations from external reality, that would be to say in a reductio way that we are imposing this on reality, and now it's no longer an observation or a description, but a arbitrary assignment. You see. And that's where this.
Hang on.
Go ahead.
Is that the same for God? So if God is grounding these things, is it then just an arbitrary assignment?
Well, no, because ultimately that's why the premises talked about the type of mind. So he would be immaterial, universal, and invariant. And ultimately, this is where I kind of have to break out of the strict monist ponens and use the toolkit of my own metaphysics from my beliefs, is that it's grounded in his nature. Like your nature is going to inform your mental content, and God's nature is ultimately invariant, ultimately good, ultimately truthful, all interrelational. You know, truth and goodness and invariance is all a part of his nature, informing his mind, which goes into how he would create a universe that also expresses invariance and truth and goodness as well.
I mean, oh, that's a bold claim to claim that the universe expresses truth and goodness.
It must.
Was that
because that's the whole point? Well, yeah. So here's the thing: if we're talking about like pattern recognition, is a part of intelligence, which would also go into knowledge, and someone having an abundance of knowledge versus maybe a privation of knowledge, right? You know, but if the patterns that you're claiming to recognize aren't themselves real and actual and something that you're observing external to yourself, but it's just like, well, a pattern is just this thing I made up, then pattern recognition as a form of intelligence, it's arbitrary, you see.
I'm not asserting that
well, I'm getting to why there's
shit
truth. I'm getting to why there's truth in external reality, because again, it comes down to the true
Well,
dichotomy
hang on.
of truth being objective or subjective.
Your claim wasn't just that there is truth, but that the universe expresses truth, and that's a different sort of claim.
Right. I think the laws of logic ultimately are metaphysical realities, especially the law of identity.
That's not a law of logic.
Then what are the three laws of logic?
There are no three laws of logic. They're called the laws of thought.
Well, that's the funny thing. That's what I'm saying. There's an interrelation. It's not in a vacuum. They are. I agree. They're laws of thought, but they're laws of thought because they're metaphysical laws. If they're again, hold on. So to say that whenever we're talking about an object is itself and not itself, that has to be that can't just be true because I say it's true. Going back to what I was telling Shapingro about what Monkey Boy says, we don't just make this up based off no observation of external reality whatsoever. Actually, we observe that objects in nature obtain their identity over time, maintain their identity over time. So here's another immaterial instantiation. It's an immaterial reality instantiated by material reality, but not identical to or found within material reality. So again, it's the true dichotomy of either we just make it up and then it's no longer a law, it's arbitrary, or if it's truly a law, it has to be based off something fixed and invariant, which is objects maintaining their identity over time. It'd be like asking somebody to think of a new color to say, what would it be like if objects didn't maintain their identity?
Sure. So does a motorcycle maintain its identity over time?
But so yes and no. So all of the particular materials that instantiated the particular concept, this is why I made the distinction between universal invariant concepts and particular, I would say, variant concepts created by humans, is that I could take all the parts to a motorcycle, strip it down, and turn it into a lawnmower. Well, now that concept has varied into what I turned it into, but the actual material objects, they express the law of identity by maintaining their identity over time.
Right. But then you can do the same thing to those objects, right? You can break those objects down to their constituent parts, and then is the identity contained within any of the constituent parts? I would argue
that's why I said it's not identical to the material.
Right.
Well, I mean, you used the example of a lawnmower, though, and I would, in my mind, put that under, like, convention. So, for example, you could ask, is a weed whacker a lawnmower? That's why I stick to something that predates us, for lack of a better term, in this moment, like humanity, like defining a human.
No. That's the universal concept, and I agree. I think that when I say particular concept, I mean conventional. That would be synonymous.
Okay.
Like Harry Potter. Remember, it's J.K. Rowling's convention that can be interpreted. Somebody could use a motorcycle as a paperweight. You know what I mean? So they're kind
but
of.
Is it still then a motorcycle, or is
Again,
it now
that's
a
why
paperweight?
Well, that's the thing. I have a particular concept for this series of material particulars. The person who assembled the motorcycle or invented it had a particular concept for this. So that's why I'm calling them particular concepts.
I'm imagining Shiva with a spork going, is it a fork or is it a spoon? I'm living in a quantum realm at this moment.
Let's suppose you have someone who built a motorcycle, and then someone buys the motorcycle, but they use it as a paperweight.
Yeah.
And then a third person comes along. Right? Are they looking at a motorcycle or a paperweight?
Again, I would say that it is ultimately intersubjective. I think that's why if somebody didn't have any clue whether it was a paperweight or a motorcycle and they approach it, typically using like reasoning and deductive, they would probably align more with the particular concept that originally created. That's why creation is such an important part in teleology. Teleology would be intention. So the intention behind the mind that it's ultimately grounded in would be important in figuring out what it's used for. But could someone theoretically come and intersubjectively use it for something else? Sure. But that's why I wouldn't call those invariant universal concepts. That's why I'm making a distinction between the invariant universal ones are those in external reality.
Eli could off me and use me as a paperweight if he wanted to, but that wouldn't cease me to be, a human.
Right. Just don't mix up the two types of concepts. The universal invariant ones are the ones that were there before humanity. That's the natural world.
A priori.
Or the external world.
Is humanity itself a universal invariant concept?
Correct, because we're created.
Right.
Created by the non-contingent mind.
By God. By the mind. Again, the type of concept will be determined by the type of mind. So a particular finite mind can produce particular variant finite concepts. A universal invariant godlike mind is going to create universal invariant world building concepts. You see?
Yeah, contingent minds recognize the ontologies that actually exist, whereas non-contingent minds establish the realities that objectively exist.
So, like, it's still not like, and I suppose this is part of my issue with tag, is that like it seems to me that if you're going to say that only a universal mind could conceive of universal concepts. Like, to me, that would require support or justification of some kind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm making that justification right now.
Right, but your justification seems to be we can't do it.
Well, it's just the impossibility of the contrary. It's like if concepts can't be grounded in anything but a mind, and the type of concepts that are in question could not be created or grounded in rather human minds, then we can deduce. Again, because none of our minds ground the law of identity when the law of identity is instantiated before humans ever showed up. We discovered it.
Wait. How do you know that the law of identity was instantiated before humanity? Like, you can't make that claim.
Are we reliant upon the law of identity, or did?
No,
we,
wait,
or
hold
did,
on, hold on. This is the way. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt
Ryan,
re-exam, but to his question, the reason I know is because do you believe there was a past in a universe in an external world before humans?
Yeah, to a 99.99999 recurring.
Sure, right. We don't have absolute,
sure.
right. But generally, it would be absurd to say that, you know, reality showed up the second we looked at it or something that's weird.
Well, no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be absurd. It would be
It's hard to be into
prove.
evolution without it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, look. I don't argue for evolution because I'm not an evolutionary biologist and I'm not knowledgeable enough. So I tend not to have evolution debates.
Look, I'm just saying that objects maintain their identity over time before humans ever showed up. And
I don't know that's true.
So everything was just in Rick and Morty style shifting acid trip chaos until humans looked at it, then everything was still all of a sudden?
Well, like, because identity is a weird thing. Like, I'm not sure that it's inherent in the phenomenon itself.
Oh, yeah. So just to help Eli get a grasp on how our conversations go, Shiva does not subscribe to the concept of the self. And so extrapolate that notion into other ontologies, and then you will have a better understanding
who doesn't
of
do
what...
that?
Huh?
Who doesn't subscribe to the notion of the self?
Oh, stop.
Shiva and also Sam Harris.
I saw you, Eli. Rex, I feel like I would feel more comfortable between
I get it, but it's also like...
No, I wasn't challenging you. I was challenging Shiva through that question.
I know. It's like, who's, who says who, right? I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just self-defeating. It's a self-defeating assertion.
You can't have self-defeating assertions when the self...
Oh, my God.
Sorry?
Do you know do you know what's quite funny? Hearing you two talk about my assertions without allowing me to actually make the fucking assertion.
Forgive me.
That's not quite my view.
I haven't talked very much, Shiva, on my own channel.
Okay.
Give me a break.
Agreed.
And it's
Agreed.
been...
Fair enough.
Yeah, and I probably got to hop off here in about 15 minutes, so we can put a bow tie on it.
So my view is this, is that there's a bunch of stuff that we colloquially refer to as the self, right? And that's kind of maybe a kind of combination of sense perception, intention, emotions, cognition, all that kind of stuff, right? But when you actually like try to examine what the self is, like when you look at the body and the mind, there doesn't appear to be a kind of core or an essence that can be located or identified. So like it's a subtle thing. The Buddhist teaching isn't that there is nothing that we refer to as self, but that there is no essence that you can pin down as being the kind of thingness of a thing.
So would you use... So if you would say someone who... If the self would be that which experiences, wills, contemplates, you might not even be able to point to like a kernel of matter or some kind of locus, but the descriptor of the thing in which those things are coming from could be referred to as a self, even if you don't have a concrete referent available to your senses. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and for like day-to-day conversation, it's not an issue, right? Like I talk about I in me and the self, like, if I'm going to the shops to buy some bread, I don't say this psychophysical organism would like to purchase some bread. I say, I'd like to buy that, please.
Yeah. And I think...
But it's like in these sorts of technical conversations where precision is kind of more honored, like it doesn't seem to me to make much sense to posit something that is fixed and unchanging within us unless that can be identified.
Right. And what I would respond to that would be like, this also comes down to paradigmatic worldview comparisons, which is what you hear the taggers always say, but what we really mean by that is there's a finite amount of starting points from any worldview. And there's a lot of these true dichotomies that determine what type of worldview you have. And one of them would be like, are you a materialist where all that actually exists is what is materially instantiate or what is material, or are there immaterial realities and material realities? So if I'm coming from the paradigm, and I'll let you answer that, but like I'm just saying from the paradigm where there is both immaterial realities, such as the universals I'm talking about, and the material that instantiates them, then it's fine to say that I can't pinpoint a single molecular material thing for the self. I have there's immaterial realities, and then the second would be to make, when we talk about epistemic, justification, and we're making knowledge claims about either the existence or non-existence of the self, to even presuppose knowledge at all presupposes a knower, and evaluations presuppose an evaluator. And if you wanted to reduce that to the most basic notion of that being the self, but then you need an entire paradigm in metaphysics that justifies and makes a coherent account of that, and the creation of a soul and the mind, body, soul trinity within, and I promise I'll wrap it up, within a created person from the Christian paradigm coherently wraps that up very neatly and in a justified manner. And the last thing I'll say is you're pointing to the problem of the one and the many, the philosophical notion that, there's many different parts, but yet they also express unity. Multiplicity and unity would be a universal concept. And just like we said, I'm almost done. The type of features that the mind creating it needs to match the creation, a trinity that expresses multiplicity and unity would be the only way to ground a world that expresses multiplicity and unity. I'm done.
Okay, right. There was a lot there.
Sorry. It's a big conversation. I apologize.
There was a lot there. Oh my God! And I wanted to pick you up on the first thing you said.
Okay, go ahead.
And now I've forgotten it. Maybe
I apologize.
This is why I can't really fucking do debates.
Well, let's start.
I can't remember.
Is the world just material, or is it material and immaterial?
Oh right, yeah.
That's a good place to start.
Sure. No, I think I'm probably a physicalist rather than a materialist.
Right.
That
wouldn't. Go ahead. Sorry.
In that, it seems clear to me that there are immaterial phenomena that supervene on the material. One example of that would be magnetic fields. Right. Magnetic fields themselves are immaterial, but they supervene upon matter, and so I think maybe that you can't have a mind without a body. At least I've certainly never experienced a mind without a body. And so to posit that the mind possesses some kind of substance seems to me to be something that's not supported.
Well, then they would just ask, does the mind exist or no? Does your mind actually exist?
I mean, conventionally, yeah, sure, it arises independent upon conditions.
Well, when you say conventionally, what do you mean?
Yeah.
So there's a school of Buddhism called Madhyamaka, which posits two levels of truth. One level is absolute truth, which is said to be synonymous with shunyata, or dependent arising. And the other one is conventional truth. And what this is saying isn't so much that that the universe itself contains these two orders of truth. It's more like that our minds are structured in a way such that we tend to gravitate towards the conventional, and that if you want to gravitate towards the absolute, then you need to engage in practice and cultivate insight. But I can't tell you what absolute truth is, because I'm not a Buddha. So I'm just taking that as an article of provisional faith, that there is such a thing as absolute truth that I can experience.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, I hate to call it a night, but it's been a lot. Oh my gosh, 6 hours and 5 minutes, man. We're some champions.
This
up
is
in
the
here, ain't we,
second
Red?
longest stream I've done so far, actually.
Oh, heck yeah. And hopefully it's the #1 best. Shiva, I just wanted to say I apologize for getting hot. I see this like a ring where we have gloves on, but then we can take the gloves off and chill by the water cooler. It's never personal. And also, I was a little bit testy because all of your contentions, I've been dealing with an absolute flood in my YouTube notifications, my Discord DMs from all of Monkey Boy's people. So I was a little like, because again, I think that I agree optically, if you're not looking at it at a certain way, look at Eli bumbling around, not knowing anything about logic, so I have to defend myself. But I just want you to know, it's never personal with me. Even with Kurt on Mega Bloodbath, I can be red in the face going, Kurt, shut the fuck up, motherfucker. And then afterwards, it's like, all right, Kurt, see you later. You know, it's never personal. Hit me up on Discord at Eli Nix anytime. If you're a friend to all these boys, you're a friend of mine. It's all for the love of the game.
Same here. Like, I get shouty on panels, but I don't hold grudges because, you know, we're just having a laugh, right?
And I love it. I think it's awesome. I live for it. I think it's great.
So, Eli, before you head out, of course, tell people all the places they can find you and things to expect from you in the future.
Well, at Eli Nix Live on TikTok, Discord, X, and technically YouTube. There's nothing there yet, but we got some clips from this debate coming up to kind of highlight these points that we're making, and that's going to be really cool. And I go live on TikTok every now and again, and I take up atheist callers to have these conversations. And I'm eventually going to start putting those long-form Q&A panels. It's just me one-to-one with people, you know, one at a time. I'm going to be uploading those to YouTube pretty soon as well. And also probably all my debates, just kind of catalog it on YouTube here soon. So that would be it. But at Eli Nix Live, everywhere you find people.
You know what you should do, Eli? You should, because I'm going to be honest, I was actually kind of rooting for you in that debate because I know you a bit, right? Like,
right.
And I don't,
you
know, I've never really spoken with Monkey Boy, like, but you could. What I would do if I were you is, I would actually make supporting arguments so that next time you come to do this debate, and then someone says, well, have you got an argument in support of premise one? You can just kind of bust it out and go, yep, here it is. These are the premises. That's the conclusion. Like, you know, yeah.
But here's the thing. Like, I see. So you're saying like formally, like I should have like those extra syllogisms because I did bring supporting arguments. They were just informal. But you're saying I should have the formal ones. What I'm pointing out why Monkey Boy is performing sophistry is because I promise you, dude, he's not good faith. What he would do if I did that, if I followed your advice and I brought syllogisms in support of the two premises of the original syllogism, he would ask for syllogisms for those. He just doesn't stop.
Maybe. I used to have.
Say that again, Shapingro. What'd you say?
Sorry if I'm a little low. Start with the axioms. Say, these are my axiomatic premises. Do you accept them or not? There is no justification for an axiom. So if you can come up with clear enough axioms that are a short enough trail away from the conclusion that you want to display, then all of that intermittent space in which he's going to go, okay, now prove the preceding. Okay, now prove the preceding.
Right.
Minimize that space, but that forces you to first agree on the axioms.
And see, that's. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was real quick. I just want to say that's the problem because he knows I'm a pre-supper. That's why. By the way, he chose the prompt, and I was ankle biting his ass on his lives, getting him to debate me. And then when he finally agreed, I sent a prompt. Then he sent that one, and I was like, oh shit! If I say no to this prompt, he's gonna say no to the debate and then say I ran. So I had to take it. But I agree with you, except for the fact that ultimately my first epistemic principle is gonna be God. You see what I'm saying?
Then you've got to start somewhere else.
But then they go, well, the problem is I think that starting anywhere else gives you problems, and that's my whole argument. So
you can't
you know what I mean?
anywhere else, and he's not.
That's why we're pre-suppers. You know what I'm saying?
I totally get this. I want you to do some homework for me. I tried this a few months ago. I even attempted the LLMs, and the LLMs failed at this miserably. Try to create just a chain of concepts, dependent concept. Like physics is dependent on mathematics, is dependent on try to construct that chain in a way that does not have cycles. I think you're going to find that it's a heck of a lot harder to get to the axiom set that you're going to in tag. And what you're going to realize about your own premises is that you are actually sweeping a lot under the rug. So I think that there is some good argument here that you should have to show the validity of your premises. And I think what you're going to learn is that you're going to have to arbitrarily cut off somewhere outside of the like base set that you want to start with, because I don't think you're ever going to be able to make that jump.
Isn't that just Gödel's incompleteness theorem, basically? That, like, the system can't prove the axiom ultimately? I may be butchering that. I'm sorry.
No. You're as soon as you get to second order logic, first order logic is complete, second order logic is incomplete.
Right.
And within the system, there are statements that are true but unprovable. And then there's the extension of that. We could get into it. But just for homework,
that's fair.
Hearing you're making the argument that there's this very linear set of deductive syllogisms starting from God to whatever premise.
Really quick. Here's what I just don't want to be mischaracterized. The argument I've made in this debate is only because I was forced into the prompt by Monkey Boy. I actually don't do that. Normally what I do is tag presuppositionalist, which is metalogical, which says before we even get into deductive logic, any type of formality, what is the preconditions for logic itself? But people like Monkey Boy talk shit on that type of argumentation and spit on it and only want to work within the system. So this argument that you've heard me make all night is not the one I typically make. It's the one I had to tailor for this debate.
I just think that ultimately you actually do believe that there is this A to B to C to D, that by grounding in, or by establishing this grounded setting, that you could move forward in a linear path to all of the other places. And
kind of, because that's classical foundationalism, and I reject that. I take like a coherence view of a web of belief that ultimately gives you justification because it's coherent. It's like a coherent.
I love coherence, but I think you're going to struggle with coherence because the downside of coherence, I won't quiz you, I'll just tell you, the downside of coherence is that you can have wildly coherent ideas that are not sound.
Sure, for sure. I agree with that completely.
And proving the soundness, again, we get into this regress problem.
Yeah, and it's like Agrippa's trilemma, right? The thing that Not So Erudite always brings up. It's like, I totally agree that every worldview is going to be circular at a certain point, because if you're going to have some type of epistemic first principle, and whether it's epistemic or metaphysical, again, I think they're interrelational, but your first principle is ultimately going to be self-referential. It has to be. That is unavoidable. I think there's a distinction between virtuous circularity, where it makes sense why your first principle is indeed the first principle, versus vicious circularity, where it's just kind of like a
thing cannot justify itself.
Well, yeah, it's just like an infinite regress like loop that doesn't tell you anything. And that's why we make the argument for God as the ultimate necessary precondition in tag, because it makes sense that if you need some type of self-referential foundation, a God that in its very nature grounds all of these things in the coherence web, well, it makes perfect sense why that would be the case. And every other argument thenceforth follows.
Instead of me telling you what you're doing or what you think or anything like that, I'm just going to say what I would like to hear from the tag people as someone who's not really on board with tag to the fullest extent. Okay, a lot of your arguments I agree with. What I want is, to me, what I hear is I hear this baked-in path of linearity that says we can do this entire deduction chain. Granted, at the beginning there's a set of circularities, right? But that's only at the beginning. That's only at the foundation. We can kind of trap that within the axiom set. But once you agree to those axioms, everything else should build out from there. There shouldn't be further circularities down the line. That's what I'm hearing. I'm just telling you, that's what I'm hearing from you guys.
I understand. Well, and again, it's kind of like when if this is the first time you've interacted with the way that I make the argumentation, I'm speaking in more linear terms because of the nature of the type of debate we were just reviewing. What I would say is that I'm not making an argument for a linear chain because I think that I'm making an argument of comparing paradigms as a whole, which is not, you don't start necessarily, like I can make a chain for you to help make sense of what I'm saying, but ultimately, you like none of these principles
Are you relying
within
on
the
deductive
worldview.
logic?
Yes, to a degree, but ultimately the conversation's about the possibility of deductive logic at all, which takes an entire paradigm
But that's
as
an
a
a priori
whole
thing.
to.
I tried to account for that. That's an a priori thing. As soon as you're
Sure.
making the argument, you're utilizing the laws of logic.
Right.
And you keep going back to this, and I hear a number of people push back to this, and I have a lot of appreciation for it. It's a lot better than some of the silliness. That said, what I need to bridge the gap is I'm hearing this claim of we get past the circular portion and then we can work within the laws of logic, and then we can make arguments, and then we can use deductive syllogisms. At the point of deductive syllogisms, those patterns are linear.
Right, but I'm not saying that we get past circularity. I'm saying either the circularity is virtuous or it's vicious. And then within the circle, you can do all the other things. It's not about getting past it. It's about recognizing what type of self-referential foundation, circle that leads back to the same point.
All
does
right,
it actually
we'll
work
all
for it to
night.
be circular? Yeah.
Yeah,
I know
I
you
was
were
gonna
trying to
say-
get out of here.
I
And
was going to
same
say,
thing,
Eli,
I'd
we're,
love to
we're
talk
3
to you in
minutes
the future.
we're 3 minutes past your cutoff.
All right.
So we have done your outro. And then while you're making your exit, let's do Dark Horse here, Mr. Chipingro. Tell people where they can find you, who you are, what you do.
I am the Chipingro. I show up on some of these panels every now and then because Rex is such a wonderful host to have us here this evening. So thank you very much, Rex. Shiva, real quick before I go, why aren't all the minute hands on your clocks pointing at the same time or the same minute?
I don't know. I think because AI models have improved, it used to be the case that if you asked an image generator to draw you a clock at a specific time, say 3:30, it would only show 10:10 because the only images that they could scrape from the web were commercial advertisements, and watch and clock makers always display their clocks at 10:10 because it's a pleasing shape. So I'm guessing it's because the AI model is better.
Well, I'm not looking at your background. I'm looking at the ones that I thought were programmatic sitting right above your head.
Oh, right, yeah. That's because it's different time zones. So
Yeah, but different time zones should have the same minute. The hours.
Thank you, Eli.
Oh, right, yeah, no, not Delhi. So Delhi is different, and I'm guessing, like it's
Delhi is different. Interesting. I didn't know that.
London, yeah, Delhi's like half an hour out, but the London one is wrong. It's saying 5 to 12 when it should be 7:30 in the morning. That's
All right. Well, I was staring at that earlier, and I was like, "Wait a second! I've looked at
that's
clocks
weird
in a
because
train
on
station."
on OBS on OBS the clocks are displaying properly. Like Delhi's off. What else is off? Los Angeles is off. No, they're all displaying correctly apart from Delhi, which is the half hour out.
It
I
is
don't
the
know
one
why.
that's off. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of don't know why. Oh, maybe because it's backwards. I'm looking. If I look on YouTube, it might be because I'm actually looking on the panel rather than YouTube.
All right. I'm gonna do a terribly rude thing because I didn't get to interact with you much, Shiva. So I'm gonna say something and not really leave space to rebut. But in hearing you, I'm hearing a lot of skepticism and the epistemic humility that you're displaying. I have a lot of appreciation for. I wish that more people were a bit more skeptical, but at some point I would push back and say that there's kind of an anthropic argument that we can engage with the concepts because they're kind of already there. It had to be that way. That would be the only way we could reify a concept that was
right, yeah.
generated outside of us.
I'm kind of opposed to reification. I think it's a mistake.
All right. Well, maybe someday we can catch up on this. And once again, thank you, Shiva. Thank you, Rex. Wonderful time. You gentlemen
Yep.
have a wonderful night.
No. One more
Nice
thing,
meeting you.
Shiva. Tell everybody where they can find you, who you are, what you do, and what you got coming up.
You can find me haunting panels where I be annoying. Basically.
All right.
Thanks.
Fair enough, in summary, folks. All right. And because it's so late in the night, thank you all for coming. This is the Reexamination Show. Thank you for showing up. This is one great episode. Glad to have all these nice gentlemen come here and duke it out and get all bloodied up. And do not forget, Jesus Christ died for our sins on the cross. And so now our response has to be due to our conscience, due to our value as human beings, and due to our responsibility towards God to read his word, the Bible, understand it, obey it, and move forward. So at this late hour, I should probably give a better, more comprehensive response to all of these things. But suffice to say, we have sinned. God is holy. God must impart justice to us. Jesus Christ died in our place, taking that justice, putting our sins upon him, so that anyone who trusts in him and believes in him will be saved. And his sins will be placed on Christ on that cross, who took the Father's wrath, took the punishment in our place, and then his righteousness will be imputed to us as undeserving people. So in all these things, I encourage you to read the Gospel of John for yourself. Don't take my word for it. Go to God personally, and he will give you rest. Amen, and good night.